Commissioner Plant, are you out there, sir? There you are. Good morning, everyone. Today is December 18th, 2025. Welcome to the first day of the technical conference and proceeding number 21-0141E, the company's ongoing 2021 Electric Resource Plan and Clean Energy Plan. This is regarding Public Services Near-Term Procurement Report, which was filed on December 5th, 2025. My name is Eric Blank, and I'm the chair. If my colleagues can introduce themselves for the record, that'd be great.
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Good morning, Commissioner Tom Plant.
Thank you. This technical conference was initially proposed in the joint motion and initiate near-term procurement filed by trial staff, CEO, UCA, and Public Service, and was subsequently approved by the Commission. Let's start with party appearances, beginning with Public Service. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Matthew Larson, Wilkinson Barker Nauer LLP, on behalf of Public Service. Also want to enter the appearance of Chris Irby, and we have a group of panelists that I can introduce when the time is appropriate.
Thank you. I'm just going to go down this in alphabetical order with people who responded to the initial filing and then the other parties. Next on my list is City of Boulder.
Morning, Commissioner Veronique Van Giema on behalf of the City of Boulder.
Thank you. City of Denver. City of Pueblo.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mark Davidson of law firm Fairfield and Woods, appearing on behalf of the City of Pueblo. Thank you.
Thank you. Colorado Energy Office.
Good morning, everyone. David Banas with the Colorado Attorney General's Office, representing the Colorado Energy Office, and I'm also entering an appearance on behalf of my co-counsel, Cynthia Vitale.
Thank you. Colorado Office of Just Transition.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Heather Whitman on behalf of the Colorado Office of Just Transition. I'm entering an appearance, but I don't plan to participate today and would request that I be excused.
That works.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Colorado Oil and Gas Association. COSACIA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Ellen Howard-Kutzer appearing on behalf of COSACIA. Thank you.
Thank you. Holy Cross Electric Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mark Detsky, the law firm Dietz and Davis, entering my appearance on behalf of Holy Cross Electric Association, and I'd also like to enter the appearance of Daniel Rubin.
Thank you. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 111. Pueblo Interveners. Rocky Mountain Environmental Labor Coalition. Trial staff.
Guys there. Good morning, Commissioners. Assistant Attorney General Justin Cox with the Attorney General's Office on behalf of trial staff at the Commission. I'm joined by my colleague Assistant Attorney General Aileen Chong. We also have from staff with us today, Aaron O'Neill and Rebecca Lim.
Thank you. Utility Consumer Advocate.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Singer-Nelson from the Colorado AG's office, representing the Utility Consumer Advocate.
Walmart Inc. Climax.
Good morning, Your Honor. Having trouble with my video, but Richard Fangio on behalf of Climax.
Colorado Energy Consumers.
Good morning, Austin Rushoff on behalf of Colorado Energy Consumers, or CEC.
CIA.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mark Detsky, Dietza, and Davis. Entering my appearance on behalf of the Colorado Independent Energy Association, and I'd also like to enter the appearance of Daniel Rubin. Thank you.
Thank you. Colorado Renewable Energy Society. Conservation Coalition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Gerhard on behalf of the Conservation Coalition.
Intermountain Rural Electric Association. Interwest Energy Alliance.
Good morning, Chris Leger with the Interwest Energy Alliance.
Onward Energy Management.
Good morning, everyone. Sarah Judkins with Kaplan Kirsch on behalf of Onward Energy Management. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Sarah Keene.
Thank you. Vote Solar.
Good morning, Michael Hyatt, appearing on behalf of Vote Solar.
And Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning, Commissioners. Parks Barroso on behalf of Western Resource Advocates.
Welcome. Commission Counsel.
Yes, Assistant Attorney General Mitchell DeSenza on behalf of Commission Counsel, and I'll also enter the appearance of First Assistant Attorney General Aaron McLaughlin.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody? Ms. Judkins.
Morning again. I'd also like to enter an appearance on behalf of Mainspring Energy, as well for Sarah Keene as well.
Okay. So noted. Anybody else?
Morning, Commissioner. This is Jamie McGovern. I'm here on behalf of Walmart.
Okay, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Van Geem. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Chair, Boulder reserved 15 minutes for questions scheduled for 3:55 today, but in the interest of efficiency, we would like the commission to, we'd like to concede our questions and recommend the commission allocate the time to industry groups today.
Okay, so noted. And what do you mean by industry groups? Can you clarify?
COSA, CEIA industry groups.
All right. Thank you. Anything else on appearances? As contemplated in last week's status conference, Public Service submitted a notice regarding the technical conference schedule on Tuesday, December 16th. In the notice, the company proposes the technical conference proceed in 4 phases. Phase 1 will begin with the company presenting a brief overview of the NTP report. Phase 2 will consist of commissioner questionings of the panel with somewhere between 2.5 to 3 hours allotted time and room for a highly confidential session if needed. I'm certainly going to do my best to avoid confidential questions. Phase 3 will involve intervener questions of the Public Service panel, consisting of both public and confidential sessions. Each participant asking question is allowed 10 to 20. Minute blocks with several participants requesting a second 15-minute block. Lastly, phase 4 will be for commissioner follow-up questions of the panel and any closing comments by the company. I understand there are still some open questions about maybe when the confidential sessions will be and if certain parties can have additional time, and I think Boulder may have helped with that. But for now, I think I'd like to put off those issues for a bit and get a little further in, see how we're doing on timing, seeing how many questions get answered, see what happens to the confidential needs. But So with those two issues aside, I'll start with my colleagues. Are you all right with the phase 1 to 4 process? And do you have any other additions you'd like to raise before we jump into the panels? Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, no, I think that works for me. As I understand it, the parties will ask their confidential questions last, kind of in their section. And so it would be most convenient if commissioners have confidential questions to perhaps tag on the end of that with our confidential questions. I just want to make sure. I think that's going to work for me, but make
Yeah,
sure.
so right now that's going to be at the end of the day, we're thinking. So we'll go through all the public questions of the parties and then we'll go into a confidential session. Is that what we're thinking, Mr. Larson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that works. The alternative would be if there's a number of highly confidential commissioner questions, we could allot, time right before the lunch break to
Or
do
right
those
after.
questions. However,
Yeah.
however y'all want to proceed, we can be flexible.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that-
fine. I was just looking at, it seemed like the highly confidential will go into tomorrow morning, right? Is that kind of the expectation? So then the commissioners could just tag on the end of that while we're still in highly confidential session. Okay, I think that's what I'll plan on unless there's some other issue. Just for the highly confidential stuff.
Oh, so you're thinking you may be able to ask your questions this morning in public, wait to see what happens with all the public intervener questions, and then maybe we'll start off first thing tomorrow with commissioner confidential or highly confidential questions.
Or I'm happy to just go at the end. I see the last, it looks like maybe trial staff would be done at 9:40. Like I'm trying to go after them. I would just probably tag my highly confidential questions on the end of the existing highly confidential plan.
Okay.
Unless you tell me something else works better, that's what I'll plan for.
All right. Commissioner Plant, any comments, questions, thoughts?
That works for me.
To the parties, with the understanding that a couple parties asked for more time and with some of the uncertainties on confidential questions, anything from the parties about this structure that you'd like to raise at the beginning? Ms. Kutzer?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, my understanding is we'll go through, each party asks its public questions, and then we go back through the list, and everyone who reserved highly confidential time then asks that set of questions. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'd like, I guess we're asking that that the confidential questions isn't a second dip on the time. So if you have 20 minutes and you ask 15 minutes, you try and reserve 5 minutes for confidential or highly confidential. So that's the request.
Okay, great. And I do think Mr. Eisenberg noted the distinction in party requests for highly confidential and regular time in the schedule. So we'll plan to stick to that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that works. Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to the extent once we get into highly confidential, a lot of the information that UCA will base its questions on are in the Appendix A to the NTP. But in order to make things more simple, instead of looking at Appendix A as one major document, UCA has created some tables of different types of projects. So I wondered about admitting exhibits during this process in order to discuss things more specifically.
Can you work with a company so the company is on board with your exhibits and not do this in open hearing time? So just get the company to agree to the exhibits, and then when we're in highly confidential session, we'll just bring them up, and I'll confirm the company doesn't have any objections.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Larson, does that work for you?
It does. I mean, I assume we're not going to be like formally admitting evidence today, given this is a technical conference, but we're happy to look at what UCA sends if we're given adequate time to look at that and let them know if we have any sort of problems. And to the extent we have a question about the data in there, we can denote that in response to any questions we get from the UCA.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the record in this case is. I mean,
Me neither.
I'm relying on everything in the JTS and the 2021 ERP. So I think there's just going to have to be, given the timing constraints, just everybody has to appreciate that we're going to operate in good faith. So.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, in response to what Mr. Larson said, that the company has already seen all of UCA's questions. We gave them to the company at the beginning of the week, including the tables that I'm talking about. So I think it should go pretty smoothly. But thank you for the discussion.
Nicely done. Thank you. Anything else before we jump into phase one of the process? Any other parties, comments, questions, concerns, alternative ways of doing this? All right, I think Mr. Larson, if you want to jump into the first panel, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this morning we have Mr. Michael Pascucci, who's the Director of Regulatory Policy, Mr. John Landrum, who's the Director of Resource Planning, Mr. Anthony D'Agostino, who's a Resource Planning Analyst, and Mr. John Bornhofen, who's the Director of Purchase Power. They'll all be available for the questions over the course of today. I think we were going to start with just kind of a brief overview that Mr. Landrum was going to give of kind of the bid pool, a very brief discussion of the process the company went through, and what the proposed portfolio as well as the backup bid pool looks like. In order to do that, we have some slides that we prepared. Am I able to share? Is it Ms. Federico today?
Yes, it's me. Are you going to share, like, you physically, or do you need me to give someone else the permission?
I can do it, I think.
All right, give me just a second. There you go. You should have permissions now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Landrum, were you able to see that?
I can now. Yep. All right,
Excellent.
I'm good. All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Pleasure to see you again. I'm just going to very quickly kind of go over introductory materials. This is all of it in the report, but just as an introduction and go over the summary here. So, Matt, if you want to move on to the first slide. So this is a characterization of the bid portfolios that we got. I would consider this a pretty successful RFP in terms of response, especially given the short notice time and response time. Overall, we got 161 bids from 135 unique projects, and 52 bidders participated. The total megawatts is in the 60,000 megawatts or so range. So pretty impressive there. Wide variety of technologies, everything from hydro, gas. Had a lot of hybrid projects, a lot of solar plus storage projects, and overall good selection. Next slide. This is the range of the pricing. The bars are the high and low prices by technology, with the lines in the middle being the median pricing. I would characterize the pricing to be as expected. We had some pricing that was a little bit better than expected, but in general, I think it met expectations. For comparison purposes, if you recall in my JTS rebuttal testimony, I introduced a refresh of generic pricing based on the company's best knowledge as of then, which was back in May. And that's the tables on the right-hand side. So you can see, based on our best expectations back in May that we filed in the JTS, overall pricing was at or below expectations, which I would consider a success, and bears evidence of the usefulness of this NTP process in itself to be able to capture these bids at advantageous pricing before the tax credits expire. Next slide. Here's a little bit of overview of the selected portfolio that we'll obviously go to in much greater detail over the course of today and tomorrow. The map on the right shows the location of the bids, color-coded by technology types. Overall, we had 4,900 megawatts of selected or recommended bids, and a total of about 1,200 firm accredited megawatts comprising is the accredited value of those bids. In terms of ownership mix, the recommendation is for 42% owned and 58% PPA on a nameplate megawatt basis. The next chart, kind of right below that, is a grounding exercise. If you recall the direct testimony in the JTS phase one, we did a number of different scenarios of modeling and portfolios. The one you see right here is from the low load, zero CO2 case. So in essence, it's probably the smallest portfolio. In that portfolio in phase one, it had 4,000 megawatts renewables and 1,372 megawatts, of dispatchable resources on an accredited basis. We set the NTP targets in our initial motion and then in your initiating order. The target was for 4,000 megawatts of renewables and 500 megawatts of dispatchable accredited capacity. So relatively in line, not exactly duplicate of the phase one portfolio, but obviously that was our intention going in. As you see in the yellow, what we're recommending and bringing forward to you today is pretty aligned to that. So we're slightly under in terms of renewables at 3,800 megawatts, and we're slightly over on dispatchable, but there's of that, the vast majority of it is storage. Then lastly, on the slide, the table on the very bottom is a load and resources view. As you're very well aware, the actual load forecast and load forecasting process is very much up in active deliberation right now in the JTS case. For the purpose of this exercise, we used the LNR that was most recently introduced into a record, which would be the one that I had in my rebuttal testimony. So this is the rebuttal LNR, but updated for the JTS, or excuse me, for the NTP portfolio additions. And as you can see, based on that view of the load forecast, we're close the gap significantly of what the JTS will be looking to fill next year, but not completely. So we're still looking at having a valid JTS process in 2026. Next slide. There was some initial confusion that we've had with stakeholders and all on the Appendix A, which was the attachment to the report, which had all of the bid information in it. Just kind of want to do a grounding exercise because we'll probably be talking about that a lot over the next 2 days here. Some clarifying comments on what you actually see in that appendix. There's some bids that have NA shown for pricing for the levelized cost of energy or the levelized cost of capacity. And NA means that we don't have a price. It doesn't mean that it's zero. Those are bids that were either ruled ineligible at the very beginning. For example, we had some bids that had 20, 30 CODs, which is not eligible based on the RFP. Have some bids that just plain failed for other reasons early on in the process. So for a variety of reasons, those didn't actually even go through due diligence and have a score calculated. Just as the artifact of the way that we did the sorting in Excel, they show up first in the list by each technology category. That is not to mean they're the lowest cost bids. They literally do not have a price. So there was at least one stakeholder that was believing that were the cheapest bids, and that's not the case. The other part is the labeling, which frankly will take ownership of being somewhat confusing. The failed, reviewed, selected, backup, the different nomenclatures in the status categories. Probably an explanation would help best there. We sent the bids to due diligence, almost all of the bids. We did an initial sorting process by price or expected price and sent the most attractive looking bids to due diligence. We did probably 3/4 or so of the bids to due diligence, something like that. And when that was done, all the bids came back to the evaluation team and were essentially marked as reviewed or not reviewed, or failed for the ones that had actually failed, like the NAs I talked about before. So as we went down the list, we started with the lowest cost ones, and we looked at the due diligence findings and evaluated the importance of them and whether that was a manageable risk, no risks at all, or kind of use the term fatal flaw, but in this exercise, it was more a bid that had risk associated with it that we felt was not appropriate to recommend to the commission for approval in the NTP. So this very well could be bids that aren't truly failures, but might be better looked at in the JTS, that sort of thing. So just there's a variety of different reasons why we did that. So failed is really two things. It's bids that literally failed, like I talked about before in the NA, but it's also bids that we passed over when we're doing that lowest to highest exercise as being not one that we were not going to recommend for acceptance. So just to be clear, so failed is not necessarily negative. It very well could just be a not now, not today finding. We stopped analyzing when we got to the cut line and looked at a couple bids below the cut line. So there's bids that are still marked as reviewed that we just haven't looked at. So they could very well be failed bids too. Like a good example would be bids that are on the May Valley Longhorn extension. We're not recommending, pursuing that in this NTP process. Any bid that would be wanted to connect to that extension, there's no transmission for it. So we didn't necessarily go through and mark all of those bids as failed, but we could have. So again, reviewed just means that due diligence has been completed, but my team and the bid evaluation team has not analyzed the due diligence and come up with a conclusion as to whether that is acceptable or not. It's just still pending. Not reviewed means it was not sent to due diligence because it was higher cost. So hopefully that clarifies, and we can kind of refer back to this over the course of the day as questions come up. Next slide, please. We try to keep this presentation public, so by default, not a lot of information here, but this is the proposed portfolio. I kind of talked about the characteristics of it earlier, and I'm sure we'll go into it a little bit more depth over the next 2 days or so. But this is straight from the report of what the selected projects are, and matches the specifications I had on slide 4. And the last slide is the backup bids, which is the next one. We're recommending a relatively robust selection of backup bids. This process we expect to move very quickly. We've already proposed, and the commission has generally agreed with an accelerated timeline for an approval process. And even with the after the approval, we plan to very rapidly engage with the selected winning bidders and decide very quickly if that bid is going to be viable or not. We have several bids that have some identified risks already, and there's always risks with any negotiation process. But the point being that we want to have a relatively robust backup bid list, because if we can't get to a satisfactory place with a selected bidder, we're going to move very quickly to the backup bids and try to pursue those. As we're all aware, there's a clock ticking in terms of the tax credit eligibility that we're all very aware of. So we're going to try to do our best to support the bidders in their successful achievement of obtaining those tax credits, and that requires rapid movement. That's it. I'm happy to address any questions on the PowerPoint, or we can just move right into commission questions.
I did have one question. Can you show the load forecast for 1 sec?
The loads and resources.
The LNR?
Yeah, I think it was slide 4.
Yep.
So the resource need one that shows the big 2027 gap, that's not the low forecast we approve. That's based on the updated base forecast where we had concerns.
That's right.
Okay. Thanks
right.
for the
and then there was no inferred position on that, frankly, and we're well aware of the commission's phase 1 decision. That's just not in the record. We don't have a forecast developed yet that's completely aligned with that. That'll be coming in the next couple months. So for purposes of this exercise, we just wanted to put something in that was already in a record somewhere.
Okay. And if you could make this available to everyone, I think some of the tables are presented in ways that are maybe clearer to use for questioning than some of the other material. So if you could just at least circulate it to our council, that'd be great.
Mr. Chairman, I had just a quick follow-up. Mr. Landrum, I was just wondering, has the company, I understand it's not in the record since it was part of the decision, but has the company done any estimates of what that L&R would look like with the commission's decision?
We have not. We have not created a forecast incorporating all the commission's decisions. There are some nuances there. We have a triple R outstanding, some of which is clarifying stuff, and there's a variety of issues where we've frankly just be over the course of time, over the last 14 months, the company's made changes that are relatively aligned with the commission's positions already. And then there are some issues where we would actually need some clarifying information as how to implement that decision. So the short answer is no, Commissioner Plant. We haven't developed that yet.
Do you expect, following the conclusion of the triple R period, if the decision remains the same, do you do an updated L&R, and how long would that take to get?
Yeah, absolutely, we will. And we'll be doing that as part of the JTS process, filing that in advance of the JTS and in accordance with the commission's order. Time frame, I'm not the load forecasting guy, so I hate to put words into their mouth or speak for them. I would guess that it would probably take us 4 to 6 weeks or so, something like that, to be able to implement some of the changes, depending on frankly how complex they are and how much modeling needs to be done to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Gilman, anything else from the company? Mr. Larson, are you ready to jump into phase 2 commissioner questioning?
I think we're almost right on time, ready for commissioner questioning.
All right. Commissioner Gilman, you're up first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Plant, and I'll go third. Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Question first, a couple questions related to gas bids. I kind of grouped these by technology, not by each of your areas of expertise, so it might bounce around a little. Apologies for that. With regard to, let's see, it was, I think gas bid 134. The company indicated that the bidder provided material PPA red lines that could not be accepted. And I was just curious what sort of communications the company's been with that bidder to communicate that and try to understand if those PPA red lines were merely a suggestion or something that the bidder would not accept deviation from.
Yeah, we have reached out to the bidder about some of the questions. We didn't really do a back and forth, pre-negotiation process with them for a variety of reasons, time being one of the factors. But Mr. Bordenhoffen, do you have any additional information on that bid? Or the red lines are what they are. I don't know that we have any. If you can add any extra information, that'd be helpful.
I don't recall the exact red lines, but if that was communicated, or if that was part of that bid evaluation, then there were likely red lines in there that we typically would not accept. And what I mean by that is the commission's well aware of some of our more sensitive areas, meaning like walkaway clauses or price adjustment mechanisms or things like that. If there is something like that and it's quite blatant within their form of red lines, we would flag that immediately and say, look, this bidder is still not late stage enough for this RFP.
Okay, and I think what I'm trying to figure out is, does that immediately end the due diligence and the investigation, or is there any effort to understand from the bidder if that was a suggestion or a absolute condition of their bid?
In every case, every bidder is allowed an opportunity to cure. So we do send a communication to every bidder saying, hey, your bid indicated XYZ. For example, your bid indicated you needed to exit the contract in 2 years. We will not accept that type of a term in a contract. Can you confirm whether or not you need to be able to exit in 2 years? And depending on their response, that would eventually either continue them in the bid process or eliminate them in the bid process.
Yeah, but just to clarify, I mean, we didn't do an extensive back and forth with the bidder, and honestly, the red lines are only one piece of the puzzle with this particular bid. I mean, there was other challenges with this bid as well, and that quite honestly, the bid was not very well developed. I mean, it was, no turbine had been selected as of right now, so there was no performance information, no heating rate information. It was very much, we promise we can build you a CT, not sure which one it's going to be yet, and here's our price. So, you know, I don't want to be too flippant about it. I mean, they had a bid package, but it was very much a non-specific proposal in terms of technology type.
Yeah,
Okay.
if I'm recollecting the right bid, I believe there was this bid. It was not a firm bid. It was a paper bid, basically throwing a baseline number out there. But there were adjustment mechanisms throughout the bid package where the pricing was going to change at several iterations throughout the term of the contract.
Okay, thanks. Kind of more broadly on the pricing of the gas bids, it seems as though there's a significant increase that could be observed here in the median bid price from the, we call it the 2001 ERP CEP. Of course, the bidding didn't all conclude in 2001. I think it was like 2003. So say between 2003 and now 2023, I'm sorry, 2023 and 2025. It looks to me like the medium gas bid we're seeing here, and I think the median bid prices are all public, so stop me real quick if they're not. But the median gas bid here is $35.08 per kilowatt month compared to the ERP CEP bids, which was $10.65. So we've got 3.5 times what we saw just 2 years ago for the median gas plant bid. Does that sound like what you experienced and saw?
Yes. I mean, the median is skewed a little bit. We had some higher price bids that sort of skewed that median. If we're looking at standard, frame combustion turbine bids, they're a little bit below that median in general. However, your overall finding is correct. I mean, the price of gas equipment has gone up very dramatically over the last 5 years or so for a variety of reasons. And we, not only with this RFP, but we're, in the other operating companies, we have done solicitations relatively recently, including gas bids, and the pricing that we're seeing is very much aligned with what we're seeing in this RFP. So, as well as our industry sources are also confirming it. So it's real. Quite frankly, it's supply and demand, and probably a little bit of the changing political landscape as well, that's driving up the need. Data centers are buying them. Foreign entities, overseas is buying a lot of turbines, and there's just there's a rush on it. There is some fundamental inflationary pressures of supply chain issues, steel and labor and things like that are driving the price as well. So it's a combination of factors that are driving to it, and the bids that we're seeing here are not outliers. They're more indicative of where the market actually is today.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I was going to ask for some general reasoning as you understand it, but you already beat me to that. And then, one other thing I observed here, which I thought was unique versus what we've seen in the past in ERPs, likely due to this escalation in costs on the gas bids, was the median gas bid being not quite double, but a significant amount more than the median storage bid at $20. Knowing, I mean, that's a more limited resource, but I don't know, that seems like a unique, a new circumstance, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. Just in general, pricing of 4-hour lithium-ion batteries is what we're generally talking about here. Really haven't seen the same inflationary pressures that we've seen in gas combustion turbines. So pricing's been actually relatively consistent. There was one thing to be aware of, like when you're comparing to the 2023 RFP, we express all those prices in terms of levelized cost over nameplate capacity. We have that value in our Appendix A as well, but in many places, and how we actually ranked the bids was in terms of levelized cost of accredited capacity. So we applied the ELCC factor to it as well. So that'll make the frame of reference be a little bit different, especially with storage, which has a lower ELCC. when you're talking about dividing by accredited capacity versus nameplate capacity. So two very valid approaches, but you have to be careful not to combine the two and compare them directly.
Okay. Thanks. And then just another question on bid 134, which was that gas bid that I think you kind of called big. I think the situation was they hadn't provided interconnection costs to my understanding, without referencing the number, which is confidential. You do show interconnection costs in Appendix A. And I was just curious, what was the basis of your calculation for the interconnection costs in Appendix A for bid 134 if they didn't provide any?
Yeah, sure. And this is a good time to introduce my teammate, Mr. D'Agostino. The reason he's here today is he really led the due diligence effort, and he was the one that interfaced directly with our subject matter experts and compiled that information. So a lot of these technical or more specific due diligence questions, I'm going to pass to him because he's a wealth of information.
Good morning, commissioners. I will try to be a wealth of information for you this morning. Just to make sure you can hear me clearly. I'm having some video lag, so I want to make sure you can hear me clearly. Okay, great. Yeah, so on this project specifically, you're right. We did include a cost for network upgrades in Appendix A under the highly confidential version. And you're also correct. They did not give us actual cost to interconnect. Now, when we talk about those interconnection costs, there's a couple different ones that go into it. On their bid forms, bidders had to provide us with their own generator interconnection facilities, as well as an estimate for our transmission provider interconnections facilities. And then we would kind of look at those provider interconnection facilities, and then also sort of our station network upgrades. And then later down the line, that we're going to do more of a network delivery upgrade sort of look. When we talk about their interconnection costs being left out of the bid, they had $0 for generator interconnection facilities. However, if you were to cross-reference the narratives versus what was in the bid forms, we found that for this bid specifically, there is a project that they would need to go through. I'm going to try to keep this high level and not go into highly confidential. There is a project that they have identified that they would need to do. They didn't have the cost for that yet, so it was not included in their bid. So on follow-up, we asked, is this something that the company or our customers would have to bear? And yes, the cost of that project would eventually go into the cost of the bid. They just didn't have those, so they couldn't provide them. The indicative cost that we added came from an initial due diligence look from our transmission team to see, do we have the capacity at the point of interconnection to interconnect this bid using the DC flow transfer study that we have attached to the report. We were able to look at individual points of interconnection on a bid by bid basis early on in due diligence. And what we found was there would be some upgrades required. And so we actually wanted to stress test the cost of that bid, and we left that cost in there. So basically, to give some sort of a representative transmission cost or hit to interconnect that bid, we just wanted to see how that would influence the pricing relative to the other gas bids. And it was still favorable in general from a pricing standpoint compared to the bids that follow behind it. But unfortunately, those costs are still unknown. And in fact, it was just a bid by bid case, not looking at the network as a whole. The cost that we have is indicative. We would actually expect to increase versus what we have in there. But we left that cost in there again as just a sort of a stress test for that bid, not necessarily what we fully expect to have an interconnection cost be.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we expect it will probably be higher. Kind of brings up a good point to kind of add some clarifying information in general of what was included in transmission costs and bids overall. In general, we include pricing in the bid, transmission upgrades, whether it's the actual POI or direct system upgrades that are only associated with that particular bid. So in this case of this gas bid, just due to its location, it's kind of in a relatively isolated branch of the system, so not strong interconnection with the rest of the network. And the lines immediately adjacent to that point of interconnection would need to be upgraded, including a transformer that's right downstream of that first branch line. So those are costs that aren't just general bulk system, we need to deliver power to load costs. Those are really uniquely identifiable to this particular generator in that particular location. So that's where the costs that were included with bid 134 was that. So it was essentially upgrading the lines that are immediately adjacent to the facility to the next substation, and then a transformer at that substation.
Okay, thank you. Let me see my next question. Let's see. You also mentioned in the thermal section of the report that moving forward with a PPA thermal project would create a considerable amount of imputed debt for the company, which would substantially reduce the company's credit metrics. Are you familiar with that conclusion? Yeah. And so curious how, if this has always been a concern of the company, perhaps I just don't remember that coming up in the prior ERP. Obviously I recall it for storage, but I don't recall it for thermal. And curious if you have kind of any evidence of financial impacts of existing PPA thermal projects where this has been an issue.
Yeah, I can start, and probably Mr. Pascucci might be able to add some color as well. The answer is yes, it's always been an issue. It does affect the credit metrics of the rating agencies. We do have a second string witness that works in our corporate finance group that really can discuss in detail kind of what the impact is of the metrics and the actual numbers. So if we want to go deep into that, we can bring him back, either later on today after a break or tomorrow morning or something like that to cover that in more detail. But again, the answer is yes. We've brought this up numerous times over the years. I think we mentioned it in our report, but it was brought up in the 2021 ERP process, and the commission at that time, which was I think it was all three of you folks, recognized that it was a legitimate issand it can continue to be. We're not asking for relief here or consideration of it. That's really a rate making issue that we can discuss in rate cases and other proceedings. But the company believes it's real. We have evidence from the rating agencies that they consider it real, and it's something that needs to be part of the discussion. I don't know, Mr. Mike, you want to add anything to that, or? No, nothing else I think I'd add to that. Thanks, John.
Okay, and so evaluating kind of utility owned versus PPA, you consider this to be somewhat of sort of objective, sort of subjective criteria upon which you kind of judge the risk in analyzing different bids. Is that a fair?
I wouldn't say that. I honestly can't say that we prejudice bids one way or selection of bids one way or the other because of imputed debt issues. I mean, we will continue to advocate in phase ones for appropriate treatment in our case, and we have, like, for example, the 18-year limit on storage that we advocated for in 2021 and got approved. We think those avenues are really the place to set the ground rules, and apart from those ground rules, we're not going to specifically throw out bids because they're PPAs. So it is a consideration. I think when we look at how we construct a portfolio and ownership percentages and things like that, it needs to be part of the conversation and part of the consideration. And we'll continue to advocate in that behalf. But again, the company's not in a position where we're saying that we can't do PPAs.
Okay. And just so I'm understanding, if we wanted this witness tomorrow or not, are you saying you have evidence that the credit rating agencies have said this might be a problem, or are there specific adjustments to the company's credit rating that have been a result of PPAs?
Yeah, I definitely need to bring in Mr. Asmus to talk about specific actions on what has been done by the agencies or not. I do know that when it meets certain accounting thresholds, it is calculated as imputed debt in the metrics, and it does go into their evaluation process. what has actually happened over time, we need to bring in Mr. Asmus for.
And the only thing I would add, I think, to that, John, is that may be a good question, Commissioner Gilman, for the highly confidential session. I think some of that information probably falls into the realm of highly confidential, because you're going to see both capital prices or cost prices for those projects, as well as, you know, how the methodology of those prices flows into an imputed debt calculation. So if it's something you'd like to dig deeper in tomorrow, I think we can talk to Mr. Asmus and have him available maybe in the morning for the highly confidential session.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it some thought in the rest of the day, but I would be far more interested in actuals and what has actually happened. How's this actually been treated and been responded to by the financial community rather than hypotheticals about how it may be treated. Okay, just a couple questions for you, Mr. Landrum, on how the gas plants were modeled, both with the utility owned as well as the PPA. Is there a certain asset life or contractual life that you're assuming in the modeling?
Yeah, the PPA is what it is. So we evaluated over the term of the offer of the PPA. For the, and then I think the bid, especially 134 that you're talking about, was a 25-year PPA offering. For the ownership bids, we did it like as ordered in the commission with a 20-year life. I guess it was 18-year life actually, for the depreciation amount. We still model it as a 40-year operating life asset, so you know, could theoretically operate, but cost recovery purposes is done over the shortened period. Mr. D'Agostino, Anthony, do you remember? I can't remember honestly if it was 18 or 20 because there was sort of timing issues with the phase one decision and things like that, and we used 20 last time. I think it was 20 we used.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Subject to check. I think we can grab that number for you, but yeah.
Okay. And then also a question with regard to fuel flexibility and any assumed costs for fuel flexibility, as we're seeing in the JTS modeling, or, you know, had all those discussions there. So just curious, what, if any, assumptions were in the utility owned bid and then any of the PPA bids, you know, that you recall or that are in the more reasonable price range with regard to fuel flexibility, so I can just understand what we're modeling there.
Yeah. Anthony, do you remember?
Yeah, just a clarification question, Commissioner. Are you referring to on-site fuel storage versus firm fuel? Is that the question we're asking?
No, we're probably talking hydrogen compatibility and any,
Understood.
you know, like as I recall in the JTS, correct me if I'm wrong, there are no capital costs included to actually retrofit the plant, but the fuel changes to be hydrogen pricing after 2050, I think. So curious if you followed the same arrangement or if there are different assumptions here. Do we have any capital costs to account for fuel flexibility, specifically looking at hydrogen at any point in time with especially the selected bid, but certainly any of the, you know, more competitive bids to the
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying. No, we don't have capital costs for hydrogen conversions built into the bid yet. I think we still don't know what that cost will be in the long run. No, I would say it's not in there. As far as, you know, the conversion to hydrogen and when that fuel mix conversion happens, that's also something that's more on the Encompass modeling construct and not something that was baked into the revenue requirement that we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, Anthony said it well. And since we didn't do Encompass modeling, a lot of that is not as applicable on certainly the fuel price and the hydrogen cost and everything like that. And we are depreciating it over the 20 years. So it'll be basically depreciated by 2048 prior to that. So if, you know, the asset is retired, if it's converted to hydrogen, I mean, you know, whichever, that would just be a difference in cost. And that decision will be made at the time as to what's prudent to do with that asset.
Okay, and curious if any of the PPA bids have inherent fuel flexibility without retrofits to burn hydrogen or other fuels?
One of the bids does, that we'd have to discuss in specifics in the highly confidential section, but there was one technology that was not a standard combustion turbine, that is able to burn hydrogen from day one. All the rest of the bids are not. They're the newer CTs are up to maybe 30% hydrogen, just sort of by design, as is, but there's no specifications in the bids to move that any further than what just the standard design is at this point in time. So in summary, all the CTs, which were, most of the projects, have similar design criteria or design performance, which is up to about 30%. And then we have the one technology that's not a CT that is fully flexible fuel from day one.
Okay. And I think I can identify that from my memory of the ERP. Was the main issue with that not being a kind of considered competitive here pricing, or were there other issues of concern?
You're talking about the non-CT technology?
Yes.
Yeah, it was pricing. It was just simply pricing. And without doing computer modeling, we really don't have a way to evaluate whether that price differential is justified or not. So we think that bid is best evaluated in the JTS, where we can actually do computer modeling and decide what the various cost and benefit trade-offs are.
Okay, thanks. One more gas question. You point out in the report, because you do talk about the just transition communities and kind of efforts and evaluation of resources in just transition communities to try to see if they would be viable there. And I think you had noted there was maybe one bid in the Pueblo area for a gas generator, but was not considered to be viable in large part due to lack of firm gas supply in that area. And I was just kind of curious when that was identified. Perhaps this issue came up in the JTS and I just didn't fully sink in, but just wanted to kind of better understand that issue, and if that is particular to kind of the entire area there. I just took specific note of that concern.
Yeah, in general, there's been various conversations of increasing the gas supply to the Pueblo area by various suppliers. Obviously can't go into specifics without, a highly confidential session, and maybe not even there. Might be proprietary to people that are not us. But yeah, Pueblo is challenged for gas. There's just about enough to serve the local distribution company, the LDC down there in wintertime, and not a lot of surplus capacity for a lot of additional generation. There's, like I said, there's plans to change that. I would say that the other thermal bid that we're talking about now, which is, I'm sorry, let me pull up the numbers real quick.
The non-CT?
138 and 137. And also
yeah.
058. All of them, it's not just gas supply, it's also price. I mean, they're just significantly higher in cost than the two leading bids, and similar, to the other conversation I just had, without doing Encompass modeling and deciding, how many CTs we actually need, the system wants, that cost differential didn't seem to be justified in this, rapid process that we're doing right now. So we think that's more of a JTS issue before we make that big step change in price.
Okay. And as we look at bid 99, which was the selected thermal bid, that's a gas unit, 200 megawatt gas unit. What kind of due diligence has the company done to understand gas availability in that area and the need for any upstream gas capacity expansions in order to accommodate serving this unit?
Yeah, we have done extensive due diligence. The company's been developing / working on this project for several years now, and we've got a fairly robust plan identified for gas. It's frankly in a good location, where there is gas supply available at a reasonable cost.
Does that mean there's no capacity upgrades that would be caused by this project on the gas system all the way to the gas interstate pipeline?
I can't speak to that specifically. We need to bring in our due diligence expert, the subject matter expert that actually reviewed that. I don't have that at hand as what was priced in there. I do know that the pricing of upgrades was kind of built into the bid. But we can absolutely get that information for you on just after a break or so, where we can confirm.
Can I just ask a quick question? Are you talking about bid 09, not bid 99 now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So in interconnection costs, shown for bid 99, are those specific to electric interconnection, or are there any gas interconnection, or upgrade costs included there?
It's the electric is what you're seeing in the bid.
Okay. So you're saying there are other gas upgrade costs that have been somehow included in the capital cost of assumed of the bid?
They're not in the capital cost, they'll be in the operating cost. It'll be basically a firm fuel contract, similar to every other thermal unit that we have. There'll be a gas supply cost associated with it, to procure and then actually combust the gas. That's not in the levelized capacity cost. It's more of a fuel cost. That would be part of the overall ownership cost of the bid ultimately, of course, when it generates.
But would a fuel cost include upfront capital costs needed to increase capacity on the gas system to serve the unit if that were necessary?
Typically, we would recover that through a tariff with the gas supplier, similar to the way that we do electric service here, where the gas supplier would do the upgrades and recover that to us through a firm gas contract or a gas demand charge.
And how localized, I guess, is that? I guess the issue I'm seeing is if a further upstream gas capacity upgrade is triggered in whole or in part because of this plant, I'm not clear if that cost responsibility in any way gets reflected in the bid cost.
Yeah, it's not in the levelized capacity cost. That's just the capital recovery of it. That would be part of the fuel cost associated with the plant. That would be ultimately an ECA that would be more a function of the run, the operations of the plant, not the purchase of the plant, if you will. So the gas cost that we have an estimated for this, we do know what that is. We did get an estimate of what the gas cost is. It's relatively in line with all of our other existing thermal plants, and is by no means an outlier in terms of increased gas cost to supply it. It looks like this is going to be a fairly business as usual gas supply contract that's very much in line with our other existing contracts.
Okay, but I guess what I'm not clear on is if that gas supply contract factors into the economic analysis here and if it includes any potential upstream upgrade.
Yeah, it is not included in the levelized capacity cost that's shown in Appendix A. Now, ultimately, it would be part of the cost of running the plant, just like buying the actual gas would be, and recovered through the ECA.
I mean, conceivably, it seems to me that if we're evaluating like different gas bids in different areas, they could have different implications on this cost of gas, especially with regard to any potential upstream impacts and upgrades needed. And so is that just simply not part of any analysis when we're looking at development of gas CTs?
No, it absolutely is. And especially when we do the Encompass modeling, that's built into the cost of the plant in the Encompass model. So in here, when we looked at it, we did get gas supply costs for these projects. We looked at them on more of a qualitative type basis in this case. And there really wasn't there wasn't information in that gas price that led us to a different decision than just looking at the overall construction cost and the levelized capacity cost. So without the more expensive plants also and capital cost also had more expensive gas supply costs as well. So it was a correlated relationship. But directly to answer your question, yeah, absolutely. Firm gas cost is 100% included in our analysis. They'll be included in the JTS when we're looking at plants. It was included in the 2023 RFP. And is one of the inputs that goes into the Encompass model is when the model's figuring out what's the appropriate resource to select.
Okay, and sorry to sound like a broken record, but I'm still not clear. Does firm gas costs definitively include upstream upgrades needed on the gas system to serve the plant, independent of how far upstream? Anywhere between the interstate pipeline and the unit?
Yes. Okay. Anything that will be passed on to customers would be embedded in that gas demand cost.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I want to make sure I totally understand the relationship here. Okay. A couple questions on storage. So the company mentions the foreign entities of concern issue regarding battery storage projects may change and even so the wording in the report is may change and may even require already developed projects to be shut down. Can you elaborate on that, that circumstance?
Yeah, absolutely. That was really just more of a raising for awareness issue. It's not it's not something that the current company is currently facing now. And we haven't, biased bid selection based on that. But there is a concern in the industry and by the federal government that certain manufacturers of batteries and inverters, there's a potential vulnerability in there where they can, open up a cybersecurity route for foreign entities of concern to have access to the cyber system or to the electric system. There's been reports of even like embedded cell phone transmitters and equipment that weren't documented and things like that. There's no official, findings from the federal government or anything yet. There's been no orders to shut anything down. The manufacturers that have been identified have been very forthright and taking active efforts to ensure that they rectify any concerns there are and can remain compliant. But it is an issue that has come up in the industry relatively recently. It's still not 100% resolved. And we just kind of wanted to raise that for awareness that, in case something does happen, we wanted to sort of preview that, this is sort of ongoing in the industry right now and not fully resolved.
Okay, thanks. I did just want to follow up too on one of your elaborations in the beginning was with regard to the different categories of bids. So we have failed bids already shown on here. And I don't have it right in front of me, but I think you said failed bids were either kind of incomplete packages or didn't pass even basic due diligence. Is that a fair description? So there are a number of utility-owned, a great number of utility-owned bids that are listed as failed. So those are incomplete packages submitted by the company to the company?
I think when they're looking at own, those are probably BOT projects, build own transfer projects from other developers.
That's correct.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily company developed projects.
Okay, got it. But the company would own those and those bid packages were determined to not be complete enough, serious enough to advance?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And like, as I said before, there's kind of two categories. There's bids that are legitimately just plain failed for the reasons that you outlined, incomplete or whatever. We also use that same nomenclature for bids that, went through due diligence, but we're not recommending them. They would have logically in price sorting order should have been either at or, above the cut line. But those are bids that are sort of above the cut line that we are recommending that we pass over. So that terminology is, we probably should have used a different term in hindsight, but bids that we passed over that should have logically not been passed over due to price have that flagged failed terminology on them also.
Okay, got it. And then the company recommends selecting bid or selects bid 114 kind of over bid 113 for storage, which is just the utility owned version of over a PPA version on storage. And I know this in part, or it seems like very largely the imputed debt issue is brought up here. But the company also mentions more equitable balance for the ownership percentages in the portfolio as a reasoning there. And I was curious upon what guidance the company is setting target ownership percentages for the NTP.
Yeah, for the last couple RFPs, we've been operating under a 50% kind of presumption of balance for that. And that's still where we're at in our minds. There's a 50-50 split between PPA and company ownership, the exact same as we used in 2023 and as we proposed for the JTS.
Okay, and that's just a duplication of some of the recent efforts, but not referencing any specific order or guidance?
Correct.
Okay. And then as I understand it, the 114, 113 are the same exact project. It's just an ownership differential, but then 113 is listed as a backup. So if there were a failure at the developer level, we would lose both the tier 1 and the tier 2.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, we listed it as a backup, quite frankly, to have it there for the commission to debate on and make a decision on. But you're right, if that project actually literally failed, both bids would go away.
For the wind, I think you've got 5 wind repowers in the bidding. And I was just curious how long those extensions would roughly be for, if there was like a common duration.
Yeah, I think was that not on our, I guess it wasn't in our table. Let me look at my table real quick and I can give that to you. I think that's not non-public information. Okay. One of them is for bid number, and Mike, Anthony, lawyers, anyone else stop me if PPA term is highly confidential. I don't think it is. Okay.
No, I don't, as long as we're using bid ID, Mr. Lando.
Yeah. So bid number 053 is for 21 years. Bid number 054. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong line. I'm sorry. That was the megawatts. 053 is very small, and I have old eyes. Bid 053 is for 13 years. Bid 054 is for 10 years. Bid 034 is for 16 years. Bid 135 is for is that right?
10 years. 10 years.
10 years. Thank you. What's 057 is for 22 years.
That should be all of them.
Yeah, that's it for the repowers.
Okay, great.
Clarification, I think one of them is not exactly a repower, it's just an extension of an existing unit.
Yeah, 2 of them actually are. 2 of them are not repowers, they're extensions of existing facilities. Or
Okay,
recontract.
can you explain to me in 5 seconds what's the difference?
Yeah, so in one case, just the extension of the unit, we're not necessarily doing any upgrades or anything that would increase the nameplate capacity, anything like that.
Okay, so no technical upgrades, basically. Keep going.
Not necessarily. There's one of them I can tell you does have some technical upgrades, but it has no bearing on the output of the facility. And so it's not necessarily considered a repower, and they're not looking for any sort of tax incentives.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. I just want to ask, in a recently filed electric rate case, the company proposed increasing the expected life of wind turbines from 25 to 35 years. Are you familiar with that at all?
I'm generally familiar that that's our standard operating assumption now for the life of assets. I'm not familiar with the rate case. Mike might be, but that's not really his side of the regulatory either, but he probably knows more than I do.
Okay, so just curious if that's factoring into the company's bids on wind, this new assumption on a 35-year life for especially like utility-owned bids.
Yeah, we're using, I'm pretty sure that's the life that we used for the revenue requirement calculation, 35 years.
Okay. And then PPAs just are whatever they submit, right? I think like you said before. Is there any limitation that you all place kind of explicitly or not explicitly on the PPA length for wind bids? Like, since the company is in this transition of identifying that they actually probably last a significant amount longer than y'all had previously estimated. I'm just curious in what way that factors into PPA bids, if any, if you had any standards for maximum length of those bids or anything like that.
Yeah, we've used a maximum 25-year term for PPAs for as long as I've been doing this. So it's a very long-standing assumption. I honestly don't know where it came from because it predates me. I don't know, John, do you have know why we limit them to 25 years?
I don't. I mean, it's not that it's limited. It's I mean, we have all kinds of different terms, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. It's what the bidder wants to bid. But in terms of the cap of 25 years, 25 generally covers most long-term PPAs in my experience. There might be a handful of let's say, for example, some gas projects that go over 25 years, but those are fewer and far between.
I think what I'm trying to sort through is if we're seeing in the company's own opinion that these units really last 35, not 25 years, if there's a cost disadvantage to PPAs, if PPAs can only basically collect those costs over a 25-year contract, and the company is assuming that their costs will be spread over 35 years for similar technology.
Yeah, I mean, well, the PPA would, or the IPP that owns the facility would, if it had a 35-year life, would be able to resell that asset, possibly to public service again, like we're seeing with some of these re-up contracts. So there's no obligation that the investor has to recover 100% of their investment over the first contract. That's purely a preference and a financing decision on the IPP's part.
Sure, it just makes the first contract less competitive. So is there any legitimate reason the company could not increase the ceiling on the length of PPA bids specifically for wind, where the company has determined that 35 years is more reasonable?
Yeah, I can't answer that. We can take that back and discuss it. I mean, that really, like I said, I don't know. The 25-year limit predates me, so we need to have some internal conversations and make sure there's not some sort of financial reason for that. But it's certainly something we can discuss internally and figure out the appropriate place to communicate that back to you on.
Okay. And it's quite possible, it sounds like, since the company is just making this change to 35 now, that at the time, the company also thought the 25 years was the most reasonable, but now we're hearing from the company that 35 years is the most reasonable.
Yeah, well, when I say the life varies by technologies, I mean, we've had solar as 30 years for at least the last solicitation. Gas always has a life of 40 years. Coal plants even more. So there isn't really a direct correlation to the change in the life of wind to the maximum term of a PPA. So it wasn't driven by that. It wasn't driven by life of technology assumptions with the max term of the PPA. I'm guessing there's probably some reason why it's been 25 years. I just would need to talk to the finance folks and make sure there's no, underlying reason that I'm not aware of why it couldn't be changed or shouldn't be changed.
I'd appreciate any feedback. With regard to the wind bids, I think bid 128 is just a PPA version of 127, which is a utility-owned same facility, if I've got that right. And the PPA version is a bit more expensive. So the company has selected 127, which is the utility-owned. I'm curious, we have the PIM structure we've been trying out, but is the main choice in the utility-owned there over the PPA based on the pricing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so curious, like our PIM structure, as we set it out in the CEP, doesn't really ultimately cap the company's costs. Would the company be willing to cap the total cost of that at the PPA version so that we could ensure we're actually picking the least expensive option?
Mike?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Goodman. I was trying to document your question so that on a follow-up we have it listed and we can get it. Could you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, bid 128 is a PPA version of bid 127. They're both wind it's the same exact wind project. And I'm understanding that the reason bid 127 was selected by the company in preference versus 128 was that it was cheaper. And so I'm curious if the company would be willing to cap the total expenditures related to bid 127 to ensure that it does not end up more expensive than bid 128 when it's all said and done.
That's a good question. Just want to take back and double check with the bid team before I agree that I can cap the bid team's expenditures. But I'll make a note of that one, and I think it's one maybe in the follow-up time tomorrow. Can we rediscuss?
Fine with me. Okay. I'll be here.
Thank you.
Just a question. I think it's for you, Mr. Augustino. Sorry.
Okay.
Been a long week already. I'm having a lot of trouble. We can talk about specific costs in the confidential session, but I did notice that the interconnection costs for several projects were identical. Sometimes at different interconnection points. And I was curious, does that have to do with, and for different capacity size projects? And I was curious, does that have to do with kind of the level of analysis that was done? I was a little surprised to see that across different interconnection points, across different sizing of projects. Can you just like vaguely explain why that would be? And happy to talk about specific numbers tomorrow when we're in the confidential.
Yeah, I think we can talk specific numbers tomorrow during that session, but a lot of what you see there is driven by voltage level. So the transmission team did some benchmarking analysis based on existing projects that we have out on the system. So they wrote a poll based off of, say, if it was a 115 kV, 230 or 345, there's different costs for different scenarios. They gave me like a table of different scenarios based on the work that would need to be done at a switching station or at a substation in order to get that project interconnected. So in reviewing bid by bid, they looked at, okay, where they're trying to go. Is this as simple as just adding another position? Do we need to expand the fence and expand out more infrastructure? They had those types of issues that they built into that benchmarking analysis. And again, that eventually was driven by whether it's a switching station, substation, if it was, a different voltage type, and from there, what other typical scenarios do they see? So it wasn't I wouldn't say it wasn't like a level 2 or more in-depth scoping analysis of like, here's the exact cost for this project if we were to do the engineering today. It was based on existing projects on the system, using that as a benchmark, and at this voltage level and this general type of scope that we would see to get them interconnected, here's the cost. So, we did that within, due diligence was done within like 30 days, I think. And the transmission team, they actually did review every single bid, not just the ones that went to due diligence for this interconnection cost estimate. So they did rely very heavily on that benchmarking analysis. So that's why you see similar costs across different projects. It's mainly based on what type of interconnection they have and the voltage level.
Okay, thanks for that. Question on the utility owned bids, especially for wind and solar. I anticipate in calculating the LEC would rely fairly heavily on the assumed capacity factors for each of the projects. And I was curious if the capacity factors that you utilized are available in any way, if you know them, can tell them to us, how we could understand upon what the LEC is based specifically for the wind and solar.
Yeah, that would be highly confidential information. I don't believe we included it automatically in Appendix A. I think that's something that could be provided to you. It's certainly in the bid packages. The commission staff had access to the bid packages as well. So let me confer with our team and see, how
Sure.
that information can be
Yeah, I'm
given
happy to bring that up again tomorrow in the highly confidential, to the extent you could just like add that somewhere on this chart and bring it up tomorrow. We could probably speed things along, knowing the interest. Chairman, you had interest too?
Yes, I would say there's a second commissioner who's interested in seeing the net capacity factors of the project. So if you can include it in the executable version of Appendix A and make it available, I think that would simplify things tomorrow morning. So thanks.
Yep, sounds good. I'll talk with Mr. Larson and Mr. Irby, and we'll figure out the right way to get that done.
To the extent you have that in the bid package for each bid, including the PPAs, I think that would be a helpful comparison. Just to have that. Okay, thank you. Let's see. I had a question on the loads and resources table, but I think I understand that the loads and resource table that was shown in table 8 in the report is your rebuttal position and does not reflect. Do you have any sense for us even proportionally what proportion of that remains, given the changes that the commission made with regard specifically to large loads and BE assumptions in the
Yeah,
JTL?
I really don't at this time. Yeah, we really don't. We just really haven't compiled that yet. As you know, we're still digesting the commission's order and obviously still in the triple R process as well. So,
Okay. Regarding backup bids, in the NTP report, Public Service states the company intends to utilize the same process approved in the 2021 ERP CEP for the activation of backup bids. And this would include, to the extent possible, activating backup bids that are like for like technology. In the phase 2 decision from that 2021 ERP CEP, the commission generally adopted staff suggested approach for backup bids, in which the company retains the burden of proving that company-owned backup bid was the most prudent replacement and would provide a robust alternatives analysis in the follow-on CPCN proceedings. So I know Public Service disputed this in triple R, but the commission rejected the company's arguments there. So I just wanted to understand where we actually are at on the company's assumption for especially company-owned activation of company-owned backup bids. Do you anticipate following the commission's guidance from that phase 2 decision in the 2021 ERP CEP, or do you anticipate doing something different?
So I think I'll take this one, John, if you want. Sure. I think, Commissioner, going to your question, yeah, the concept would be if a utility-owned project failed, we would want to demonstrate that a utility-owned project was the next best alternative, was the most prudent. We did have that happen in the CEP, and I believe we filed this summer. I can't remember the exact month, but we had a set of failures from the CEP. We did file that alternatives analysis that looked at what were the options. You know, when you first take the like for like technology, then you move down to ownership model and pricing and look at those. And we did do that. I don't think we have an objection to doing that same thing again here. That if a utility-owned solar and storage project, I'm making a scenario up here, fails, and we elected to activate a utility-owned solar and storage project as a backup, we would file that analysis demonstrating why we selected that one. I think the piece of staff's adjustment that didn't apply to the alternatives analysis was the activation of a PPA for PPA. And so we weren't anticipating that if a PPA wind project fails, that we would present an alternatives analysis if we activated a PPA wind project. So.
Right. I generally agree with you. I think this is just concern about when utility owned. So as I understand it, it's notification to the commission and evidence on what steps were taken to remediate the failure of the project. The company retains the burden that a utility-owned project was the prudent replacement, and then the alternatives analysis that you discussed. So it sounds like that is your plan for activation of any utility-owned backup bids in the NTP.
Yes. I think we'd have to provide that, and in a CPCN, I'm sure we would get asked those questions. If we didn't, we'd have to discuss that.
Okay, got it. Let's see. Sorry. Regarding contract negotiations for PPAs, let's see. Can you tell me what's the company's expected timeline for contract negotiation? And if you have an anticipated kind of end timeline that those contracts would have to be finalized to ensure that the projects are still eligible for tax credits?
I can speak to that a little bit. I think in terms of tax credit eligibility, I don't think it's necessarily dependent on negotiations. I think ideally we'd have a contract signed with enough time for them to qualify for tax credits, but that's not necessarily the determining factor. I mean, depending on the developer, depending on what other resources and projects they have in the pipeline, they could already be qualified for tax credits today. So it all depends on what that particular developer is, it has going on and what their tax strategy is. So, but let's say, for example, we have a developer that doesn't have that type of strategy. They have not yet locked in their pipeline, and they have locked in resources, et cetera. I think next summer is likely the deadline for when we need to have these contracts executed, at least on behalf of that one developer. That would be the ideal time, because I think that's when they want to have things locked in.
Okay, and do you anticipate kind of open communication with the bidders to understand their particular situation, what it looks like the deadline would be for them to qualify? I think what I'm trying to understand is there's obviously time spent on both sides of the equation here, but one side is yours. And what do we do if in part the time spent at public service kind of jeopardizes the tax credit? We're all in this hurry up process to try to capitalize on the tax credits while they exist. So just want to understand, kind of your general position with regard to the effort public service will take to, first of all, understand, and second of all, attempt to execute based in line with each of those particular situations to try as much as possible to secure those tax credits.
Yeah, I can definitely address that one. So generally speaking, I start every negotiation with, we want to execute this as soon as possible. And we make that very clear with all of our bidders. So as soon as we get to the table with any bidder, we make it very clear we're going to try to expedite it, get to signature, get to execution as soon as possible. I can't control the other side of the table. The other side of the table is usually has their own constraints, their own processes, their own internal governance, their own objectives and risks, and I can't control how quickly that they are able to make decisions and get turns and get to signature. But from our point of view, as the utility, we want to get to signature as quickly as possible. It's better for us in many ways, and it's better for our system. It's better for our customers. So generally speaking, we're going to do everything we can to get those signatures as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks. Question about model PPA. Did the model PPAs that were used in the NTP allow bidders the option of receiving capacity payments for the storage component of a solar plus storage bid?
Yes.
Okay. And did the model PPAs used in the NTP impose the 90/75 limitation on standalone storage bids, or in any other way indicate the company is unwilling to be subject to accounting treatment that results from the classification of a PPA as a financial lease?
John, if it does that.
Not that I'm aware of. I think you're referring to the accounting treatment 90/75, meaning that if they fall above that, or they could potentially be considered a finance lease.
Correct.
I don't believe
Are
that.
you familiar with the model PPA for standalone storage bids in any way? Like tries to craft it to ensure that they would not be classified as a financial lease?
So the company did that in the last ERP. We try to do that by limiting term. So limiting term to 18 years. I don't think that was a limit in this NTP. Again, it's as we talked about a few minutes ago, it is an issue. It still remains an issue for the company. It still impacts our debt to equity ratio. It impacts our credit. So we will try to continue to resolve that where it's possible.
Yeah, to correct John, we did have the 18-year limit for capacity payment for the portion of a hybrid project.
Okay.
We did not have that limit for standalone storage. So essentially, we followed the exact same guidance from the 2021 ERP that was approved by the commission for the NTP.
Okay. And are any of the bids classified as failed, especially as it relates to storage or solar plus storage, classified as such because they would result in a financial lease treatment?
No.
Okay. Did the concerns about imputed debt or financial leases have any impact on the company's calculation of the LEC or LCC prices of bids provided?
No, not at all.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on.
Hey, Commissioner Gilman,
Yeah.
just let me check in for purposes of a break for the court reporter.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a sense of how much more you got and when a good break would be?
I mean, I can break now. I also can turn to one of you. Like, I know I have time tomorrow, so you tell me what you prefer.
No, I'm deferring to you. I'm just managing the court reporter.
Yeah, I'm fine to take a break if she'd like a break now.
Okay. Ms. Boulay, would you like a 10-minute break till 10:45? Let's take a 10-minute break till 10:45 and we'll come back at 10:45. And do you know how much you have left, Commissioner Gilman, you think?
I'll try and get it done in 20 minutes, but like I said, you can break me, go to one of you. I know I have more opportunities, so you tell me how you'd like me to do it.
We'll see you at 10:45 and we'll take it from there. Thanks all. All right, I guess we're waiting for Mr. Landrum. There he is. Keep going, Commissioner Gilman.
Okay, thanks. I've just got some questions on transmission and then some questions on PIMS. So I should be done. Can you describe for me generally what the DC transfer limit study was intended to determine? I'm kind of specifically curious if that study intended to evaluate only the ability of the transmission assets immediately downstream of the interconnection point to handle the power injected by the individual generators?
No, it was a little, we actually kind of did both. Anthony can talk about the due diligence portion where they did just that, where they looked at each individual POI and kind of the any overloads are sort of immediately adjacent or could be uniquely attributed to that one particular generator. And once we had the portfolio developed, they also did a pretty high level DC transfer analysis. By high level, I mean, they didn't go into a lot of mitigation, identification and all, but they did look at the recommended portfolio on an overall network deliverability basis and identified some of the broader kind of really base system type upgrades that are more portfolio related. So there's kind of two ways that we use the DC power flow analysis.
Okay. In that way, does it provide any information about the deliverability of the NTP portfolio, or would we have to look elsewhere to better understand that?
Yeah, we did. We included some of the information in the report, and we also attached the study results of that portfolio look. I guess in a high level, I would summarize the findings as that they're largely consistent with what we had in our direct case in the JTS, where we identified that even with the smallest of the phase one portfolios, we were still looking at, some reasonably significant transmission upgrades required to move the generation into the load center. Some of the overloads they identified in this portfolio look they just did a couple of weeks ago were largely consistent with that. Very, very similar lines, same location, same types of overload. So I guess I would summarize it again as saying that our initial results look like that it's going to be something kind of similar and consistent with what we put forward in JTS phase one.
Okay. And that's the JTS phase one transmission study?
Yes.
And that, I think to my recollection, that roughly identified about $2 to $2.5 billion worth of additional upgrades needed for deliverability.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's in addition to the Colorado Power Pathways and in addition to the current Denver Metro transmission project in CPCN?
That's right.
Okay. Let's see. So section 1.1 of the study, which was page 4, indicates that the portfolio it modeled is slightly different from the proposed NTP tier 1 portfolio, and was curious what led to the changes between the portfolio modeled in the DC transfer limit study and the proposed NTP tier 1 portfolio.
Anthony, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. So, Commissioner, we were doing due diligence on these bids from, the time we could forward them on to right around the time we needed to select a final portfolio to put it in the report. We didn't have very much time for the transmission planning team to actually perform the DC transfer study. So at a certain point in time, we had to call it and let them start. The changes that we have, I actually don't have the report in front of me right now, but the changes that we had between the bids, we didn't feel, and they also didn't feel was substantial enough to change the verdict or the outcome of the study. But, like I said, at a certain point, we had to allow them to start with a, interim portfolio that was pretty close to what we ended up with.
Okay. And so in your kind of professional opinion, do you think there are significant impacts or understand kind of the broad scale of impacts on what we might see for transmission costs of the actual suggested portfolio versus what was modeled in that transmission study?
No, I don't think there would, in my judgment, there would be no impact or relatively trivial impact if there is any. The portfolio was really, really close. And this was a very much a first draft kind of planning effort anyway with the time that was given. So this is going to need to be refined in formal study processes, and made ready for presentation to the commission in a final form. And that's not where we're at. So I think for this, call this more of a screening exercise or an indicative exercise. And I think we're perfectly close enough for those purposes.
Okay. And then on page 10 of the study, the company noted while the study model can be interpreted as the full NTP portfolio impact, each additional injected megawatt into the sending nodes must still be reviewed independently of one another. Just curious what that means and what kind of process would actually implement what you're saying needs to happen here.
Yeah, I'm gonna, similar to Mr. Asmus we discussed earlier, we have a transmission expert that actually did the report or was responsible for the creation of it that we can bring back to answer some of those specific questions. I honestly just don't know. So.
Okay. Let's see, maybe one or two more there, but he might be the right expert tomorrow, he or she. Curious, can transmission needs be determined by looking at the generators independently, or help me understand, or is that more a discussion for tomorrow when we have additional expert here?
I can start at a high level and maybe you can probe for it further with our transmission witness when we bring him up. A little bit of both. There's generator specific transmission issues related to the actual point of the interconnection itself. I mean, is a substation big enough, that sort of thing, and then the lines immediately adjacent to it are certainly individually related. There's also broader power flow issues with the network. And as you add generators in various locations and as load changes and the distributional load changes, the flow through that fabric of interconnected lines changes over time. So the answer is both. I mean, there's issues that are directly related to the generator, and then there's overall larger bulk system power flow issues that are really more of a total system issue rather than a specific generator focused issue.
Okay, and I think you all indicated that the analysis models injected megawatts at each sending node in isolation. And if each sending node or groups of them were to experience injected megawatts at the same time, the resulted branch loading would be different compared to the full results presented in the analysis. So kind of simultaneous operation of different generators that is not modeled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And does the company have any or plan to do modeling of that in the short term to understand how different that might look, assuming simultaneous generation is kind of the plan in a lot of cases?
Yeah, we will absolutely do those kind of analyses. Once we have the final approved portfolio and we start the transmission studies, both for the NTP as well as for the JTS, when we have that portfolio as well, we'll do the full transmission studies and develop the mitigations that are required and bring forward that analysis and request for CPCNs as necessary then. So
okay.
To answer the question, yeah, we'll do the full transmission study after we know the final portfolio.
John, if I can maybe add on to that, just in the interest of time, we've actually been talking about how to incorporate at least this preliminary portfolio into the CCPG process. As you all may recall in the JTS, we had said in the CCPG process, we're going to bring forward that kind of two-step transmission process. That is one of the things that we're looking at there is how to bring that in to start evaluating the impact of these projects on the whole of the JTS, with kind of the thought being that these renewable projects in the NTP are really an acceleration of what the JTS was. So where that JTS process right now was looking maybe a little bit more generically at resource types, this gives us a little bit more definition around those resource types, their locations, their impacts. So I think to answer your question, or maybe to give you a little bit more context, Commissioner Gilman, we're actively looking at not let's wait 3, 4, 5, 6 more months to start studying this, but how can we start studying this now to really more directly answer the questions you're asking of what are the specifics, when will the studies be done?
Okay. Chairman, I'm happy to turn it over now. I have a few like PIM questions and things, but I'll have time tomorrow. Happy to see if anyone else covers them in the interim, but wanted to make sure you and Commissioner Plant have enough time.
Yeah, Commissioner Plant, you want to jump in?
Sure. Yeah, I just actually have a few questions, and some for confidential. But good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
So you mentioned on page 2 of the report that you expanded the purpose of the NTP to including taking advantage of the expiring tax credits to include securing cost-effective projects capable of supporting near-term reliability and resource adequacy needs. But for most of these projects, if they're not expansions of existing projects, they're not going into effect until 29, correct?
That's correct. The majority of them are 29.
So in terms of near-term reliability and resource adequacy needs, you're looking at the expansion of existing projects, which I think you identify in your table, page 29, the 3 megawatts and 94 megawatts in 27 and 28. And if I understand correctly, there aren't any tax advantages for the thermal projects. There's no like CCS or anything that would qualify for a tax advantage.
That's correct. Yeah, no tax credits for the thermal.
So you discussed this a little bit with Commissioner Gilman, but recognizing we're at a pretty high point for cost of gas projects. Don't know, maybe they're going down, maybe they're going to continue to go up. I guess we just don't really know. And that, you mentioned in the NTP report that inherent to the NTP process, there's an increase in risk just because you're not able to go through the normal due diligence process and take the time that is normally attributed. I'm just wondering what's the purpose of including gas in the portfolio? If it's not getting tax advantage, it's not addressing resource adequacy, or I'm trying to figure out why we're including gas in this.
Yeah, well, in first part, because it was part of the initial motion and the approval of the process to do that, and what was brought forward to the commission by the quad parties and joint applicants. So starting from there, but the reason that was important is one, the reliability of the system. That as I mentioned before, gas turbines are highly sought after in high demand currently, and it's a multi-year process to get into a manufacturing queue spot. So if you don't get it now, it could be 2032, for example, when you can do that. So time is of the essence. The other is just the changing nature of our system. I mean, we're retiring a lot of baseload thermal generation, and we need reliable resources to be able to support the system at nighttime and when the wind is not blowing, and longer than 4 hours after sunset. I mean, we have to supply power 24/7 and until there's another 8760 fully dispatchable resource out there besides gas. We're going to require that to be able to safely operate the system. The other thing is for the renewable integration. We are adding a large amount of renewables. Renewables have a very different generation profile than thermal units. We testified to the solar ramping event in Pueblo in phase 1. So that's certainly an issue. Solar always ramps every single day at sunset. Wind is volatile and variable as well, and you need to have some fast acting resource that can manage that changing pattern of renewable generation, because the load stays where it's at. And if the wind drops off, you need something to fill that gap. And that's what gas's role is. So
let me just interrupt you for a second. I get the gas role. I'm not really asking about that. I understand all the points that you made around gas as a part of the system, but this isn't accelerating the dates of any of these projects coming on, and gas is a part of the normal JTS process. I'm just wondering why it's being included in the NTP, which was designed to take advantage of tax advantages and then to address the near-term reliability needs, neither of which gas is going to benefit from. And we've already identified that there's increased risk because of the accelerated nature of the process, and we're at a high point in gas costs. I'm trying to figure out why we're including it in the NTP as opposed to the normal JTS process.
Yeah, part of it is timing. I mean, we need to accelerate the gas just the same as we're accelerating the renewables. And you know, we have a bid now that's attractively priced compared to its competitors, as we've seen by the responses. And you know, the renewable bids are coming online in 2029. Almost 4,000 megawatts of renewables, and we need more gas to support the retiring coal plants in 2029 also. And the JTS is probably not going to provide a runway to get gas in at the same time frame that this bid could be in.
So the JTS won't allow us to get gas online in 29.
I think it'll be a challenge.
Yeah, I can add some color to this if that's okay. And just looking at some of the specifics of each of these gas bids, the bid in question that we're talking about, its COD is December 1st of 2028. That does position it to help us with winter 28-29 reliability, which, the further we delay a decision on bringing this gas asset onto the system means that that's another asset that we don't have for that winter period. Something I just want to call out, when you're looking at, say, Appendix A, you have commercial operation date, and then you have the first summer gen year next to it. So when we're talking about assets coming in, really supporting summer of 29, I don't want to discount the reliability that we get from a winter 28-29 asset that's coming in at that time. Similarly, all of the assets that we have in this portfolio, or that were proposed in this portfolio, are 29 or 2030 first summer gen years. If we look at the schedule for JTS phase 2, Commissioner, I would just submit to you that we probably won't get a decision until likely the end of next year, if not going into 27. Based on that timeline and when you can actually start constructing these assets, I think you would, as John was saying, you'd be very challenged to get any of these gas assets on in 2029. It'd probably push them further to 2030, 2031 towards the back end of the JTS. I think what we've established here, and just even in the LNR looks that we have, is that we very much could use this gas asset as soon as we can get it, and December 1st of 28 is the soonest we can get it.
Was that a part of the 94 megawatts that you had in 2028 coming online?
It would not be showing in the
showing up in 2029. If we had a winter LNR, it would show up in the winter of 29 in that look.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And you mentioned the capacity factors. I think you're going to provide those to the commission. Do you know what capacity factor you're using for the thermal units, or are you just doing the general capacity cost over a month?
Yeah, we didn't do computer modeling for the NTP because of the time restrictions. So that's where you would get capacity factor of the dispatch of the unit. I would expect that it would be similar to what we saw in phase 1 when we did the computer modeling of the generics with a 5% or less type capacity factor. But again, not able to predict what the capacity factor is without computer modeling, although it would probably be in that range.
So when you're applying a sort of a cost effectiveness lens to this, recognizing that it's just going to be running at maybe a 5%, and really you're looking at capacity resources that effectively are going to be storage or the thermal units. How do you evaluate additional benefits to the grid if you're looking at, clearly a high cost? If you're just doing a 5%, obviously that's for resource adequacy at times when you most need it. But then there's ancillary benefits that you can get from a storage project that would add to that cost effectiveness. How do you measure those two things against each other? Is it just taking a 5% for both and applying them, or do you have a higher capacity factor that you're applying to various storage resources, or how does that work exactly?
Yeah, there's multiple ways we look at it. I mean, the one way is using the Encompass model that actually calculates the cost benefit relationship and decides what the most optimal mix of assets are, which is what we'll be doing in JTS. In this case, we used the cost divided by accredited capacity instead of nameplate capacity, which brings that system value from a capacity resource side into the equation. So that's really one of the primary reasons why we did it this time, is because it does bring that accreditation and the relative impact to system reliability into the decision-making process. And in that case, the prices were actually relatively close. I will point out that per the resource adequacy study that we submitted in phase 1 and was largely approved by the commission, the first 1,000 megawatts of 4-hour storage are reasonably decently accredited, up to 40% or so. After that, there's a pretty significant drop off in accredited capacity, and this NTP portfolio that we've recommended is almost at 1,000 megawatts. So it's 960 megawatts. It's almost right there. So after this, you'll be looking at accredited values for 4-hour storage in the 30% range. So 100 megawatts battery only gets you 30-ish megawatts of value to the system from a reliability perspective. And so
what is it that I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is it that causes that drop off?
It's the saturation of the resource. That a 4-hour battery can only, in terms of reliability, can only help you avoid a 4-hour system emergency. And any system emergency or system risk event that's longer than 4 hours, the storage can't do anything about that. It's only 4 hours long. And we've reached the point where we're reaching that threshold where incremental storage of a 4-hour duration has less and less of a benefit to improving the reliability of the system.
Okay, so you're looking at it in kind of blocks of 4 hours. So, for example, to have a higher accredited value, you then need the same amount, 1,000 megawatts or whatever, that would extend that 1,000 megawatts for another 4 hours. Is that basically how it works?
Yep, it comes out the exact same way. So instead of having 100 megawatt 4-hour battery, you now need 2 100 megawatt 4-hour batteries. That's what the ELCC is showing you, that basically that you have half the value now that you had before in terms of reliability benefit.
And are there other ancillary things that are considered within those capacity resources that they contribute, or is it limited to the energy value to the system?
The capacity value is by far the predominant one, but the computer modeling does model the need for ancillary services, spinning reserve, operating reserve, that sort of thing. And the computer model will evaluate what the optimal resource to provide that is. And storage has been and probably will be still a big contributor to that. The only caveat is, just like the reliability benefit, we're kind of at a saturation point that we only need so many ancillary services, and the batteries that we've already contracted for, both through the 2023 RFP and now the NTP, are close to, if not satisfying, that need. So there's diminished marginal benefit of incremental storage because that need's been largely met.
Okay. Is there any, I know that the sort of the modeling of the distribution system is different than the modeling of the bulk system, but is there any value in terms of how the company is looking at location of energy storage on the distribution system in strategic locations in order to be able to both manage the demand and the supply side within that distribution system, as it would then reflect to benefits on the bulk system, or are they kind of considered separate?
They're both, and we're absolutely pursuing distribution related benefits as well. I'm sure Mike can talk much more about this, and I'll turn it over to him to do that. But we didn't get any distribution bids in the NTP. We would have certainly looked at them had we. We're actively looking for bids in the JTS that are distribution related, but we also have various other avenues that we're pursuing to look to incorporate that distribution value. And I'll turn it over to Mike. He could probably talk more about that.
Yeah, I think that was probably some timing challenges there in bringing in some more of that distribution cited here is one, as I think about it, you have the ABPP proceeding that's the decision was just, I think, issued on Tuesday. So some finality and certainty around some of that probably impacted a bidder's ability to truly put a bid there. I think the other thing that you look at is when you prioritize this around tax credits. I'm not sure to the extent to which tax credits truly matter a lot for that. I guess they could if you're bidding a lot of maybe solar, things like that, although things have changed. But as I think about, a distribution sided bid or a demand response type bid, I think John's right, is that the timing for this sort of thing isn't matching up perfectly well, which is maybe what's driving that, but is part of, as the AVPP decision now is out, we begin to integrate that, the distribution system plan results. It's part of the process in the JTS to make sure those bidders understand their opportunities, and that we're encouraging them to participate, and we have the right structures and incentives in place in the JTS Phase 2 to drive more of that participation.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was going to ask you about the tax credit. I assume that in the hybrid projects, the storage becomes is impacted by the overall project tax credit. Is anything happening to the storage tax credit within the federal changes?
There are the storage generally has a less restrictive path forward for over the next 5 years or so, in terms of the beginning of construction, the PTC eligibility or the ITC eligibility, excuse me. The one area where storage has a little bit of challenges is this foreign entity of concern part of the tax code, where there's an increasing amount of domestically produced materials that has to be incorporated into the project. So if a storage bid can navigate through those domestic content and FEOC concerns, then it pretty much has the same tax credit opportunity that it's had for the last several years. And if it can't navigate through those, it's challenged. So there are different parameters that affect the riskiness of it for storage, but in general, I would say that it's less risky than it is for wind and solar.
Okay, great, thanks. So, as I said, I have some questions about imputed debt that we can defer to the confidential session. But generally, you mentioned that you don't exclude the PPAs based on an imputed debt. But in the NTP sort of narrative, there were quite a few times when storage projects were the issue of imputed debt was brought up as a negative factor. I don't know if it was determinative, but as a negative factor for the consideration of those projects. And specifically, I was curious about the one project that was located in Routt County, obviously one of the JTS impacted communities, extremely competitive price. There's, I think you noted that, they had a clear permitting plan and had done the environmental assessments, highly feasible, reliable, no adjustment clauses or exit provisions, et cetera, et cetera. and I know that you picked it as a backup bid, but was the imputed debt issue the determinative issue on that one of not selecting it as a type 1 bid?
No, absolutely not. It was, you can give the number so I can talk to it. Bid 118.
Sorry.
Imputed debt was no part of that decision-making process. For bid 118, we believe that analysis really requires computer modeling to be able to do effectively, and we didn't have that tool available to us. So we really, I think what I would say about bid 118 is it's a not NTP. We want to evaluate that in the JTS, where we can look at Route County, we can look at other just transition projects, we can look at the available interconnection capacity up in the vicinity and determine what the right balance of, or the right resource type is there to balance all those concerns. There really wasn't a lot of competing projects in that area to look at here, and we just felt it was premature in this abbreviated process with a lack of competitive tension to essentially award the one-time, use of those facilities up there to a project without computer modeling or frankly much competition. So it's more of a not now rather than a no on that project in our mind.
And if it's selected as the backup bid, if for any reason the bid that it's backing up falls out, would that analysis happen prior to the selection of the?
It would absolutely happen. I mean, we wouldn't do computer modeling, but that would be part of the calculus. We included it because based on the price, it needs to be included. And there's no valid reason other than that to exclude it. But those concerns we have about the competitive tension for that, scarce and coveted interconnection capacity up there, available interconnection capacity, our thoughts that needs to be evaluated in the JTS on a competitive basis will remain. So I would say as far as putting on the backup list, we did it because we felt it was the appropriate thing to do, but I think our reservations about that bid would remain up until the JTS.
Okay. And the just to be clear, the modeling adders and the property tax benefits were not included in that pricing at all. Okay.
Commissioner Plant?
Yes.
Sorry, if I could just add one other piece of context, kind of going to some previous transmission discussion as well. I think that's one of those things too that we want the transmission team to take a close look at is the location of the battery. Knowing batteries serve both as a capacity resource, but also a load. We've got to charge the battery, so you could be adding significant load to some degree in an area and making sure that we have available generation to charge that without creating a new sort of transmission constraint or transmission challenge as well is part of the reason I think that it's another good pause for JTS to think about. In my very non-engineer way of thinking of it, when I'm thinking of how you're charging a battery, most of the resources being on the plains, this load being clear across the state could result in some transmission challenges. We're getting the energy to charge the load may be a challenging issue as well. Can't say for certain, but that's why I say just another hesitation around when you're looking at a battery of understanding the ability to charge and discharge it optimally to serve that value. It's just another piece I think helps thinking about it in the JTS sense where you can have a broader look at the operation of the unit.
I appreciate that clarification. Thanks. Let's see, a couple other quick questions. The 15%, that's attributable to changes in federal law. I think it was primarily addressing, potential changes in tariffs and things like that. Does that apply to these projects as well?
We're proposing that we do not have price relief for these projects, that it's bid price or move on. So that's obviously up to the commission's decision, but that's our proposal, is that there will not be a repricing opportunity for these bids.
Okay. If tariffs are taken away, for example, there wouldn't be that benefit either.
Correct.
Okay. I think you talked a little bit about the waking effects in wind projects. I'm just curious, how far is it dependent on the geography of the project and specific projects, specific sizes, or is there a general distance that is, sort of the accepted number for when you have that waking effect?
Yeah, I will definitely need to consult with some technical experts to answer that. I do not know. I don't know if any of the rest of my team has a numerical answer to provide.
Not a numerical one, no. I mean, we do have folks at the company who can, begin to estimate that waking effect. Some of the bidders, if they know what projects are around them, they do include that in their analysis as well. But, it does have to depend on absolutely the proximity to other wind bids or projects, and, general wind directions, whether it's a prevailing direction from one plant to the next one, or you have sort of like your secondary direction would be, more related to a bid that's close to you. It really depends on your location as well. So we'd have to punt an actual technical number to an expert on that.
Yeah,
So
so
when you're-
I can talk. I know who to talk to in our company. We can make that contact and maybe get back to you after a pause with a better explanation.
That'd be great. I appreciate it. Just when considering two different projects, I'm just wondering how that comes into effect. Those are all-
Sorry, Commissioner, just one thing. We did not rule out any bids in this evaluation based on potential waking effects.
Okay.
So in the determination of what bids were selected versus not selected for recommendation, we didn't, say, oh, this one we rule of thumb think is going to have a high potential for waking, so we're going to eliminate it compared to something else.
Okay.
We would still need to study waking effects a little bit more in depth.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Those are the only questions I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. I guess I want to start off talking about the start of construction physical work test for qualifying projects for the continuity safe harbor regarding tax credits for, say, a 500 megawatt tier 2 wind farm. As I understand it, one approach project owners might use to ensure the project qualifies for the tax credit is to execute a binding contract to start manufacturing a step-up or main project transformer that is sized, specified, and designed for this specific wind facility. There's multiple ways. I went through the attachment to the information response, but is it fair to say that's one primary way used by a number of bidders?
It is a very common approach.
Okay. And if a project qualifies for the continuity safe harbor in 2026, then the owner has up to 4 years from the end of 2026 until December 2030 to build the project and still qualify for the tax credits. So from today, there's a 5-year window for 2026 start of construction projects. And even if the project was qualified in 2025, a 4-year window. Is that consistent with your understanding? Do I have that right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Always subject to change, as we're aware.
Yes, yes, fair enough. So definitely a moving target. So
Yes.
On page 2 of the company's response to our information request, the company says that it'll move quickly with the contracting and construction of the Tier 1 projects and will move quickly to activate backup bids should a Tier 1 project become no longer viable. And as such, the company concludes that option payments to Tier 2 projects are not likely to be an effective use of customer funds because it is likely that the projects activated after July 2026 will be further challenged to achieve COD within the NTP period or may face tax credit eligibility challenges. But I want to ask you, what happens if a Tier 1 bid fails in August 2026 or early in 2027? On page 9 of the NTP report, the company says that in the absence of a conforming bid policy, the bids are replete with heavy PPA red lines that in some instances materially alter the risk profile. Given that it took 3 years to negotiate PPPs in the prior phase 2 process, I'm not sure I understand the company's confidence about how quickly it can move. So I guess the question is, wouldn't it be useful to have some tier 2 projects under contract that qualify for the tax credits in the event tier 1 projects fail after July 2026? I think there's still a 4.5 window to build it from the summer of 2026. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, and as we kind of said in our filing that, we proposed a pathway if the commission decides that's appropriate. Where our thinking is that number one, we have the JTS. I mean, that kind of is following right on the heels of this, and that proceeding will set a logical bookend as to when backup bids need to be viable and necessary from this process. The other thing is that we were thinking is that.
Can I just ask you a question about that? I mean, for those bids to be viable, don't we have to safe harbor them for the tax credit now in this process? So you've testified already that the JTS is going to be after July 2026. So if we don't safe harbor the tier 2 projects, how are we going to have projects that qualify for the tax credits in the JTS?
Yeah, you introduced the second thing I was about to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No. I'm not arguing, just being conversational. The other thing that was in our mind is just being blunt. Come July 4th or July 3rd or whatever of this year, you either safe harbored or you haven't. I mean, you've bought the equipment, you put the main transformer, the order for the transformers in, or you haven't. And the option payment's not going to change that. I don't think that.
Why do you say that?
Money that would cover.
Why do you? All right, keep going.
I just think the amount of money that you would put into an option payment. I mean, maybe the commission wants to, but to actually have a developer make a contract on the transformer based solely on the option payment, the money I think would be of a price tag that probably would not be palatable. So that was kind of our thinking, is that the bidders are going to have to make a decision by July 3rd, one way or the other. And we don't think the option payment is going to be enough to fully fund that decision, and not sure, honestly, that we would really want to from a risk perspective. So again, it's certainly up for the commission's decision of what to do, but that was what was going through our mind. Really, those 3 factors is that we have the JTS. Bidders will either have to safe harbor or they won't. And we probably honestly couldn't send enough money their way to influence that decision differently than what they would do anyway.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I believe Mr. Eiley testified in the JTS that a typical large generation project of, say, 500 megawatt requires 2 main project transformers at a cost of, say, $5 million each, for a total of $10 million. Subject to later check, and I can pull it up if you'd like. It's hearing exhibit 116, his supplemental direct testimony at page 11. Would you accept that you could purchase 2 main project transformers for $10 million?
I think that's light. I need to check with our current experts. I mean, just like combustion turbines and everything else, costs have been going up pretty dramatically. So I certainly would need to do some verification with our development folks before I could agree to that. I think it's more, frankly.
All right, so it could be 12 million, it could be 14 million, but it's not 50 million.
I need to confer to your number there.
And whatever it is, 10 million, 12 million, 14 million, it wouldn't be all due at once. There would be progress payments made over 1 to 3 years, or a project sponsor could repurpose the transformer if the project didn't get built. Is that possible?
It is possible, and it would be a risk decision of the developer whether they want to enter into that contract without full funding, or they want to bear what portion of that risk. I mean, different companies would have different perspectives.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So from the public information in the JTS process and the confidential information in this, is it fair to say that a 500 megawatt wind farm And if you want to look at the confidential information, you can look at bid 75 or 68 on page 24. But is it fair to say that the capital costs of a 500 megawatt bid are, again, to protect confidentiality, I'd just say, is more than $1 billion, and an NPV of the tax credits of 600 to 800 million? Would you accept that representation?
Yeah, I think that's a generally appropriate range.
Okay. So basically, a developer can qualify a 500 megawatt wind farm with a $600 to $800 million set of tax credits on an NPV basis under the startup construction physical work test for roughly 1% of the total project cost, right? 10 million divided by over $1 billion. Would you accept that math?
Again, I can't comment on the cost of transformers or anything. I just really don't know. So I need some education to where I could comment on that.
In the JTS, the company proposed an incremental resource need pool that, among many other things, created option payments of up to $3 million or 10,000 a megawatt year in return for developers providing an exclusive company purchase option subject to some other requirements, which the company referenced in its NTP response and seem open to. So if we approve the request the company made in its response, making these payments equally available to third-party developers in the company, and link the payments to keeping the project exclusive to the utility customers, showing that the project qualified for the tax credits, making progress on permitting, and the other requirements in the incremental need pool approach. Do you have concerns with doing that in the NTP?
I don't know that the company is necessarily dramatically opposed to the idea if the commission deems that a prudent use of funds and to hedge the risk against. I think it's just our recommendation that we don't necessarily think it is. So I mean, I would characterize our position that way more than opposing it. We just think, due to the fact that the reasons that I laid out before, primarily because we have another RFP coming like right on the heels of this, we just don't think that structure is necessary. Kind of similar to the price relief that we think with the short-term life of this solicitation, shall we say, that those more long-term approaches we just don't feel are necessary this time for this particular RFP.
But how are you going to have any projects that are qualified for the tax credits in the JTS if we don't offer some support to the developers in this process? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. We're going to go into the JTS process with no bids. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with your characterization that option payments are not enough to get bidders to safe harbor. I think it actually is enough. But given your testimony, we're going to go into the JTS with no projects qualified for the tax credit. So how is that in the public interest?
Yeah, I wouldn't say no. I don't think it's 100% either way. I think I know for a fact there are certain developers that have a portfolio of safe harbored equipment that they're just looking to decide which project they're going to distribute it to among their portfolio of options on a large footprint. So those may be there. I think there will be certainly a non-zero amount of projects that will have that portfolio safe harbor approach strategy that might still be available to bid into Colorado.
So some developers have already safe harbored equipment, even without option payments or even without commission preference or shortlisting or backup. So I guess that's at least some evidence that the option payments and inclusion in a backup pool and under contract to the company could encourage bidders to safe harbor.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it certainly could be an advantage. But as I said, yeah, there are absolutely developers that have a portfolio of safe harbored assets are looking for places to distribute them to.
So at some point, we'd have to let these projects go. But given the 4 to 5 year tax credit window to build these projects, it seems like the option payment approach might keep these projects buildable within the tax credit window for another year or two. Who's to say? But it seems to me you could start moving forward on these projects sometime in early 2027 or mid 2027, still get them online in 2030. Would you say that different, or is your experience different?
No, I think that's right. I do also, just balance that on the timing of like when will we be done with the JTAS phase 2, and we'll have kind of move into the incremental need pool process, which we think is really more robust and sustainable over the long term than just kind of NTP backup bids. So there's a natural turnover there where we're not really interested in prolonging the NTP backup bids, and now we're just looking at implementing the incremental need pool process. And
but why isn't it better to do it here where we're going to have way more projects safe harbored? By the time you get to the incremental need resource need pool, we're not going to have projects that are qualified for the tax credits. Why don't we just turn this pool of backup projects into the incremental resource need pool? Then we'll have safe harbor projects in the JTS.
John, and Chairman Blank, if I could jump in for a second, I just thought I'd maybe read back what I was hearing your concept be to make sure I was tracking. And then my thought was maybe if I am tracking you correctly, maybe it's something the company takes back over the lunch break and we talk a little bit more about and maybe pick up after.
Yeah.
But if I'm hearing you're almost thinking of taking the INP process from the JTS and just accelerating it to apply now, where this is maybe the place I was least clear, was whether you were proposing that we do the up to 3 million, $10,000 per KW, up to 3 million, or if you were saying let's drop the 3 million and give people whatever they need to save harbor.
I'm fine with the 3 million, because when I look at the cost of a main main project transformer, I think the 3 million a year for 2 years really covers the at-risk. So I think the evidence in the JTS got the number right. I think that is what you need to safe harbor. And that's what I think the quad party framework and the commission's decision found. So I think it's already ready. Does that make sense based on the record in the JTS?
Yeah, it does make sense. I think maybe the thing for us to take back and just think about maybe a little bit over the break and talk with people about is, as I look at some of the backup project timelines, 2029s, 2030s, the only thing that was coming to mind is I may be giving you $3 million, which allows you to secure the tax credits. But what does that do with people's construction timeline? Are some of these backup bid projects a December 31st, 2030? If I make you wait 6 to 9 months or 12 months before I tell you you've been activated, do we run into a problem where now they say, well, hey, my construction process was going to get me just in time. Now I'm beyond, just to make sure that we aren't setting a process up where we're making payments to any type of backup bid that the construction schedule no longer becomes feasible. And that's the only thing I was kind of thinking about from a risk perspective that may be introduced here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why it would get better a year later in the incremental need pool. But I think a condition of taking the option payment money would be the developer advances all the critical elements of development. So, as part of keeping those monthly payments, they got to go show progress on permits, land, interconnect, all of it. And if they lose the construction schedule, then they're done. And I think what we did in the incremental need pool is they had to return the money.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I just throw that out because it's 100 times more expensive to build the project than it is to, safe harbor it. So that's the economics I'm focused on.
No, that's fair. And I think, let us take it back and just, if you don't mind, talk about it a little bit over lunch. I'm assuming you have more than 20 minutes left of questions left, and we may bleed over.
I do. And I'm still got a couple more on the tax credit. On page 7 in the 2025 NTP procurement report, I want to talk about the tier 2 projects. It looks like there's 11 PPA projects and 3 company-owned projects, totaling roughly 4,500 megawatts. So it seems to me the company could offer $3 million per project to qualify these 14 PPA and utility-owned projects for tax credit up to 2 years. And it just seems like a good deal to me. For less than $100 million, we could get exclusive rights, advanced development, and qualify projects with tax credits that are worth over maybe $5 billion. So just thoughts on that.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
no,
guess,
yeah,
again?
I agreed. And as Mike said, we'll certainly talk about it kind of over
Okay.
lunch and see where we go. I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to really quickly throw in a correction there. I think I either was confusing or certainly misspoke to Commissioner Plant about the price relief. We have proposed that for changes in federal law, tariffs, taxes, et cetera, the stage 2 price relief process. I was kind of conflating that with the stage 1 process. So we have proposed price relief for federal actions that affect bids up to the 15% cap, consistent with the stage 2 process from the CEPD.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, does that go, what I was curious is, does it go both ways? If there's a reduction, does that also apply?
Yeah, I don't know that for sure. Mike, do you remember?
I don't, and I think we can take a look for you, Commissioner Plant, and get back to you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Chairman Blank, but I just wanted to make sure that was correct before it got embedded in people's minds.
No, fair enough. All right, my second area is resource adequacy. Does the company, I guess you do, given the load and resource table you've already shown, think it's short on capacity over the coming 2 to 5 years, and that resource adequacy is a key issue?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's talk about bid 099. Just follow up on some of Commissioner Gilman's questions. I think it's a 200 megawatt utility owned thermal resource. And if I represented to you that this project, and I could be wrong, so but I don't think so, it was the same as bid 0989 from the Clean Energy Plan delivery motion filed earlier in this case on September 6, 2024. Would you agree with that representation, or is it a different project? I think it's the same.
I believe it is. I don't remember the number exactly. That sounds really familiar though. And I'm sure you probably have looked it up. So yes. It is absolutely a repeat bid.
Okay. And in the CEP delivery motion, page 9, when this project was subject to a construction PIM, the company argued that it didn't make economic sense to include NOx controls or SCR. Do you know if the revised bid 099 submitted in this NTP process includes NOx controls and an SCR?
I do not believe it does, but we need to verify that.
Yeah, if you could let us know sometime during this technical workshop. I mean, there's a big jump in the capital costs associated with this, so I assume it does include the NOx controls. But if you could let us know, that'd be great.
Will do.
And this may be confidential, but do you know the status of the air quality permits and equipment procurement for bid 99? Do you have your air quality permits, and have you reserved CTs for this project?
Let us think about that. I think we might need to go into a highly confidential session to answer that. So
okay.
If I can answer publicly, we'll get back to you after the lunch break, and if I can't, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Okay. And I noticed that in this process, the company only bid one thermal project. Does the company have other company-owned advanced stage pre-construction development combustion turbine projects like bid 99 that have air quality permits? I guess this is following up on Commissioner Plant's question about how long it takes to get these things online. So do you know if you have other CT projects with air quality permits, and maybe we have to do that in confidential session too.
Yeah, and we probably need to certainly talk about specifics in a confidential session. And honestly, I probably would have to be excluded if we start talking about company bids. So do our internal firewall. Mr. Pascucci can certainly talk about that, but Anthony and I are both on the other side of the firewall and frankly aren't supposed to know what the company is bidding. I will tell you that my expectation is that the company has several new construction or brownfield development thermal projects that they're looking at for the JTS. That doesn't take a lot of speculation to assume that. But if we want to go much farther beyond that, we have to kind of shuffle people around a little bit.
All right. And I just want to, again, to Commissioner Plant's point about the timing, I just want to read some language from our prior orders to frame up this question. And I just say in our initial phase 1 order in this case, the 2021 our ERP from August 3rd, 2022, we found in paragraph 403, and now I'm quoting, material risk remains that public service system may need more capacity sooner because of extreme weather, extended unit unavailability, or an inability to build some of the CT resources selected out of the phase 2 of this ERP process. Under any of these circumstances, it could take a year to run an acquisition process and at least 3 years to build an additional CTs. Now, shifting to later in that order, where we said to help mitigate these near-term concerns and to create optionality, we request that the company explore acquiring pre-construction development assets. This approach would enable these projects to come online in the future in an accelerated manner. And again, in our triple R order from September 21, 2022, we found that it is in the public interest to have a robust and updated contingency planning that includes gas-fired resources such as CTs that are fully permitted, including the air quality permit, and on standby, although not authorized for construction, should they be needed. The record in phase 1 seems to indicate that this could be as much as 400 to 500 megawatts of CTs. Finally, in the phase 2 order from January 24 at page 99, footnote 280, the commission said that we take the risk that new load is increasing seriously, and we would encourage public service to work to ensure that it has additional firm dispatchable resources as close to construction ready as reasonably possible. So if you could just let me know if the company does have 400 to 500 megawatts of natural gas CTs that are fully permitted, including air quality permits on standby, ready to start construction, that'd be greatly appreciated. Whoever the right person is, whatever the right forum. But just want to be able to have some visibility into the discussion you had with Commissioner Plant about how soon we can bring these things online. And, if the company has complied with this encouragement. So does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. And just one more question on this line. I assume you're generally familiar with the Pueblo Innovative Energy Solutions Advisory Committee report, and it was attached to Mr. Shaw's testimony in the JTS. And Pueblo, in its SOP, concluded that construction of a new gas plant, and I'm quoting, would go a long way in replacing the jobs and tax base that will be lost when Comanche 3 closes. And it sounds like you do have natural gas supply issues down there in response to Commissioner Gilman's questions. But if you can also let us know if you have, again, advanced stage project down there with air quality permits and other permits, that'd be great.
Yep, we'll do.
Okay.
And I will say there were a couple of Pueblo bids, there were PPA gas bids that were offered this time that I would consider relatively early in development, at least in terms of the completeness of the bid package, that hopefully they might be a little bit better fleshed out by the time the JTS comes around. So there might be some PPA opportunities there as well.
Okay. And then the last question in this line, given the potential lack of advanced stage pre-construction assets, or maybe not, I guess that'll determine out of the highly confidential. session, what do you think about pursuing bid 134, not as an alternative to bid 099? This is the one you talked about with Commissioner Gilman, the offtake one. But it does have some good attributes. So what do you think about exploring it as a phase, a tier 2 project? And just working to see if it can be developed into something that's cost effective. I agree, it's not an alternative to 099.
Yeah, I don't think we would be opposed to trying to work with the bidder and see if the various issues that we've identified could be resolved as a backup situation. I don't think we would have any problems with that.
Okay. Shifting the battery storage in bid 113, 114. In the NTP report at page 22, the company says that a key reason the company selected this project over other comparable standalone storage projects is its location on the unconstrained side of the Denver metro area constraint, which will support system operations. Can you just talk a little bit more about why it is so important that it is on the unconstrained side, and how we could value that maybe?
Sure. We'll certainly do a better job valuing it when we have the Encompass model and the JTS, but in general, I think we're all pretty familiar with the Denver metro constraint issue. It's essentially the ring of substations around the metro area, roughly paralleling 470, the highway here, Smoky Hill, Daniels Park, etc. One of the transmission challenges that the system is facing is importing power through that ring, if you will, that surrounds the Denver metro area, especially at times of peak need, at high load periods. Storage is not a slam dunk best thing ever to alleviate that. We believe that we can most likely charge the storage effectively during lower peak periods where that constraint isn't as binding, and use it to discharge during higher load air times when that constraint is binding. So it definitely would help alleviate that transmission congestion issue. Storage, and really frankly, any bid will probably not completely eliminate it, and it's hard to determine what exactly the monetization of that is, until specific projects are identified and we can look at different alternatives. So it's not a black and white, easily quantifiable number, but from a systems operations perspective, and at least from a common sense type perspective of what is needed to fix that constraint, putting generation on the inside of the metro is beneficial, and more beneficial than not being on the inside of the metro area. So hopefully that's enough.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I guess my follow-up question is going back to the tier 1 bids, particularly bid 46 and 55, which is just solar plus storage bids located outside Denver. Why would we do that now? It just doesn't really make sense to me. After the DSP case, shouldn't we be putting the battery storage system certainly in the distribution constrained regions, but definitely into the Denver metro area transmission constrained region? It seems like it's a significant lost opportunity. So what am I missing? Don't we just want to put all the storage going forward in the Denver metro area?
No, I don't think we are there yet. I mean, storage is, as I said, it's not a magic bullet, because you have to charge it as well. So you still have to get generation into the metro area to charge it. And quite honestly, in net, it's actually a load because you have losses associated.
I understand.
With it. So we think that with efficient and kind of strategic operations, it can be beneficial, but it's not a panacea. It's not going to solve all of our problems.
I totally get it.
At certain levels might actually cause more problems than it solves.
I agree, but shouldn't we do the Compass modeling run, figure out the economics of being in Denver versus out of Denver before we spend $1 billion on storage outside Denver.
Yeah, it's certainly part of the conversation. I mean, this was an attractively still kind of balancing, does the taking the tax credits now versus chancing them disappearing, a lot of different considerations to balance, and that's one part of that consideration for sure.
I think the option payments will likely be enough to safe harbor these projects. But I guess more to come tomorrow. Just on the imputed debt and the capital lease conversation, and I haven't gone back and looked this up, but my recollection from phase one in the prior ERP was that the commission decided that if the tenor of the offtake agreement was 18 years or less, that we were going to live with the imputed debt issue and address it in a subsequent rate case as part of your credit metrics, and that the bidders, and then it would just be pure economics from there, and the lowest cost would win. So I guess I'm not a fan of relitigating that issue here or putting on experts on imputed debt in this context. I think we just got to live by the prior decision, and maybe I've mischaracterized it. But any comments on that view of the imputed debt issue? I mean, I remember looking at contracts in Nevada and New Mexico and Utah, and I think we really found the middle ground, and I don't think this is the forum to revisit it. So comments on that?
I think we're aligned. We agree. In fact, we're proposing to basically repeat the same process as was used in the ERP CEP, where the 18-year threshold is what governs that. So we're not advocating here for different treatment or anything like that. What we are just bringing up is that the issue is still there, and that it's something to keep in our minds, and to at least have a qualitative type consideration, if you will. And it was part of the justification for our, using the ownership version of bid 114 instead of the PPA version, which is kind of one of the places that we brought it up. So we're not looking to relitigate anything. We're just kind of saying that's one of the things to keep in our minds as we're going through portfolios and looking at 50% ownership levels and the other things that are at play.
But I thought the resolution was just the economics win. And, if anything, the PPA bid also has less risks because it's 100% of the risk and availability is on the customer. I guess if you own it, maybe you own it longer than 18 years. I don't know, but it seemed to me the deal was economics win. So it seems to me we should be going with the cheapest opportunity. Comments on that?
Yeah, I don't. We both. It's been a while since we've read this. I don't believe that it literally said that economics win. I think where it was left was that we're not going to impose any additional restrictions on bids other than the 18-year limit. And I think with any portfolio, there's always non-price factors that come into the determining of what's the appropriate path forward for the customers and for the state. And we think this is just part of that conversation. So in general, certainly lower price is better than higher price, but there's always other considerations that are need to be balanced in the appropriate way.
Okay. Moving on to transmission. In the NTP report, I think you talked about it with both my colleagues at page 28, it says that the company identified approximately 2 to 2.5 billion in incremental network transmission need to support the deliverability of a portfolio with generation acquisitions in the range of the proposed NTP acquisition. I guess, is it possible that actual transmission costs could be higher?
It's certainly possible. It's possible it could be lower too. In general, we feel like the same issues are showing up in multiple different transmission studies. So there's some repeatability that's happening of what we're seeing. And it ultimately, it's going to cost probably something in that ballpark to fix them, at some point.
In the JTS, Mr. Eiley testified that in the low case scenario, the company projected total transmission capital spending of 12.5 billion between 2024 and 2031. Hearing transcript, June 12th at page 151. To put that spending in context, that's equal to the company's entire 2024 rate base. Is there a revised plan showing transmission capital spend between 2024 and 2031, or is that $12.5 billion estimate still the latest analysis available?
Yeah, take that, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, Chairman Blake, did you say the $12 billion was transmission alone, or was the total capital? I'm sorry.
Transmission alone.
I don't think I've seen a different capital forecast, or I'm aware of that. I do know, and it was a thing that we had highlighted in the rebuttal testimony. It was Mr. Martz's rebuttal in the JTS was in line with the concern that you're raising of it's a lot of capital, is looking at alternatives to some of the transmission projects we have, and trying to find alternatives that either bring less capital to the table, or bring additional benefits, or both. So I don't know that I've seen a different number where the dollar is lower, but don't want to leave you with the belief of the company came up with a $12.5 billion number and said, that's what it is. How do we build to it? The transmission team has been actively looking at alternatives to try and identify what's the most cost-effective transmission solution.
Do you guys know how much of the 12.5 billion in transmission capital spending we'd be committing to if we approve the preferred NTP plan over and above the 2 to 2.5 billion mentioned in the NTP report?
I don't know that I have that number, or could say here's the additional number. The areas that come to mind that would be incremental, at least initially, to that 2 to 2.5 billion, which is really a deliverability study looking at how do I get the JTS renewables into the Denver metro area. What I would probably be looking at or thinking about there, well, is you're going to have some of the interconnection costs. Of course, there are interconnection facilities that need to be built or upgraded to bring some of those things on. I would not expect those to be in the billions of dollars, but they're not a non-zero cost either. But I'd probably have to go back and look a little bit more closely. Apologies, it's been a little while since I've dug deep into the assumptions that we used, and we developed that several years ago at this point, to give you a better idea. It's maybe something we can try to look into for you.
Okay. Mr. Landrum, I think you and I had this discussion in the JTS on the 17th, page 109, where you seem to agree that the company doesn't have detailed transmission line-by-line plans or modeling behind most of that 12.5 billion. And I think Mr. Martz confirmed it. Has anything changed since the JTS? It sounds like you still don't have, you can't point to, if we approve this, you can't point to a specific line-by-line analysis that shows what we need to build. Is that fair, or is there sort of a line-by-line analysis?
I'd say it's ongoing. We've got several efforts, an internal transmission study process, as well as the Colorado CCPG, Colorado Coordinating Group process underway, looking at some of these issues and to determine that line by line. So I guess I'd qualify it. The work is underway, but not yet completed.
Okay. And in the CPP process, the Colorado Power Pathway, the company figured out transmission first and then solicited the generation. Here we're doing it backwards, where we're doing the generation before the transmission and really don't know the transmission costs. Is that a fair characterization about what we're doing?
A little bit like the instant proceeding of the NTP. Yes, I mean, we have an estimate of what it's going to cost. We don't have a line-by-line accounting yet. But we have ongoing, both the forward-looking CPP type of analysis and transmission, as well as the implementation analysis of what it takes to connect and flow these resources. So the work is underway. It's happening simultaneously. It was going to happen through the JTS anyway. This is sort of an acceleration of that process in our minds.
And I think in the transfer limit study, the company states that it's on an indicative level. Is that fair, that what we have now is indicative?
Yeah, we haven't seen anything that fundamentally changes the overview that we did in phase one. I mean, the specific lines, specific transformers may change, but in general, we're seeing many of the same issues repeatedly in studies that we're doing.
Okay. And to the extent that the actual transmission costs come in substantially higher than the 2 to 2.5 billion estimate for the acquisition of the NTP, is the company willing to share some of that transmission cost risk with customers, or is that I'm assuming entirely on customers?
Not surprisingly, I certainly can't commit to anything like that in front of you, but certainly we can discuss it and what the appropriate forum to discuss these things would be.
Yeah, I might just add to that, having worked on a lot of different performance incentive mechanisms, my assumption is given the scale of this, the company would likely propose some sort of incentive mechanism associated with its CPCN. Like John, what I struggle to do is say, that there's a definitive that we're setting a baseline here based upon the indicative analysis. But I am fully certain that if we did not propose a performance incentive mechanism in a future follow-on CPCN, that there would be several parties who would raise it. And so I expected something that would get significant discussion there.
Yeah, fair enough. I get the PIM and a CPCN, but you're telling us it costs 2 to 2.5 billion. But if it came in at 7 billion, that risk would be on customers. And I don't think we know it's not going to come in at 7 billion, because we have estimates out to 2031 that it could be quite large.
Well, I think what I'd maybe clarify there, and going back to your earlier conversation, our earlier conversation about the 12.5 billion, is the distinction between what is, I'll say for lack of a better term right now, talking to you, a normal course of business transmission costs. What are things within the transmission world that need to be done regardless of bringing on new generation? There are projects that will just need to be done as a matter of reliability purposes or a matter of networking purposes, that whether you do an NTP, you do a JTS, we're going to have to do those things. So that's where when you're saying, well, who knows, it could be 7 billion. I have not had a single conversation that indicates a deliverability portfolio to support an NTP or a JTS would be reaching into a $7 billion range. And so
but we don't know, because we don't know the lines.
I think we have a generally good idea of where the lines are needed to facilitate this. For example, and not saying here that this is the line, but the company now in a couple of different analyses has identified that some sort of new line into the Denver metro area is needed, as well as upgrades to other lines is going to be needed. Again, I'm not seeing something that says that, or hearing from the transmission planning team when I'm talking to them throughout the different processes, that what we're actually seeing is something much, much wider in the near term than that. And that's where I say that when you look at the 12.5 billion, I think we'll do our best to try and maybe illustrate some of this, is what's associated with generation versus what's associated with overall need, I think are two different things. And I don't think we want to conflate that we need to be worried about the NTP or the JTS because the 12 billion is solely tied to that. Some of those things I think are going to happen whether or not you do this.
Let's talk curtailment. In hearing exhibit 101, the technical appendix, technical volume of the JTS appendix H, page 9, in the low load SEC case, I think 2031 curtailment is just under 8,000 gigawatt hours, and total load forecast energy is just over 42,000 gigawatt hours. And I can pull it up if useful, but subject to later Rich, I guess I'd just ask, is there anything more recent on curtailment, or is that still the latest?
Yeah, I think the most recent modeling we have is still the phase one modeling from the JTS.
And I guess, I've talked about this in the JTS, but that's 18% of total load is getting curtailed, not total renewables, but total load is getting curtailed. It just seems like a huge number. And I think, Mr. Landrum, you testified that, I think June 17th, page 97, that curtailment estimates are more best possible case scenario than a realistic expectation of what would occur in real-time operation. So do you still stand by that testimony? And how are we going to deal with curtailing 20% of our load? It's just, and I think Mr. Eiley testified it's a multi-billion-dollar issue, on June 12th, page 171. So just comments, has anything changed, or are we looking at just massive curtailment?
Yeah, I think my statement in general, I certainly stand behind it. I mean, it's like in context though, right? I mean, for any given set of assumptions, the model is going to show less curtailments than would happen in real life. Real life is never as efficient as the model is going to be. But I think there are other things that can help mitigate that. I mean, one, we're adding a good bit of storage, both through the ERP CEP portfolio as well as this NTP portfolio, which will certainly have a mitigating impact on curtailments, and also the as of now relatively unknown or certainly not certain benefits of joining the Markets Plus and the broader market might also have a very mitigating effect on curtailments for the PSCO system. So I think there's opportunities to mitigate that. Need to be balanced by realism, though. I mean, Colorado has a stated goal / requirement, depending on how you interpret the statute, to achieve the 80% carbon reduction. And as we sit here today, really the only cost-effective way to do that is with intermittent generation, wind and solar. So if we're going to meet those goals, we're going to do it with intermittent resources, and with them comes a certain level of curtailment. I mean, it's just the only way to get there and to do it. So I think there's light at the end of the tunnel, or there's upside that's in development as well, but balanced by the reality that curtailment is part of a highly decarbonized system in today's world.
I think the low case scenario had considerable amounts of storage, so I would assume that 20% number includes thousands of megawatts of storage, but we can go check. Just one last thing on capacity value. I think you talked about how ELCC capacity value declines with storage, and is it fair to say for wind and solar it's in the 10 to 12% at high penetration levels like what we're looking at here? So the wind and the solar is going to be limited capacity value. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's right. We're not acquiring wind and solar for capacity benefit in general. It's purely for the carbon savings and the energy value, not the reliability or the capacity value.
So I guess based on the NTP report, it looks like the company is proposing to spend something like $12 to $14 billion on new generation and transmission spending in this process. And that's $10.4 billion on new generation on table 7 on page 24 of the report, and another $2 to $2.5 billion in transmission. So in front of us today is a very large request that exceeds maybe the current 2024 rate base of your Excel Colorado division. So let me just summarize my concerns and see what you say. We have some indicative analysis that transmission is perhaps $2 to $2.5 billion, but it can be billions higher and largely unknown. And we're being asked to commit to over $10 billion of generation before we understand transmission fully or close to fully. Curtailment is at least 18% of total load and likely far greater when transmission is modeled. In the NTP report, we're locating new storage without fully understanding whether we're optimizing it. We're locating it in the right spot. We don't have Encompass runs to optimize the resource mix or quantify the benefits. And finally, compared to resource acquisitions, the dollar per megawatt hour levelized energy costs seem virtually high. And virtually all the risk of this acquisition being more expensive than currently expected seems to be on customers. So I guess given these concerns, I'm struggling with the size and scope of this plan, and at the core, I'm just struggling with the fact that we don't know how much it'll cost to get these new resources to customers inside the Denver metro area. So I have one more thought on this, but I'll stop there and see if you can get us comfortable with what we're doing here. I mean, we're literally doubling rate base.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make valid points, and I think your concerns are on point and valid. The bottom line in our minds is that this is just an acceleration of what we would be doing in 6 months anyway for the JTS, except we're doing it cheaper because we still have tax credits. To achieve to get to the reliable system and to achieve the state energy policy goals, we need the incremental generation. And if we don't do it now, we'll be doing it in the JTS, and we'll be doing it at perhaps double the cost or whatever the total tax credit impact is. We'll need the transmission to deliver it, no matter whether we do it now or we do it in the JTS. So that's effectively a wash. But you're right. I mean, we need a significant expansion of primarily renewable generation and gas generation to back it up, and we need the transmission to deliver it to be able to have a reliable system that accomplishes the state policy goals of Colorado. I don't know, Mike, any more to add to that? You want to color? Or?
No, I think you summed it up, John. That's kind of been our thinking, is at some point or another to achieve what we're trying to achieve here. We're going to have to do it. And the thought was advancing as much now as we can brings the tax benefits back to, I think, kind of that INP discussion we had earlier. Chairman Blank was, let's try to secure all the tax advantage generation we can now. Let's make sure we've got a path to save money where we can, recognizing that there are going to be some associated costs that we're just not going to be able to avoid one way or the other. But maybe a bit of let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And there are some risks, there are some costs associated with doing this, but let's take advantage of the savings we can to keep customer costs as low as we can. The alternative being, if you grab them later, it costs more. It's just more money that gets passed on to customers.
Fair enough. This is my last question. And let me suggest an alternative path for the company and the parties to consider. Let's say we approve now in this NTP process the near-term bids that provide capacity within the Denver metro area, as well as the other projects that can come online in 2027 and 2028. For the rest of the Tier 1, 2029 and 2030 projects, for purposes of this, let's assume that they're all Tier 2 projects, and then we provide option payments and qualify them as best we can to qualify for the tax credits. I don't know if $6 million is enough, but if we need more, let's pay more. And the thought is, compared to committing $12 to $14 billion now, this approach seems like it could be a far more attractive alternative that gives us another year or year and a half to address the transmission curtailment, PPA redline, optimal resource, and other concerns, including the ability to run Encompass. As such, it would give us a large pool of projects qualified for the tax credits for the later JTS process, where we might have a conforming PPA approach. And I think that would only cost $150 to $200 million in option payments instead of committing, more than 50 times that in project costs. So I throw that out. If you have any comments on that, I take them now. If you have any comments tomorrow, I take them tomorrow. And if the parties want to respond, but that's where I'm, sort of landed to sort of manage the risk, but still grab the tax credits. So I don't know, Mr. Landrum, maybe Mr. Larson wants to answer, maybe Mr. Larson wants lunch, and
No, well,
I just have a clarifying
all of the
question.
above. Can I ask a question, actually, before Mr. Landrum? Can you, in that hypothetical scenario, what bids move forward now? What numbers?
Can you just give me a minute? Sorry, I lost power last night and I'm discombobulated.
Understood.
Like many of my neighbors and friends. I'm in a hotel. So I would move forward with 099 under this hypothetical, either 113 or 114. I'd move forward with 53, 54, 34, 135. And then I try and safe harbor everything else.
So
with
114/113, 53, 54, 135.
Yeah. And the idea is that anything that can come online before 28, end of 28, we do now. And anything that's capacity in Denver, we do now. And then we try as best we can to safe harbor everything else.
Sorry, sir, there's a couple that would technically come online before the end of 28 that you omitted. Do you mean before like summer of 28 or just by the end of the year 28?
I was looking by the end of the year. I was looking at page 2, table 2 on page 5 of the NTP report.
Okay.
And look, I'm throwing this out as a hypothetical. I haven't been through the individual bids. But it seems to me we could safe harbor most of the tier 1 and tier 2, and whatever has urgency and provides capacity in Denver, let's do now.
What happens to 99 in that scenario?
I think 99 gets built. Oh, sorry. I meant I would approve 99 and 114 now. Anything that's capacity in Denver, I'm suggesting we approve now.
All right. Thanks for the clarification. Obviously something we would need to talk about as a team.
Yeah.
And
that's all I got.
Would you still think 134? I think it was 134, right? The other gas bid we were talking about, similar, same. Try to talk to them, see if we can make it work.
Yeah, I view that as tier 2 backup. You just talk to them and see if you can make it work. If you can't, but at least try, right?
The clarifying question I had is like for the remaining bids that we're safe harboring, how do those get activated? I mean, what's the decision there? Are they going to be competing with the JTS bids? The new JTS bids was like include them as an alternative in your plan to do that. I mean, how do they move to the next level?
Yeah, I think it would be competing in the JTS, but I bet like you said, I don't think there's going to be a lot of bids in the JTS that are going to be safe harbored. So I think this gives us our pool at JTS bids.
Okay.
And those bids still get to reprice in the JTS.
I think you have to let them. I think you have to let them reprice. Otherwise, you can't safe harbor.
Well, there's a lot for us to think about there. And we
we
may respond in this technical conference. We may respond on January 12th. Obviously, that's a substantial change to what we've proposed, and we'll consider it.
That's all I'm asking. It's just a hypothetical. I'm just struggling with, for me personally, I'm struggling with the size of the commitment here. Just committing, 12 to 14 billion dollars on the size of the system, given all the uncertainties, it's just a struggle for me. So that's all I got. Commissioner Gilman, anything else before we break for lunch?
I think just one thing I'm thinking of that I'd like you all to think about for tomorrow. And then we'll eat lunch. Given our discussion on the term limitation on wind PPAs, trying to figure out, I know we have a really abbreviated process here, but it feels like we're kind of mixing apples and oranges in our wind bids, with the company's assumption and a different limitation on the PPAs. And just curious if it would be possible to figure out if there's, keeping the projects exactly the same, an opportunity to understand what the pricing would look like with a maximum 35-year term. Just wanted to kind of understand if there's procedurally any way to understand that, especially given the company's realization on expected life for the asset.
Yeah, we'll have to think through it. I mean, the NTP, we're done. I mean, the bids are already in. They came in 2 months ago. So will we seek like refreshed pricing, or is this like, and this is just conversation, or is this more of a forward looking to the JTS issue that we kind of want to, it wasn't really brought up in the direct case, so we kind of maybe introduce it as a modification to the JTS process. So just kind of need to think through those issues. I mean, if we want to incorporate it here, it's obviously going to add probably relatively significant time to the process that we'd have to go back to bidders and ask for revised bids with longer durations and that sort of thing. And I mean, there's a balance of considerations to think about there, I think.
Yeah, just trying to procedurally understand our options. I mean, to me, it feels probably relatively obvious for the JTS. Unfortunately, like I don't recall this being brought up in the JTS. They even, we saw it in an electric rate case. So I would think it has implications to the competitiveness of bids if the company is setting a ceiling on the term of those bids, yet does not include that in your own assumptions or bids. So looking for a way to remedy this or understand what pricing we might get if instead we use the ceiling that the company itself is using. I think that's impactful and important to understand.
Yeah, totally fair. I will say though, I mean, this is not a new situation just because of the wind. I mean, most of the technologies have asset lives longer than the 25-year PPA duration. I mean, it's always been the case with thermal. Solar pretty much for the last 10 years has had life more than that. So this isn't something new. I will also, and I'm certainly not coming up with a recollection right now. I can't recall the trade industry associations and all interveners pushing back on the 25-year tenor before, or certainly not being a highly contested issue at the very least. So, certainly appreciate the conversation and the concern. It hasn't really been brought up before. It has never been an issue before, but it may be something we need to, can continue to explore either through this proceeding or future ones.
I guess, Commissioner Gilman, I'd just say even 10 years ago, I think people were assuming solar had a 40-year life. And if you were bidding a 25-year contract, you just assumed there was terminal value. So I think the bids were always relatively fair, but I think your point's really well taken that maybe it's time to look at, I don't think we could do it here, but maybe in the JTS, we could look at extending the term. We might get cheaper bids with a 30-year term.
I mean, especially considering at the end of these contracts, sometimes they go to different off-takers, and then the customers who have supported these projects all along don't get access to these already developed, probably cheaper projects. So I think there's kind of a number of areas where it concerns me to, cut the term life short of what they could actually be available to customers.
Yeah. I don't know about 40-year contracts, but 30-year. Anything else, Mr. Landrum? Thanks for the conversation to the whole team. Just appreciate you guys and helping us get to the right place. So thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. And look forward to talking to you again either later this afternoon or tomorrow.
Anything else for now, Mr. Larson?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair.
Why don't we come back at, say, 1:15? And we'll jump. I guess I'm okay jumping to the parties. Do you guys have any confidential? Let's do the confidential tomorrow.
Chair, I think people signed up for exact time slots that start at 1.
Okay, so we'll start at 1.
Yeah, we're good to start at 1.
All right, I better hustle. See everybody at 1. Thanks. Good afternoon. We're back on the record in 21A-0141E. And if Ms. Nelson, Ms. Kutzar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a really quick procedural question. I think in the morning session, I heard that there may be a witness available with accounting experience. Wanted to flag that I have several questions about imputed debt and wanted to better understand if that witness would be available this afternoon or only tomorrow. Thanks.
I think we should not be going down that route. I think we should look what's in our prior order, and whatever that order said, that's what we should do. So I do it. I don't think we're going to relitigate imputed debt. So does that, and like I say, I don't really know what that order says, Mr. Larson, but whatever it says, let's live with that. Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the order forecloses the company from considering imputed debt, and the order recognizes that imputed debt's a thing, right?
Right.
But like we're not also in any instance here just picking a project based solely because of imputed debt. There is one instance in the report where we do denote the finance lease impacts and considering that in the holistic selection between two projects. But I think from our perspective, we can leave it there if that's what the commission prefers to do.
I guess that's my preference. Is that all right with you, Commissioner Goman? I think there's a whole full record in the prior proceedings with contracts from other states. Is that okay with you? I think it's going to be really tough to open this issue up in this context.
Yeah, I don't have a huge issue with where we landed on this previously. So I think it's fine, but I don't know the party's interest here.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just follow up. I don't intend to relitigate the issue. Trying to get some answers on the public record about what the company did or didn't do on this issue. Happy to address that in our written comments if that's more efficient. Just wanted to make sure that the proper person who could answer the question about what the company did or didn't do in the portfolio selection process was available. And I wasn't clear that Mr. Bornhofen was able to do that. So thank you.
Well, hopefully we'll get you on today. And if you can make that determination, we'll decide at the end of the day.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess one thing for me, Commissioner Goman, I'm gonna need to go off camera sometime this afternoon. After the afternoon break, can you lead us forward? I'll be listening and can ask questions, but maybe off camera. Can you lead it?
Can do. I got the list here. Ready to go.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say I don't want to relitigate the imputed debt issue. I just do have a question around the valuation that Mr. Larson was just referring to, and some of the inputs and options. So I still have a question to ask. I'm not trying to relitigate the issue though.
Mr. Larson, if you could bring your expert tomorrow morning, I think that would be good on imputed debt, and we'll try and manage it and focus it. But if you could have that expertise available tomorrow, that'd be great.
Absolutely, will do.
So we'll run a few minutes late, but unless there's something else, Ms. Nelson, I got 20 minutes for you, and it's 104, 105.
Okay, yeah, and I'm going to have a lot fewer questions. Most of my questions were covered this morning. And I did give, as I said at the beginning of the hearing, I sent over, and I think most of the parties sent over their questions to the company at the beginning of the week so that the company could respond during the hearing itself. And I know that Mr. Landrum's presentation already answered a couple questions, like related to the failed bids and the way that the charts were organized. So that was really helpful. Thank you, Mr. Landrum. But I've got a few questions, and then I will leave the rest of my time, if it's okay, with the confidential session, either later today or first thing in the morning. So I'm going to move right to a question relating to the hybrid solar plus storage bids. And I don't know who's most appropriate to respond, but I presume it's Mr. Landrum. So UCA noticed, looking at the prices of the hybrid solar plus storage bids, that when you look at the prices of standalone storage and standalone solar, and you compare those to the hybrid solar storage, that the hybrid solar storage prices were much higher for each individual component. Can you explain that?
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Nelson. Pleasure to talk with you. We've not done that analysis because I'm not really sure how you do that. The hybrid bids are bid as a package. They aren't separable. You can't take just the storage or just the solar unless they're bid that way. Some bids provided a capacity price and an energy price where you can kind of look at those separately. Many did not. None of the owned bids have that pricing broken out by component either. So it's really not a comparison that we have the information to make, and that I don't think is certainly not widely available or applicable. So that's kind of that. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, hybrid projects are a little bit different than standalone solar and standalone storage due to their hybrid nature. I mean, they have the less transmission cost because they can basically charge right there on site with the solar and other factors, economies of scale, hopefully lower O&M costs by being co-located, et cetera. So I guess in short, without being rude or disrespectful, I kind of fundamentally disagree with the premise of trying to split apart a hybrid project and compare the components individually to standalone projects.
Okay, so it sounds like there are other factors that come into play. There are other costs that might make a hybrid solar storage project more expensive because of the combination of those two components together.
Now, I would say in general, they would likely be less expensive just due to economies of scale and less land and transmission costs and stuff like that. I guess what I'm saying is that we don't have data to do that kind of analysis, nor have we, and they're fundamentally just different concepts that I don't think are directly comparable in the first place.
Okay. And then talking still about the hybrid solar plus storage bids, UCA noticed that the bid scoring price is the only one that's shown in the NTP report. And so we had provided a table where we had hoped that PSCO would fill in the data that was missing relating to the storage price and the solar price compared to the scoring price. Can you explain why the scoring price is lower than a blended price of solar and storage?
Yeah, it's back to what I said originally. There isn't a separate solar price and storage price for a hybrid project. It's bid as a single combined entity. Numerous bidders only provided an energy price that covers both of them, like $1 per megawatt hour price. For owned bids, whether it's a BOT or a company self-build, we just have a revenue requirement stream that's a blend of both projects. So there isn't any such thing as a solar price as part of the hybrid and a storage price as part of the hybrid. Some bidders did bid with a capacity payment and an energy payment. It can be hypothesized that those are directly recovering the costs of the various components, but it's by no means certain, and we don't know that for sure as to what costs the IPP put into the energy payment and what costs they put into the capacity.
Can you tell me?
So it'd be purely speculative to try to figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Now, can you explain to me how you got to the scoring price?
For hybrids?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. The price is a normalized price. And by the way, to your point about not having all the prices, all the various LECs and LCCs are shown in Appendix A. So all of the various levelized costs that we calculated for a particular bid are in Appendix A. The reason you don't see a separate solar price and storage price for a hybrid is because such a thing doesn't exist, as I explained before. But there is a variety of other prices or levelized cost calculations in Appendix A. As far as the hybrid projects, we have a procedure that we first put forward into the record in my direct testimony in the JTS proceeding to compare hybrid projects. It's to solve a problem that arises when you look at levelized cost alone on a hybrid facility, and that oftentimes they aren't directly comparable because of the battery. As a hypothetical, they might have a 2-hour battery in one hybrid project and a 4-hour battery in a different hybrid project. The 4-hour battery costs roughly twice as much. They need to recover that cost through their PPA price. So you would naturally see a higher LEC for the 4-hour battery. But conversely, a 4-hour battery provides more system value than a 2-hour battery does. So how do you balance that? And if you look at LEC alone, you might very well make the wrong decision as to what is actually providing the most value to the system. So that's the reason for it. And then another issue arises with size of battery. Many projects this time bid what I call a 1-to-1 ratio, where the solar nameplate is the same as the battery nameplate. Many others did not. So if you have a facility where the ratio is what I call 1-to-1, where the battery and the storage solar are the same size, versus a facility where the battery is 1/2 of the size of the solar, which is we also see same thing, half the size of the battery, the LEC is going to be lower. It will appear more attractive, but it's also providing less value to the system. So that's the setup. What we proposed and what we did this time to avoid that problem is to normalize, if you will, for the storage component. We have a monetary value assigned to capacity that's been used in resource planning for long time, called the surplus capacity credit. But essentially it's a dollar value in terms of dollar per kW month or dollar per kW year of an incremental unit of firm capacity. And it's derived from the cost of a combustion turbine, and it's used in the Encompass model, and et cetera. So it's a standard kind of agreed upon value for what capacity is worth. It's also used in other rate making proceedings and things like that. So anyway, what we'll do is we took the battery, we assigned it its ELCC value according to the RA study, and came up with what the accredited or firm capacity of that battery is. We monetized that firm capacity over the life of the project by looking at the actual firm capacity per year, multiplying it by the surplus capacity credit, and arriving at a dollar stream on an annual basis that represents the value of that firm capacity. We then deducted that value stream, if you will, from the notional costs of the contract and did the LEC calculation on the residual. So it's how much money are we paying on a notional value for to the contract, net of the value on a firm capacity basis provided by the battery. And that levelized energy cost is what we use to directly compare hybrids against each other. That metric is not to be used to compare against other projects or compared to a wind project or a solar project. If you're looking at one hybrid versus another hybrid, that's the best method that we have come up with or found in other literature reviews to be able to tackle that problem of dissimilar comparisons.
Okay.
It's kind of a weedy answer, so
it is. Is
know.
that explained anywhere in the documents that you put? Oh, it is. Good. Where is that explained?
It is in our NTP report. And as I said before, it was actually introduced in my direct testimony in the JTS, but it is in the NTP report. And
in the hybrid section, or in which section?
Yes, it's probably chapter 4 somewhere. Give me 2 seconds. I could probably point you to it, or maybe Anthony, you can look that up while I'm continuing to talk and can chime in when you find it.
Okay, that's helpful. So that was basically an explanation of how you came up with the scoring price for the hybrid projects.
That's correct.
And how you compared them to each other. Okay, and you said that this method of coming up with the price for hybrids, the scoring price is something that you've seen in literature that you accepted?
No, and I said that we've not seen a better way to do it in other searches that we've done. This is something that the company developed internally, actually beginning in phase 2 of the 2021 ERP. We used that process for an advanced to computer modeling that we spoke about in the 120-day report. We had kind of intended to do it all along and realized that we inadvertently didn't include it in our direct testimony in the 2021 ERP and rectified that situation by introducing it in my direct testimony in the JTS. But it's a technique that we've used for spreadsheet ranking purposes for some years now.
And just to follow up here, it's discussed on page 40 of the report, section 6.2 bid price comparison.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, moving on. Some of this is going to be addressed in the confidential session. We sent over a question asking about system capacity, and I know you haven't addressed that yet in your discussion, but we asked what the total amount each of wind's, solar, and storage capacity will be on the system in each year from 25 to 2031, including the capacity that exists now, capacity from the ERP CEP, and then the capacity from this docket, actually the NTP itself.
Yes.
Were you able to find that information?
Yeah, we don't have a table like that exists. I mean, we'd have to compile it from the various different dockets. We have in volume 2 of the JTS a kind of a discussion of existing resources where that information can be found. And then for the new projects, for the NTP, obviously the NTP report itself. So it would just be an additive process of combining those 2 data sources. If you also look at our ERP annual updates that we file in each March, typically of each year, it also has a load and resources table that has resources broken out by year.
Thank you. Specifically related to UCA's favorite transmission project, the Harvest Mile Chambers Sandown Cherokee transmission project. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay, and I'll just refer to that as the HCSC project. We noticed that in reviewing the report, that specific transmission project wasn't specifically discussed. And so we wanted to have an explanation as to which of the Tier 1 portfolio projects would potentially trigger the HCSC.
Yeah, sure. Good question. The short answer is none of them. The transmission line was a conceptual mitigation to solve the transmission issues identified in the JTS Phase 1 transmission study. It's not a proposed project. We've since continued to explore other alternatives, and as Mr. Pascucci mentioned earlier, we've got at least 2 ongoing transmission evaluations going on right now, and we'll continue to do more as we go through this NTP evaluation process, and then the JTS. So there really is no Harvest Mile to Cherokee project. That was a conceptual mitigation that was discussed as a possible remedy. We are still finding that there'll be need to inject more generation into the middle of the metro area. That's one way that it could be done, but we're also evaluating other ways that it could be done. To answer your specific question about which bid might result in needing that, essentially all of the bids that have generation outside of the Denver metro area will require the means to deliver that generation to load. So there's not a unique project that we can single out as being directly contributing to that any particular transmission project, or even the Denver Metro constraint issue writ large. It's a system issue caused by system changes.
Okay, well, I'm a little confused because at first, when you answered my question, you said the answer was none of the projects would trigger that. And is the reason you answered it that way just simply because that transmission line itself doesn't exist?
Now, what I said or intended to convey was that no specific project contributes to it. I can't point to this list of recommended projects and say this one did it. What is causing the need for a mitigation such as that is the overall migration of generation from with earlier days being within the load center to now being outside of the load center, and it's an overall system issue that needs to be addressed at a system level, and is not directly caused by or related to any single bid by itself.
Okay, so in other words, you don't have an answer. You don't know.
No, I'm saying there is no answer. There is no project that we could ever say that if we didn't do this project, we don't need that line. That's not the way the transmission system works. It's a network of interconnected lines, and the electrons kind of flow where physics tells them to flow. And one particular project is not going to cause or remove the need for a mitigation such as that.
Okay, how about but the portfolio itself then, if the commission were to approve the projects in the tier 1 proposal, then would that trigger that transmission line?
Yeah, as I said earlier, that transmission line is but one of several possible alternatives the company has already identified and is studying in a variety of avenues to figure out what's the best way to build the transmission system in a way to successfully deliver this new generation to load. So I think the fixation on one particular mitigation is probably not helpful. And we'll see what the recommended mitigations are when we conclude the CCPG study and the other transmission analysis that's currently ongoing. Yeah, so I stop there. Did I answer your question satisfactorily, or I miss a part of it? Sorry.
2 to 3 minute warning, Ms. Nelson, and I don't know if we can keep to the time limits. And
I'm fine, Mr. Chair. I don't have very many. More questions. It was just that right now you don't know what I know you had a conversation with Chair Blank about transmission costs that are associated with the portfolios and the projects that Public Service has chosen so far, but you're not entirely sure at this time what transmission expenses or costs would be incurred if the commission were to adopt the tier 1 proposal.
Yeah, we don't have a line by line itemization of the costs. As Mr. Pascucci and I indicated before, we are consistently finding results that reinforce the findings that were done in the JTS transmission study. And we have no reason to believe that the costs will be wildly outside of the range that we identified in the study of the $2 to $2.5 billion range.
Thank you. And then just a quick question on combustion turbines and a quick question on an economic cutoff cost. So that combustion turbines, I know you had a lengthy conversation with Commissioner Gilman about the increased costs from the earlier, even from the JTS to now. And I was curious about whether there's been any exploration, or were there any bids that included any smaller combustion turbines than those that are discussed in the bids that are in Appendix A?
Yeah, no, we had no bids that used combustion turbine technology, except for ones that are of similar size to this, in the 200 megawatt or so size range.
Okay. Are there such things that are in operation, that smaller CTs?
Yes, absolutely. Both within the public service system and elsewhere, widely utilized.
Are they less expensive?
Typically on a dollar per kW basis, they're more expensive, in many cases, significantly more expensive.
Huh, why would that be?
Economies of scale. I mean, you have a smaller machine, has all the metal and rotating parts and stuff, and you get less capacity out of it. So it's just overall cheaper to build. If you need 200 megawatts of capacity, typically having one larger efficient machine is more cost effective than multiple smaller machines. That's not only on an equipment cost, but also a construction cost as well, labor, materials, etc.
Oh, thank you. And then on the economic cutoff, we were just curious as to the cost at which public service considers the economic cutoff for projects to be selected.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, thank you for answering.
No, there is no such concept. We don't have an economic cutoff cost. For the benefits of other folks that haven't seen the prep questions, there was some discussion on comparing the dollar per megawatt hour production cost of, say, combined cycles and CTs and wind and solar. We don't do that. The different technologies are different technologies. They serve different roles on the system, both now and in the future. So there really is no way to directly compare them on a variable cost basis against each other. Typically, we use computer modeling that helps do that to decide what the appropriate mix of technologies is based on the relative costs. In this case, we didn't have the benefit of using computer modeling, so we leaned back towards the computer modeling that was done earlier in the JTS to give an indicative range of kind of preferred technology sizes, and we selected the most competitive bids within those general guidelines of technology type and size.
I think you're at time, Ms. Nelson.
That's the last question I had. Thank you.
Well done. See who's next. CEO, 20 minutes, and it's 1:27. Mr. Bonas.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll get us back on time. Most of our questions for open session have been asked and answered already and addressed. So I just have one line of questions here. Has to do with the hydro projects, and we sent these questions over earlier in the week, so hopefully we can do it pretty quick. So, Mr. Landrum, on page 38 of the report, down at the bottom under what's labeled section 6.1, there's a sentence that begins, bids that did not meet the minimum requirements. Do you see that sentence?
I do.
Yeah, bids that did not meet the minimum requirements of the RFP were removed in this stage. Among these were several bids for extensions of long-standing hydro PPAs that will be handled through separate negotiations.
Yes.
And I just have a couple questions about that. The first is, does the company plan to pursue these hydro PPAs through separate applications or in the JTS, or where do you intend to pursue those?
That's still being discussed, and we'll kind of work with the owner of the facilities to determine what is the most reasonable path forward. There's a possibility that these contracts could be subject to a Rule 3615 exemption. That we're looking at that avenue. There's also a possibility we might put them into the JTS. But either way, they certainly aren't failed. They're just not. The NTP is not the appropriate vehicle to process the extension of these contracts.
Thank you. And do you have an idea, or can you give us an idea on the size of the projects in terms of nameplate capacity?
Yeah, in aggregate, in the 25-ish megawatt range, I believe. Mr. Bornhofen, do you know exactly? It's something 25 to 28 megawatts, something in that range.
Yeah, sub 25 megawatts.
Great. Thanks. That's all my questions for open session. And if Chair, I would just ask if I could have a little leeway during the highly confidential session because we moved some of our questions there.
Of course. Thank you,
Thanks a lot.
sir.
Thank you.
COSA, it's 1:30, 20 minutes. Ms. Kutzer.
Mr. Chair, at risk of irritation, I wanted to clarify, Boulder gave up some time to CIEA and COSA. Is that available? Is it not available?
It's available.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll endeavor to be as quick as I can. Good afternoon, Mr. Landrum and Public Service team. I'm going to start with a few process questions. First, did the independent evaluator review the NTP report before it was released? And did they review the accuracy, the company's due diligence statements about the projects that were not selected contained in Section 7 before the report was released?
Yeah, there is no independent evaluator for the NTP process.
Okay, that's great. Is the company open to answering developer questions about the statements made about bids in Section 7?
Maybe to a limited extent. I mean, yeah, there's 161 bids. We have full-time jobs. So, answering every question on why I didn't win is frankly not productive. There might be certain situations where there's specific questions where we would certainly entertain doing that. I don't want to make a blanket admission and they get 161 emails in my inbox tomorrow morning.
I think what I've heard is questions about the narrative that was in Section 7 of the report. That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, I think we would entertain some, limited questioning on what do we mean.
Okay, great. In response to Commissioner Gilman's line of questions about red lines to the contract, I believe I heard Mr. Bornhofen say that every single bidder was allowed an opportunity to cure if they submitted contract red line language that was a red flag to the company. Could you confirm that statement, and could you also confirm if that opportunity was given to all NTP bidders who proposed red lines or just the thermal bid?
No, I think Mr. Bornhofen maybe been misinterpreted a little bit differently. We did not go and try to cure all of the findings with each individual bidder, not in PPA red lines, nor any other area of the due diligence effort. There's just simply not time in 60 days to do that.
Can I cut you off, Mr. Landrum? I just want to make sure I may have had too compound a question. I'm asking if bidders who submitted red lines were given an opportunity to cure if the company flagged their red line as a red flag.
No.
Okay.
In general, no.
Okay.
There were some that we said, are you sure this is what you meant? But that was a case-by-case basis.
And if I may interject, we also did not fail or not select any bids based on any red flags on PPA contracts. They were simply red flags for our team to know that there might be some challenging terms for us to negotiate, but we did not fail or move on from any bids strictly off of PPA red lines.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. I'm going to move on to a line of questions digging into potential execution risk and what the company reviewed during your process. So the preferred portfolio has around 2,700 megawatts of wind. So regarding the wind bids, did the company evaluate and confirmed that the preferred portfolio wind projects all had their necessary federal government permits?
No, we looked at their permitting status and their permitting plan. I probably should pass this to Anthony since he worked with them more closely. But in general, we looked at their plan and ascertained whether it was appropriate for the level of development that the project should be in based on its time to COD. So project's going in next year, it needs to be pretty much done. Project that's going in 2030, there's time. So we gauge the level of process to be appropriate for where it should be at this stage of the process.
So it's fair to say the company has not reviewed if projects in the preferred portfolio have their FAA permits.
We have looked at them. We have not ascertained whether that's a flaw or not. So, there's certainly projects that probably don't have them, but they got plenty of time to do that.
Okay. Did the company similarly consider whether the wind projects had all necessary NEPA permits if required?
Same thing. It depends on how near term the projects are, and they were evaluated based on their development progress as appropriate.
How about the projects that are COD before 2028, on or before 2028?
We'll have to go back and look and see, unless you know off the top of your head, Anthony, what was flagged
Yeah.
or not flagged for
COD
2028?
before 2028, you're at a very, very short list there. In fact, most of those are repowers and extensions, which I believe passed on permitting review as far as the flags go. And I would just say, similar sort of thing that we have been looking at FAA permitting. So if, for example, the wind farm is within like a military operating area, I can think of one specifically that they're in the middle of receiving or attempting to receive a DNH status from the FAA. So these are things that we're looking at. We're looking at where they're at in that time frame, and is that process are they going through that process right now? Similar thing though, that would be something that we would have flagged for. Hey, there is risk to this project, but again, not something that we would have quote unquote failed if they're still going through the process.
Okay, maybe just a general question, whether it's wind or other technologies, did the company consider risk of denial of a federal permit as a factor when determining the overall deliverability of the portfolio?
That is a risk that we have considered, that our environmental permitting team has flagged. What I would say is that the company is positioning itself to act quickly upon the backup bid list in the event that we find out permits are not going to be attained.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to pivot to storage. I believe I heard Mr. Landrum in commissioner questions earlier explain that the company's 1,000 megawatt cap on storage projects in the NTP was based on the ELCC study. Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Landrum?
Yeah, that was part of a reason, and I wouldn't even say it was a cap. We didn't have we absolutely cannot exceed this kind of a thing. It was part of the qualitative discussion as to what an appropriate level of storage might be for this proceeding. Also, our operations team, commercial operations team, kind of comfort level with how fast we're moving in storage and a variety of other conversations. But that, without being too long-winded, that was absolutely a factor, but certainly not the deciding or only consideration.
Okay, can you help me understand, in the ELCC study, does the company consider operational changes such as staggering or discharging storage resources at different times as a way in which the ELCC value for storage could change?
No, that was already included in the study that determined those ELCC values by incremental capacity. The storage was scheduled in the optimal manner to provide the most reliability benefit. So anything else you would do otherwise would be less.
And that's the 2024 ELCC study or the 2021 study?
2024
study. Okay, great. Okay, so want to ask a few questions about storage projects in tier 2. So if I summarize, I believe the company's report says the average LCCC for reviewed but not selected storage was $18.51 a kilowatt. Sound about right?
Are you talking about the bar charts of what the median pricing and all was?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I could say subject to check.
Yeah,
Pretty sure I pulled these correctly,
I can pull it up here
just to keep things moving.
Yeah, sure.
I believe the average LCC for reviewed but not selected gas was $34.41. And so my question is, assuming subject to check those numbers are right, wouldn't acquiring more low price storage now make sense, particularly given the company's loads and resources shortfalls in the 2027, 2028 timeframe?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think that when you look on a firm dollar per kW basis, and when you factor in the fact that we'll be crossing over that 1,000 megawatt mark where the ELCC will drop significantly, and the fact that they're just playing different devices that serve different roles in the system, I don't think there's an argument for taking more storage now. Certainly not in the absence of computer modeling to reinforce that decision.
Okay. So Commissioner Plant asked you a question about distributed storage bids. Recall that line?
I do.
And you mentioned the company didn't receive any distributed storage bids. Can you confirm that in this NTP process, the company ascribed no added value for transmission or distribution costs for distributed storage?
That's correct.
Okay.
Those are JTS issues that, were not in place for the NTP.
Okay, thanks for the
Turns out it
confirmation.
didn't matter, but had it mattered, it wouldn't have been affected.
Okay. So I'm going to pivot now to transmission risks for executability of the preferred portfolio. I want to start now with the costs that were assigned to bids in the company's process. So if I, for shorthand, refer to transmission provider interconnection facilities, TPIF, we understand that those are costs that are on the developer's end that they are responsible for. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then in contrast, the PSCO owned, PSCO funded, which you call POPF, those are network upgrades, correct?
They're upgrades associated with interconnecting that facility. So
But they're
network
upgrades the
has various
company-
means. It's POI type related equipment.
Those upgrades are costs that the company takes on, correct?
As costs that are passed through the customers, typically through our transmission tariffs.
Okay. Can you help me understand what studies that public service team relied on that may not be mentioned in the NTP report itself for evaluating the TPIF or POPF costs?
I don't think there's anything, Anthony, correct me if you know something else that's not discussed in the report.
No, I had this conversation with Commissioner Gilman this morning. It's a benchmarking analysis they did off of existing projects.
Okay. And can you confirm the POPF costs were not added on to any bids?
They're not added on in terms of the as-bid price. In terms of the evaluation price, or what we call the all-in price in Appendix A, those are included. Because whether they're associated with the developer's cost or not, they're still costs borne by customers by accepting this bid. So for evaluation purposes, we look at all uniquely identifiable costs that would be recovered from customers that would be associated with selecting a particular bid.
So would those all-in costs be shared with the bidders, particularly prior to the JTS RFP?
They're evaluated during the due diligence. They're developed during the due diligence process.
Yeah.
And my question is, if a developer is trying to pivot and respond to the outcomes here in this process, would they have access to that cost information so they can understand it prior to the next RFP?
It's certainly in Appendix A, which, as we know, is highly confidential. So challenges there. Let me think about that for a minute. Whether we're able to do that. I don't have any immediate objections, but I probably need to noodle on it for a second or two before I say yes.
Okay. A related question, would the company provide a revised LEC ranking that incorporates bid prices before any POPF costs are added? So companies could have that?
Yeah, that is, it's already in Appendix A. It's what we call the as-bid LEC or the as-bid levelized capacity cost.
Okay, well, I appreciate you taking that back. I think that'd be really helpful for the marketplace. A couple last cost questions. Did the company apply any portfolio savings costs for its evaluation of bids that were located within the Denver metro area?
No.
Okay, great. Let's switch to feasibility. Did the company consider any provisional large generator interconnection agreements when it was analyzing delivery feasibility for individual bids?
You mean, did we look at existing interconnection studies?
That's right. Like if a project already had interconnection, was that considered in the risk analysis for a bid?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that affect your overall analysis in terms of executability?
I think if there was a project that had defined costs, that certainly helped firm up what those, POPF and the interconnection facility costs would be. I don't recall that being a difference maker in any bid selections. It was certainly evaluated and looked at, but ultimately, I don't think it was a deciding factor of a decision.
Okay, understood. In the narrative for the NCP report in the due diligence section, several projects were rejected due to regional transmission congestion. Do you recall those statements?
I'd have to look at, see which ones you're talking about.
So subject to check, that was repeated for a couple of projects. I'll let you go back and look at that. But I'm curious what interconnection studies were reviewed in making this regional transmission congestion conclusion.
Yeah, Anthony, you want to take that one?
Yeah, and I think that would be something we'd want to look at on a case-by-case basis. That would be referring to that initial application of the DC transfer study. So when we took that model, again, this is not modeling multiple flows or changing different scenarios within it. But when we took that, the transmission planning team was able to look at the injection of a bid at a specific POI. And if there was anything related to that immediately downstream, that's where they would have gotten that flag from. Now, I will also state here that when you look at Section 7, those flags are not necessarily the determining factor of why the bid did not get selected. Most of those projects in Section 7 were not price competitive first.
Definitely understand that. I don't want to cut you off, just I have limited time. So I think one of the things I'm hearing is just better understanding those statements, particularly for moving forward steps. Transmission availability is really important for these projects. So I think our members would like better transparency into how those determinations were made. Sorry to cut you off.
Sure. No,
understood.
Totally fair. Understand you on a limited time.
So just in summary, you said there were certain studies that were included. Do the bidders have any transparency, or can they look at those studies, or are those company only?
They're internal only at this point. We just did quick, power flow analysis on the bids themselves. Wasn't a very robust study, where it would include all the stuff that we'd be comfortable distributing it out. And I will say, I don't think there was any bids that were failed because of that either. If anything, it was only used to develop indicative costs for what interconnection costs might be, not to actually fail a bid.
Okay, we may get into a couple more details tomorrow. I'll move forward. Okay, the other risk area I want to talk about is permitting and environmental risk. I saw in the report that you listed comprehensive permitting and site acquisition plan as one of the key factors considered in the evaluation of the portfolio. Is that correct?
Correct. And similar to the other permitting question, is the development appropriate for where the project should be at this point in time?
Okay. So just to kind of clarify that point, Mr. Landrum, did the company only select bids in the preferred portfolio that had secured all local land use permits prior to bidding?
I don't know that it's 100%. I'd have to check on that.
What was the company's process for determining if a project did or did not present a land use or permitting risk?
Anthony,
yeah, sorry, that would be a case-by-case basis looking at the current status of their permit matrix. So bidders were required to supply that. In the event that some of those did not exist or weren't provided with the bid, we asked for clarification or asked for that to be sent to us.
Okay. If a project had already obtained a local land use permit, either a special use permit or a 1041, was that project considered to be low risk or de-risked under the company's analysis?
Projects that were further along in their permitting status would have had a green flag, right? Red, yellow, green. On due diligence flags, they would have had a green flag.
Okay. How did the company evaluate permitting and environmental risks, given that a phase 1 environmental site assessment is only valid for 180 days?
I don't know. We'll have to talk to our siting and land rights due diligence team to get an answer and come back to you on that one.
Okay, would appreciate an answer to that one. Okay, I want to talk now a little bit about levelized energy cost, the modified LEC. You had some conversations prior to this with Ms. Nelson on this topic. Is this the first time the company has applied a modified LEC approach in an RFP?
No.
Okay, so you did it last time around?
We did.
And the
Last
process
time
is
we used it
identical?
for advanced computer modeling decisions between hybrids in phase 2 of the 2021 ERP or the 2023 solicitation.
So it was applied at the stage in which you evaluate whether or not a bid should be advanced to computer modeling. That's what I just heard?
Correct.
Okay. This is the first time that that was used for a pricing determination in this matrix process you're going down this time around, correct?
Yeah, but it's a similar exercise. It's how do you rank bids by price? And typically we just do that and then send them to the Encompass model. In this instance, we kind of stop there. We sort by price on a spreadsheet and then we actually make decisions.
Understood. I think Ms. Nelson covered a lot of ground here, so I'm just going to talk about transparency. Did the company provide the modified LEC values to any bidders?
We have not provided them to bidders, but they're included in Appendix A.
Would you be open to providing those results to individual projects, one by one, obviously, so they have that information and understand what their ultimate valuated price was?
Yeah, same answer as before. I don't have any initial red flags in my head, but let me think about it for a second. And in general, that seems like that might be a reasonable thing to do. And it would be only to each bidder for their individual projects, certainly. But
yeah,
it is something that we'll consider, and it sounds reasonable, at least on first glance.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Is the company proposing to use that same evaluation process for hybrid bids in the JTS RFP?
For advanced to computer modeling, yes. I mean, we'll advance a large number of hybrid projects, but that's how we'll select which ones to advance.
Okay. And in addition to providing companies with their ultimate number, modified LEC number, would you also commit to providing a work paper with hypothetical pricing to show how that modified LEC was calculated so a company could potentially do that calculation on its own?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, great. Good news, almost done. Just a couple imputed debt questions, and I'm going to keep it really high level. If I refer to the 90-75 limitation, do you understand what I'm speaking about? Can we kind of skip to that common understanding?
I really don't. Not my area of expertise. If someone else on the team is more comfortable, they can answer it. If not, we might want you to wait until we get our finance guy in to talk about it.
I'm going to cut right to the chase. I really just want to know, did the company in its findings, when it talked about a project having an imputed debt impact, did it apply a 90-75 analysis, or did it look at the 18-year lease term in making that determination?
Yeah, I don't know if we really can say the determination. We made a determination or not. The only criteria that was enforced on bids was the 18-year rule. We didn't look at any other criteria of whether a bid was viable or compliant or not. It was 18-year limitation was the only thing that was used.
So if a bid had a longer useful life than 18 years, it may have had an imputed debt flag, and if it was 18 years or below, it would not have had an imputed debt flag. Is that the common understanding?
I don't even know that I would call it a flag. We enforced the eligible bid criteria from phase 2 of last time that a battery of a hybrid project with a capacity payment has to be 18 years or less. If it wasn't, we would have deemed it ineligible. And I think we had 2 bids or so that initially were like 20 years. We told them that the rule was 18. They sent us revised pricing for 18 and we moved forward. And that was it. So that was the only enforcement criteria. There was no other imputed debt screening or calculations or anything else done.
Okay, so in my read of the report, it looked like bids 131, 091, 022, 024, 129, and 108 were discussed as having imputed debt impacts. Were those companies allowed to adjust the useful life of their projects to 18 years to address that imputed debt impact?
I would we need to look at those numbers and get them and actually inspect to have a definitive statement. But to my knowledge, there were no more than 18-year projects that were selected or that were left. We cured those. So I think those projects might be a more general discussion of imputed debt at a broader context rather than being specific to those projects.
And I'm really just trying to better understand when the company in its narrative in section 7 discusses an individual project having an imputed debt impact. I want to know how you drew that conclusion and if those companies were allowed an opportunity to reduce the useful life of their projects to 18 years or less.
Yeah, I don't think it was an 18-year issue. I think those projects were already 18 years or less if they were hybrid projects. But even an 18-year project, certainly in the company's view, still has an imputed debt impact to it. I mean, it's mitigated, but it's not gone, which is, continuing on ongoing conversation. So we can check and look in there and see if there's any specific bid stuff, and maybe can address it tomorrow after we've done a little bit of research of what you're talking about.
Yeah, if I may, on a high level, we do have contract accounting as one of our due diligence groups that reviewed bids. That flag specifically is primarily based on the term, and it is, again, not a flag that we failed anything off of. It's more of understanding that there could be some imputed debt risk with that bid. So no, we didn't go back to a bidder and ask them to revise their term below 18 years. It's something that we flagged to say we believe that there could be imputed debt risk should we select this project.
I don't want to belabor this, but I want to confirm my understanding. So if all bids were 18 years, it sounds like the company has concluded that an 18-year useful life project can have imputed debt risk. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. Okay, great. I have a couple of questions about the backup bid process, but I think I'm going to reserve those for tomorrow. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you. See who's next. CIEA, it is 1:57, 15 minutes. Mr. Letsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Ms. Kutzer didn't actually need any extra time. So same thing, I'd like to grab some of that flexibility if I can.
Right.
First, hi, Mr. Landrum. Hi, panel. Good to see you all. Thanks for your hard work. I first have a couple of clarifying questions. Mr. Landrum, you've got one project listed as hybrid solar and the other one listed as hybrid storage. Is that just because one has more storage and one has more solar?
Where are you seeing that at? Sorry.
I don't have page numbers here. We're not doing cross. I'm just
I don't know. I mean, I don't. In some of the charts where we're like looking at megawatts by type, we break out the solar and the storage differently. If it was just like the type of technology there, I don't know why we would have had a difference there. So it might just be a clerical error. I guess I would just need to know what you're looking at to be able to.
Okay. So if the fact that one project had more storage than another didn't change, oh, here it is, table 1, right up front, page 4. You got one saying hybrid solar 600 megawatts and one saying hybrid storage 600 megawatts.
Oh yeah, that is the different pieces of a hybrid project. So the solar component of a hybrid project we put into the solar bucket, and the storage component of the storage project we put into the storage bucket. So those are just the decomposed technology types that comprise the hybrid project.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So no difference in how you treated any particular storage or solar project based on which one had more on the interconnect? No. Okay. On your attachment A, you've talked a lot about this today, and I'll trying to divide my time between this and whoever you bring forward tomorrow on transmission. But your line here at the top says revised PO, PF interconnection facilities and has $1. So is that all? Are those two different things, or is that one thing?
That's one thing. Just the revised means that it's been through due diligence review, and the due diligence experts have, confirmed or adjusted if it needed to be adjusted. But it's it could be revised from what the bidder indicated initially based on due diligence review.
So that has TPIF and POPF in it?
No, sir.
Okay,
Just the POPF part.
just the POPF. So where is the TPIF on this attachment A?
You want me to
That's
take
the-
that, John, or no?
You can, sure, either one. Go for it.
Yes, it's Mark. It's not on attachment A. TPIF costs are built into the bid price itself. The POPF costs in general are not part of the bid price, and so that's why and again, this is sort of a carryover from how we've represented the RFP results in the past. So this is something that we've typically provided here in this appendix, or this type of appendix.
So thank you for that, because where it says like as bid LEC, I think Mr. Landrum just said that was the without adding anything to it, but the bidders had to come up with their own estimate of TPIF in their bids, right?
They did.
They did, and they supplied a correction factor, if you will, as to how much the PPA price would be changed given $100,000 change in their estimate. So if we had to revise that TPIF estimate, they gave us the scaling factor of how that would translate into a PPA price adjustment as part of the bid form.
Okay. So when you have these POPFs, are you going to go back to the bidder and say, now you revise your bid based on this?
No, we don't revise it. We just add it in for the all-in LEC price, using the levelized fixed charge rate for transmission. Use just a 10% per year fixed charge rate. So when we do the all-in price, that brings in the POPF cost to look at basically an overall societal impact.
Okay, and when the chairman is referencing 12.1 billion, that includes all this POPF, right?
Yes.
And it includes the CPP?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess. I don't know. Subject to check. I mean, looking at the document and what was actually in that number. But yes, transmission capital in general would include all those things.
Okay. And so I think that answers my questions on there. I want to move over to the backup bid process. So you've made it, I understand you want to move quickly, but from PPA, are you going to, or ownership project, are you going to work? If not, move on. Do you have any triggers, any thresholds, anything that we could communicate to IPPs at all that says, here's how they're going to move on, or what they're going to look at?
I don't, Mr. Borhoffen, anything to, I think it's obviously case specific. Deciding whether the project has, viability to move forward and is worth continuing on, or if it's just not. But I don't know, any other additional color you can provide, John, on when we would decide to turn to a backup bid and call it a day with a selected project?
What we don't want to have happen is what happened last time, where we got to the table and bidders were slow rolling, trying to finish the rest of their development, trying to go out there and lock in their equipment, trying to go out there and lock in their EPC costs, trying to do all that, and basically just delaying and delaying and delaying. We don't want to get back into a situation like that. So if we're seeing bidders continuously delay, that would probably be a struggle for us. The other thing is, if a bidder tries to introduce walkaway clauses, if they try to introduce price adjustments, if they try to say, look, we need a chance to come back to the table and readjust our pricing in the future, those are going to be huge triggers for us to move on to a backup bid as well.
And that's, so you've got 4 bids that you've put in the report that you've changed their POI, right?
Yes.
So if those bids are going to come back to you and say, well, we didn't bid that POI, so now we have to revise pricing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a different circumstance, Mr. Deskey, that if we can look at the as bid price and we can come up with a solution that benefits customers overall in terms of combined transmission and generation expense, even if the results in the PPA, one or both of the PPAs being slightly more expensive, but it's still overall savings, I think that's something we will probably bring back to the commission and seek approval of to modify that. I mean, it's just a common sense thing. If you can do something that benefits customers, that seems like something that could be a workable solution, right?
Right. So I just don't want to be a situation where we have bidder saying you changed our POI and we tried to revise pricing and then you cut bait and went to the backup pool. Another thing on the backup pool is, so in the INP world, that was going to be a lot larger backup pool, right? The idea was you activate a number of bids, they all reprice, and now you're having like a little mini backup RFP. But now you've got like, one or two per project maybe. So it's not that competitive tension that we were talking about in the INP, right?
Agreed. Totally different.
Okay. So but in the INP, I guess, and I'm just spitballing here, there's a lot larger number of projects that we're going to get the option payment. So maybe to the chairman's point, if you're bringing the INP forward, you're going to, as I understand it, you'd maintain the option payment, you'd maintain the repricing ability, but there wouldn't be that same level of competitive tension, or would you want to bring more projects up into the backup pool here?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of redesigning the process on the fly here, so I'm not sure how far we can get. I'm not sure how far we can get down that road during a live conversation. I heard the chairman, and now I'm talking for the chairman. I heard his proposal is more that we get these bids and we kind of reevaluate them in the JTS. We keep them alive, reevaluate them in the JTS, and I would suppose if they kind of win in the JTS, whether it's being selected or IMP status, they move forward. And if they lose in the JTS, then we're done. At least that's my understanding.
If they lose in the JTS, they'd get to keep their option payment, right? In the scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I just think we have to learn a little bit more, maybe from your transmission witness, if this works as the chairman is describing, where they have enough money to put a deposit down on transformers, do they have to cover some loss? If they have to pay a penalty, if they have to withdraw and not order those transformers? I don't know enough about the transforming websites where you order them and how those work.
Amazon,
yeah, the website. I don't go to the transformer section enough. But I think there are a lot of practicalities in there, the details that IPPs have to work through on how that would all have to happen. And I don't know them as I sit here today, but I wanted to mention it since it got raised. And so we have no specific, according to Mr. Bonhoeffer, we have an idea of like if they're thinking, if you're thinking that the bidder is slow rolling and that they have not locked in costs, that's going to be a walkaway trigger. And then putting in a walkaway trigger in the PPA is also a walkaway trigger from the bid pool. I've got those two down. Anything else besides those two?
I don't think we could probably come up with an exhaustive list, but that's the general idea, is that if a bidder looks like they're interested in moving towards a deal and moving towards a deal quickly, and we're making progress in that direction, then we keep going. And if it looks like the bidder is trying to put up obstacles or not being reasonable or unnecessarily, argumentative or whatever it is, it's you see it when you see it kind of a feeling, I think.
And if I can add something to Mr. Detsky, there is one more thing that I think gives us an understanding of the motivation to move forward. And we have notified bidders that we're expecting signed ENP agreements and PLGIAs within 60 days of the commission decision. That's primarily for us to try to get them interconnected by the CODs that they're asking for. So really, that's the company trying to partner with the bidding community to get their projects interconnected.
Thank you, because that goes into an area I was going to maybe reserve for tomorrow with the transmission person, but you want to do that PLGIA process again instead of going through the RSC, or have the RSC tag along behind it. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And the ENP, what we're talking about there, I just want to make this connection if I can with the GTS. That's this SURF, right? That's the company.
I'm losing you, Mr. Detsky. I'm not sure if it's just me.
No, I also lost him.
too, if the SURF were in this case.
Mr. Detsky, we all lost you right around the time you started saying the word surf.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're better now for me.
Okay. Meaning that this E&P agreement, has an equivalence to the SURF. The E&P is how they go out and get the breakers and transformers and those kinds of things.
To the CERC? I'm not sure I understand
The
that.
strategic resilience.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Similar in nature. The ENP agreement is what essentially guarantees funding for the design and initial construction and procurement activities that are required to get a POI moving. So it essentially securitizes, if you will, the risk involved of moving forward with construction.
So if we're in a world where we're applying JTS concepts to the NTP, the company going out and getting a bunch of transformers and breakers might help move things along.
Have similar benefits that we talked about in the JTS, but
yeah,
the EMP agreement's a little bit more specific to that particular project. It's before we actually start spending design money on building that substation or that bay expansion. We want security that's going to be paid for.
Okay. Let me switch to transmission at a higher level. If you interconnect close to 5,000 megawatts here on your system, is there anything left on the system to interconnect?
I'm not sure what you mean by left.
Well, so in the JTS, CIA put out there that you're looking at in the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000 megawatts on the CPP that were remaining after the first CEP RFP. That we took a flyer and say maybe you could stick 2 gigawatts here and there elsewhere, but after that, you really need some backbone expansion if you wanted to go beyond that. And do you agree?
Yeah, I think in general, we can agree that there's not a black and white answer there. The CPP is frankly not limited at all at how many megawatts you can connect to it. It's limited by how many amps or how many electrons can actually flow through the wire. So it's a matter of like how much curtailment do you want to risk, or who's using the wire at the same time, what diversity there is there. So that's kind of one reason why it's hard to pin a number down. But I will say in general that we expect with these additions in the NTP that for all practical purposes, the capacity of the Colorado power pathway will be effectively utilized pretty much to the max.
Okay. And
I think we're saying about the same thing. I'm just hedging it a little bit.
no, and yeah, I'm not pinning you down here as to a definite answer. I understand it's very malleable. But what I'm trying to communicate is that this takes up a lot of space, right? It might not take it all, but it takes up a pretty big chunk of whatever we have left in Colorado to attach to your system. And so when we look at turning now to the Denver constraint, and you said that earlier you said that what you thought you'd do is charge the battery on the outside of the constraint before peak and release it at peak, if I heard you right.
No, not quite. I was saying that the batteries, it's located in a fixed location. We're not, doing sun train or anything like that. But what I was saying is that the battery that is located inside, they're very likely, or maybe even probably should be many of opportunities to charge that battery at times when the Denver Metro constraint transmission bottleneck is not binding. And then we can utilize that stored energy to alleviate binding periods.
So in a binding period, and this goes to that Harvest Mile Cherokee project too, these are times when you have a lot of flow from renewables head into Denver. And it might not be like the peak load. It's like a peak production on renewables thing more than a peak load delivery thing. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, that's definitely can be one factor of it. It can also be like a peak load reliability type of situation where you need to get the megawatts in. We're obviously incentivized to curtail as little as possible for a variety of reasons. So we try to do that. So yeah, your scenario is a viable one. There's probably other scenarios as well. But either way, with successful coordinated operations, we should be able to use that storage effectively to mitigate existing challenges on the system and future challenges on the system.
I just want to draw a distinction. So the Denver Metro constraint, the storage charging, the Harvest Mile Cherokee line, these are all deliverability issues having to do with voltage, reactive power, mitigating overloads, right?
That's right.
And then the other thing we were talking about, the CPP being full, that's interconnection. That's how much getting new generation on just to meet your resource adequacy need, right?
Yeah, well, it's how much generation can flow over the line. And at some point, if a generator can't deliver its energy, then you wouldn't want to interconnect it, but it isn't actually an interconnection limit. It's a flow limit of how much can flow at any one period of time. And there's an economic trade-off at some point where you're like, yeah, we're done. It's not justified to add anymore.
So when you have the idea of curtailment, and you want to build, there's two types of curtailment. There could be a curtailment that is mitigated by a Harvest Mile Cherokee situation when you are you don't need to curtail because you have more flow through the Denver area. But there's also curtailment if you have curtailment solutions, if you have more backbone transmission that allows more of the generation to get to Denver, right? Those are two different curtailment situations.
Yeah, there are two different situations.
So transmission, might have a 12.1 billion price tag, but it also has an economic benefit, right? Because it can reduce the curtailments.
Yeah, absolutely. Incremental transmission can facilitate incremental generation, which has benefits.
Okay. And so when you looked at this DC study, I honestly have never heard the words DC transfer limit study. I've also never heard the words branch flow overloads. Can you tell me what a DC limit study is and what a branch flow overload is?
Yeah, it's engineers writing papers, which is always dangerous. The DC power flow analysis is kind of like the first level of transmission modeling, and kind of the most basic, where you're looking at simply the impedance of the line, where the load is located, where the generators are located, and just solving the math problem of how the current will flow throughout that network to go from the generators to the loads. And by DC, it's not really DC, it's always an alternating current system, but a DC means that we're not looking at stability issues, at voltage sag, at frequency response, at fault current, a lot of the other more esoteric electrical engineering type things that happen on the transmission system. And DC is just looking at the most basic ones. As far as branch overloads, that just means there's too much current flowing on the line versus when it's rated out.
So that would be like and you didn't do any contingency, like you didn't take out a unit and say, okay, now we don't have this line or that kind of thing. It's just like, here's the system as it stands. Now let's throw 5,000 megawatts on it and see what happens.
That's right.
And the answer was it breaks, right?
Certainly in some cases.
Okay. And so that's all I wanted to put on for this second because I want to make use of my time here. I've got two other areas I want to try and get through with you. I will try and turn on my camera briefly again to see if it doesn't help.
You're starting to run out of time, Mr. Detsky, so you can start wrapping up.
One other clarifying question. I just want to make sure that you're saying that the company is going to have 1,000 megawatts of batteries before it triggers the ELCC cliff for batteries, but you're taking 900 now, meaning 100 megawatts left before your ELCC trigger?
Before the next tranche of drop in ELCC, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that the batteries won't ever be selected again. That's not the case. It may not be the case. I can't say that. But they will have a lower marginal benefit to the system than what this current tranche does. And that will obviously hinder the likelihood of them being selected as economic alternatives.
Okay.
Not saying it'll prevent it, but it'll be less advantageous as they are currently.
Wanted just to do a little quick comparison with you here on the CEP RFP versus this one. You got 161 bids here. And that's about 1,000 less bids than you got in the CEP RFP. Do I have that right?
That's right.
Okay. You took 9, and the CEP RFP, you had 128 unique projects. Subject to check. I looked that up. And here you said you had you had the 100 and well the you had 92 bids that you took for selection. And then sorry, 128 projects was here. 170 projects is what I have in the CEP. So there's about roughly 40 more unique projects in the CEP RFP than here.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I followed that
Yeah, sorry,
conversation.
I tripped up on that.
Yeah.
But even though there's only 40 project difference, the CEP RFP had about 400,000 more megawatts bid than here.
Not more megawatts. I mean, the megawatt is the project. We had a lot of different versions of the same project in the CEP. So I wouldn't say that's more megawatts. It's just different flavors of the same megawatts.
And no computer modeling here.
That's right.
And you still say that you got a lot of red lines on the PPA.
That's a subjective word, but yeah, we had
your word was replete.
Yes,
I like the word replete, but
many, if not most, bidders had something to say about the model PPA.
You still got this done on time, your analysis, right?
This is totally different animal, and to be honest with you, not a model that I would like to have become the de facto standard of how we pick resources.
Well, one last question though for you. And this is not a big setup, but what I've always understood is that the Encompass model has a lot of trouble with solar and storage. This is from my understanding of what you've said in the past, that the Encompass model has trouble seeing the solar and storage as one unit. And what it does is it takes the storage and it models the storage, it takes the solar and models the solar. Is it easier to model hybrid solar storage projects with or without the model?
Oh yeah, I think by easier, I just mean that the Encompass model, absent a transmission constraint, doesn't really see any difference between a hybrid project and a standalone project. I mean, it's solar and it's solar and it's a battery and it's a battery. And in terms of the modeling world, it kind of looks the same. So for generic modeling, there's really, unless you can come up with a cost savings or a factor for hybridization, the model's, agnostic in a generic world. Now, when you have actual bids with actual prices and actual differences, that's a whole different animal. So don't take those words to mean the model has problem solving it. It's just that in a generic modeling, in a phase one world, you're not adding anything to the quality of the solution process by modeling them as hybrid that you're not getting by just modeling them as standalone.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say is I can't help staring at the map behind your head, and it's outdated. There's no CPP on your map. And
there is.
I'd like
you just can't see it. It's over there. It's just dotted lines. Shouldn't be saying that. I think that's actually confidential anyway. I probably should take that down.
Well, you have this figure 1 on your map. You didn't put any transmission on it.
It's not confidential anymore, Mr. Landrum.
I know there's someone out there with a Zoom magnifier right now screening it on that.
And so it would be helpful if to see where these bids are interconnecting on a map of the transmission system is my last comment. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Keen, it's 2:23. And we got you for 15 minutes.
I have the next two parties. If it works for you, I'll just take them together and I should be much quicker than 30 minutes.
Perfect.
Great. Mr. Landrum, just picking up a little bit on a conversation you had with Ms. Kutzer about information that you're willing to provide to bidders. In addition to considering following up with them on some of the narratives in Section 7, If a bid is just marked as failed, is the company willing to commit to provide information as to why that bid failed, so that bidders have a reasonable opportunity to address those perceived concerns before JTS?
Yeah, again, same answer as before. Let me think about it. We typically don't discuss, specific due diligence findings with bidders. I need to think about that, and I also need to think about if I'm overcommitting me and my team to weeks of work going back and forth with 161 bidders. As far as the LEC, the pricing goes and everything, that's something that we typically send to bidders in a normal phase 2 process at the 45-day mark when we advance them to computer modeling or not. There's a set of how you were modeled information that we normally send them. So I think what I was discussing with Ms. Kuchar was frankly just doing that, like the normal process and sending that same level of information. On the discussing due diligence findings, I'm not trying to be obstinate, but I also don't want to open a floodgate and a Pandora's box of an ongoing obligation to have a whole bunch of conversations. So
I appreciate that. I think we're a number of bidders also just trying to make sure you don't waste your time doing the same due diligence and come to the same conclusion next time if it is a fixable issue.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I get the point. And I will caution again, or I'm not going to really caution, but say again, failed does not mean the bid is not okay or can't be okay. Bid failed can also mean that, you had a 2030 COD and this JTS, this NTP was only for 2029 and earlier. Or it could mean that we just can't get the transmission built on the time that you say, but we could build it a year later, things like that. So I take your point that probably could be helpful information to bidders, and we'll see what we can do. But I don't want people to over fixate on the word failed as that it necessarily means there's something fundamentally wrong with the project. I mean, there's a case, maybe a case or two where that's the case, but the vast majority of that failed just means not right for the solicitation.
Thank you. And I'm honestly not sure if I caught this morning or not, but did you provide your current estimate of when the JTS RFP will be released? At one point, I thought someone said July this morning, but then I realized that was maybe not the case. So does the company have a current estimate of when the JTS RFP will hit the street, assuming the schedule laid out for the NCP stays on track?
Yeah, I don't think it was brought up this morning. I think
okay, I
kind of expecting it to. But yeah, I mean, that is all still very much up in the air. We have a window. We're kind of walking around, our internal walking around date is March to April or so would be releasing the RFP of next year. That's all subject to change. I mean, we're still going through the RRR and the JTS. There's a lot of issues to resolve. There's several components of the current phase 1 decision that imposes certain pre-filing or pre-release consultation and filing requirements that kind of naturally set a progression of activities that have to happen before the RFP can be issued, that we're still frankly digesting and in some cases disputing. And then lastly, we don't have to have the NTP done to issue the RFP. I mean, we typically put a need definition in the RFP, like a load and resources table, like this is what we're looking to acquire. That's not an absolute requirement. It's certainly a preference, but it's not the end of the world to issue the RFP and update that later on. But we certainly can't start modeling until the NTP is totally done. We know what the approved portfolio is, and we're ready to go. Because you can't model new resources until you know what your existing ones are. So there's a variety of things that are moving in coordination that will set that date. I know that was a long-winded answer, but I think it was important to get the factors out there. But our internal hunch is in the March, April or so timeframe for release of the RFP.
Very, very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you speak at all to any impacts that if you go forward with your tier 1 portfolio with regard to the solar congestion in Pueblo? Obviously, that's a strict modeling issue and all of that, but considering how much of a focus that was in the JTS, are you seeing any kind of high-level impacts coming out of the NTP that would either exacerbate or relieve any of that solar congestion issues in the Pueblo area?
Little of both. One of our recommended bids is located in Pueblo, or recommended hybrid bids, I believe is the hybrid. But we also have some diversity of the other two solar projects as well, which is beneficial. So overall, I wouldn't classify it as being a significant issue, either one way or the other in this RFP. And if anything, getting some of the more diversified locations might actually be called a benefit, tilt towards the benefit side.
But then overall, sort of the same concerns and potential limitations that was discussed in the JTS phase 1 are still likely to apply heading into JTS.
That co-location risk is still a concern and will continue to be. You know, it's a concern that can be mitigated, but it is an operational challenge for sure.
Thank you. And then my last question, just building off a conversation that you had, Mr. Landrum, with Commissioner Gilman this morning, with regard to how gas bid costs were presented in the NTP report. So it said that the report that you calculated the LCC for thermal resources, and you divided the net present value of the project's annual cost by the net present value of its annual capacity available. That discussion's on 39 and 40. Are you able just to provide a little more clarity on what is included in the annual costs? My understanding from your conversation with Commissioner Gilman was that fuel costs are not included in that. I just wanted confirmation on that. And then is anything else variable O&M or anything else included in that, or is it just like the PPA tolling price?
Yeah, the numbers that are presented in the report are all fixed cost only. So for what you're seeing in Appendix A, that does not include variable O&M, does not include fuel, the actual fuel, et cetera. We did calculate that number internally and kind of looked at it, but honestly, the thermal bids were so far apart in terms of price on just a fixed cost basis that, I mean, it didn't even move the needle if you start looking at the variable cost differences on it.
Thank you. That is all of my questions for both my clients. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I think we're now ahead of schedule. So Conservation Coalition, Mr. Gerhardt, I think you got the 30 minutes or so if you want to.
Thank you, Chair. I don't expect to use all that time. So I have questions on 3 topics. The first topic relates to weighing the commission approving acquisition of bids now in the NTP versus in the JTS. So I'd like to ask the panel about some of the factors that go into that timing issue. And my first question relates to in-service dates, and I'm hoping you can help me understand whether and to what extent the commission postponing a final decision on bids to the JTS might affect in-service dates. And just to take an example, many of the bids here in the NTP had in-service dates in 2029. So if you postponed a final decision on those bids to the JTS, can you speak at all to whether that might impact the ability to achieve a 2029 in-service date, for example?
I can start. I think probably Mike can take over too. I mean, obviously it's situational. I would not be surprised if some bids had a development trajectory such that if you all of a sudden, okay, we're going to kind of put you on pause, it might affect the COD, but in the same time, with like the chairman's option payment plan, would that be enough for them to continue along the trajectory or not? I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know. Mike, anything to chime in there?
No, I think I had the same thoughts. It's probably a bid by bid specific case where some bidders are able to hold COD and others may just find it to be too challenging given other things. I mean, I think Ms. Kutzer noted, some permits only last a certain period of time, so people may have to be re-upping permits, which may complicate things, or maybe taking a portfolio approach with their equipment and need to say, look, I got to move my equipment around or something like that. There could be individual conflicts that just don't allow some of the bidders to bring that forward.
Thanks. And my second question is somewhat related to what you just said and is around trying to understand the extent to which the company has a sense of competition amongst utilities for these safe harbor projects. Like, can you shed any light on to what extent you all have a sense of the extent to which you're competing with other utilities, both inside Colorado and outside Colorado, for these safe harbor projects? And where I'm going with this is just, if decisions were postponed to the JTS, do you think some projects might not bid into the JTS because they decide to go with other utilities that are looking for these safe harbor projects?
John, do you want me to take a
Yeah,
first
keep
shot
going.
at that?
I think we'll probably have a similar mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think, Mr. Gerhardt, to your question, I think there probably is likely competition for these projects. I know we have had bids in previous solicitations withdraw, and our understanding has been part of that has been competition from other utilities. I think same thing, we're probably maybe a little bit even more broad here into a national standpoint where developers are looking across the nation at, hey, I have projects potentially everywhere. If I can't get a project here, I'll probably go somewhere else. I do think those are all some pretty fair and clear risks given the cliff that exists. Now, I think as we talked about a little bit, maybe those kind of option payments help secure some of that to Colorado. And I think if we did go down this pathway, that would be a condition that we need to have, is you are exclusively reserved to Colorado. That said, that just may be a function where what developers are saying is a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, and they're going to go somewhere else.
Thank you. So those are all the questions I had on that topic. Second topic is about a designated backup bid for bid 68. And so this question relates to page 6 of the NTP report, where it talks about bid 51, which is 115 megawatt wind PPA, being the designated backup bid for bid 68, which is 500 megawatts of wind. And my questions here are just, I recognize obviously technology type and capacity size are not the only factors that you consider in determining a designated backup bid, but just looking through the other two-tier resources, bid 77 is a 500 megawatt wind project. So just hoping that you could help me understand why bid 77 wasn't designated as the designated backup bid for bid 68. And if you could just speak to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's really simply and absolutely nothing nefarious. It's just the lowest cost bid. That bid's the next cheapest bid in the portfolio, and we didn't see any reason why it should be skipped over to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and to be clear, it was not at all suggesting anything nefarious. Just trying to understand like the size differences between the designated backup and the project you're trying to replace.
Yeah, we frankly didn't factor that in. We just went to the next lowest cost bid.
Thanks, that's helpful. So the last topic I have is trying to understand the load forecast that's table 8 in the NTP report. So just have a few questions on that. And for starters, can you help me understand what load forecast you were starting with as you made the adjustments that resulted in table 8? So my understanding is you started with the rebuttal forecast in the JTS. And the reason I ask is that there were other places. No, sorry.
Go ahead. Finish your question.
Yeah.
No, you had it exactly right. I was just going to stop you because you're right. It was what was in my rebuttal testimony in the JTS. That forecast is kind of explained in my rebuttal testimony there, and I'd have to go back and refresh my memory. But in essence, it's pretty much the low forecast adjusted with a revised large load forecast that was trimmed down from the base forecast. at a high level, but yeah, it's the one that was presented in my rebuttal testimony, the updated base, I think we called it.
Okay. Yeah, the thing I'm trying to understand, and I recognize obviously this is the subject of R from the company and the JTS, obviously not seeking to get into the merits of that, but trying to understand to what extent the Table 8 load forecast reflects and incorporates the Commission's Phase 1 decision in the JTS. If you're able to speak to that at all.
Yeah, not in any way, because it was using a load forecast that was developed, back in May.
Okay. So then 2 more questions on the load forecast. So there's this statement underneath Table 8. It says resource changes reflect summer and winter 2026 market purchases. I have a question about those market purchases, and if this is better addressed in highly confidential session, let me know, but was just wondering if you could walk us through what those summer and winter 2026 market purchases are and how they impact the Table 8.
Yeah, at a high level, we made some short-term capacity purchases, did essentially an RFP. And these are the results of that RFP. I can probably talk about more specifics tomorrow in the highly confidential section if you want to, but essentially those are reflected. I honestly need to go back and check. I don't believe there's 2027 purchases, so it may actually not even be relevant to this table, but I need to check to verify that that's exactly the case or not. But either way, if you want to go into specifics of term, quantity, pricing, we can talk about that tomorrow.
That's correct, though, John. There are not 27 purchases in the table.
Okay. My last question then, and we can talk about the market purchases in the highly confidential session whenever that occurs. But my last question is the last part of that statement underneath Table 8 refers to updated CT end dates to reflect potential retirement extensions. And I was hoping you could just explain which CTs you're referring to in that statement, what extensions were assumed in Table 8, how that impacted Table 8.
Yeah, I think we've not filed portions of that. We're like pretty close, and Mike can probably speak to that in greater detail what our status there includes. The Cherokee 4 and Alamosa extensions that we've already talked about in previous cases, and I believe actually have approved at this point in time. And we're also in the process of evaluating extending a couple of the smaller combustion turbines for 2 years until 2028. I don't know, Mike, you're probably best to kind of go take it from there.
Yeah, as you know, John, Cherokee 4 was part of, and Mr. Gerhard, I'm sure you may remember this one, was a request in the JTS that I believe was approved in the Phase 1 decision. And then we submitted a supplemental Rule 3205 report, we call it, this summer, that asked to extend Alamosa Units 1 and 2 because there were no viable bids in that region anymore from the CEP. And so those were extended out through 2030, I believe was the date. To facilitate kind of a rebid process through the JTS and time to evaluate alternatives. And then as John noted, just Tuesday, we filed a second supplemental Rule 3205 report in which we requested extension of Fort Lupton 1 and 2, Valmont 6, and the Fruita unit through 2028. So that one is still pending, so I don't think we can talk too much more about that one, but I think disclosing we filed something is fair game.
Thank you. Well, those are all the questions.
And Mike's accounting is correct. Those are the extensions that are actually incorporated into the LNR.
Okay. And so just to clarify, so aside from Cherokee 4 and Alamosa 4, those other CT extensions are assumed to run through 2028. Did I hear you correct?
The new ones are 2028. The ones we just filed on Tuesday is through 2028. That's Fort Lupton, Fruita, Valmont. Alamosa was through 2030, and then the Cherokee 4 was just 1 year through 2028.
Thank you. Well, those are all the questions I have. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt. I have WRA 10 minutes. We're way ahead of schedule, and I propose taking a break when you're done, Mr. Barrasso, and continuing after that. So you're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'll probably continue the trend here. I've had a lot of my questions answered already. Good afternoon to the panel. I'd like to just start by discussing a few of the storage bids, specifically bid 114 and the impact of the Denver metro constraint, which will probably overlap with some of the discussion that you all had with the chairman earlier today. To start off with, what was the company's assumed lifetime of bid 114?
I'm sorry, can you speak up or say that one more time, Mr. Barroso? It might be my volume too, but if you could just please repeat that.
I've changed my mic. Is this any better?
Perfect.
Great.
Yep.
What was the company's assumed lifetime for bid 114?
For bid 114 for the ownership version, it was 20 years, which was consistent with all storage facilities. The PPA was bid. Let me look at that. Hold on a second. Two seconds here. 113 was bid for 18 years, an 18-year PPA term.
Great, thank you. And I think you addressed this already, but just to be clear, did the company estimate the lifetime transmission savings associated with bid 114?
No, we've not quantified that.
So you didn't, for example, apply the transmission credit assumption from the JTS, which I believe was around $190 per kW?
No, none of those JTS assumptions were used in the NTP.
And has the company put any more thought into or has plans to seek to quantify what those transmission benefits might be?
We have an obligation under the existing JTS decision, the phase 1 decision, to confer with staff and perhaps other parties as well, to review it, to figure that out. As we sit here today, I really don't have any better number than what the company put forward in its direct case, but we'll continue to look at that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Landrum, and not trying to trip you up here. I'm just asking for, I think for purposes of this NTP, if stakeholders, the commission should be expecting to see any further quantification, for example, in the January comments, to get a sense of those.
Yeah, that is not our intention. We haven't done any analysis to try to quantify that.
And I guess what I'm getting at here is, and without diving into the highly confidential information, my understanding is that when compared to bid 118, even if you were to use the just transmission savings adder, bid 114 might still come out as significantly more expensive.
Perhaps we haven't done that analysis, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay. A few questions here on wind PPA extensions. And I'm looking at bids 34 and 135. And for each of these, does the company have the exclusive right to extend each of those PPAs?
Exclusive right? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, they were bid into the NTP, so as of right now, I would assume that we did.
I guess I'll ask a different way. When do the PPAs for each of those bids expire?
Okay, which one's 135? I believe 2026. February of 2026, I believe, Mr. Bornhofen. Has there been any change over my latest data?
No,
Okay.
that sounds correct to me.
Okay, and then for bid 75, no, it was bid
34.
34, you said, right?
Correct.
I have 2027, November of 2027 as the termination date in my data.
Great, thank you. And I'm asking because I believe in the NTP report, bid 135 shows a commercial operation date in 2028. And so I'm trying to understand the gap in time between that 2026 expiration and the 2028 COD.
Mr. Bornhofen, can you clarify? I think we may have exercised a 2-year right to extend that.
Yeah, I believe that I was going to say the same thing. I think that's right.
So the original expiration of the PPA would have been that 2026 date. I believe we've extended it for 2 years, and the bid picks up after that, or extends off of that. Excuse me.
And that's correct. Thank you. And so would the same be the case for bid 34?
I think that one, the what's listed in the table is the first summer. So if the bid expires in November of 27, that would still show 2028 on the table. I think we're still talking about just a continuation of the existing contract.
Great. I appreciate that clarification.
Sure.
And then last few questions for you all related to cultural resource impacts. Bid 097 is identified as an expansion of a project that had previously encountered cultural resource impact challenges. In the report, the company states that that previous efforts have resolved those issues and allow for the development. And I'm just hoping for a bit more of a narrative explanation from the company on the cultural resource impacts that originally occurred and how those have been resolved.
Mike, do we need to talk about that? And first of all, you need to cover it. Talking about bid 97 and the Sand Creek site. Do we need to do that in a highly confidential session tomorrow, perhaps?
If you don't mind, Mr. Barroso, is that might just be easier to explain the nuances of this in the highly confidential session than trying to discuss here.
We thought that might be the case, and we've got some time tomorrow, so happy to defer it until then.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Those are my final public questions. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Let's take a break till 3:15, and Commissioner Gilman, if you could be prepared to lead it forward from 3:15, that'd be great. Thanks.
John, get your camera.
Thanks.
I kind of just realized because now I'm in charge, I should turn my camera on first. Hopefully that works. Okay, so next up I show CEC, Mr. Rushoff. Got you down for 15 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, I have just a few questions. Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. Thanks for being with us for long today. I have a question about sort of the tax credit guarantees and protecting customers from any events where tax credits do not come to fruition. And it's my understanding that the commission made clear in its decision initiating the NTP that either the company or developers would be on the hook for any risk of tax credits not coming to fruition. And then it's my understanding that the company has said that it's developers that will bear those risks. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and I have a few questions about that risk and how that will play out if it comes to happen. And you'll have to bear with me a little bit because I am not nearly as knowledgeable about contract and PPA terms as many of the folks in this room. So I'll do my best here. But in the event that one of the projects that's selected in the NTP does not earn tax credits due to delay or some other issue, is the expectation that that project would continue to develop and deliver energy as it promised, just and eat those costs, or is the expectation that that project would more likely just stop development and go away?
Yeah, I mean, the magnitude of tax credits and the overall economics of these projects is such that we're going to require the bidders, including the company, all bidders, to maintain their price. And there's just absolutely no way a bidder could do that if they lost the tax credits. The magnitude is just too big to eat. So, I mean, the most likely scenario is the bid would fail. And depending on, who it was, be different ramifications. But in terms of a PPA, there's, damages provisions in the model contracts and, security forfeitures and things like that. And those would probably apply. And in most cases, I would expect that again, talking about a PPA for now, that the developer would be better off honoring those forfeiture terms of the contract rather than attempting to eat the deficit created by a loss of tax credits. So short answer is the bid would probably fail.
Okay, they'd fail and there'd be associated penalties. So would it be true that if that were to happen, that the company would have to procure something else to fulfill that hole in its, expectation or find other replacement resources?
Potentially. I mean, certainly depends. It's situational and depending on what the need is at the time and what other resources are available. But I mean, that is certainly a possibility that bid would be, backfilled in some fashion. Whether it's through the JTS, through a backup bid process or an IMP process or some vehicle.
So are the penalties that the original failed bid would pay, would that be high enough to cover the cost of any replacement resource?
Mr. Bornhoff can speak to what the provisions are, and I think it varies a little bit by technology contract. But in general, I mean, there's no direct relationship between contract terms and what the replacement resource would or might be, and it would be highly situational. I mean, it depends on what's being replaced. Is it actually even the exact same technology or size or type or price as well? It's kind of a hypothetical question that could have a multitude of answers.
Yeah, it's generally, I mean, John's correct. The PPA or the terms of the PPA are going to have a limitation on how many damages you can go collect. And if you've already reached that limit, but your cost is higher than that, then you might not have enough to cover all of your costs. And then there's the flip side. Perhaps the damages under the contract give you more than what your actual damages are. It depends on each circumstance. So the circumstances will vary. The cost of the customer is going to vary. It's all going to vary based on what that particular circumstance is.
Okay, so if those failed bid penalties were not enough to cover the cost of replacement, then the company would eat that cost of replacement resources. Is that right?
No.
Sorry, Mr.
No, yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, Mr. Bishop, I don't think that's what we are implying. behind that. So if we have let's say, if I'm understanding your question, a wind project that had a $30 a megawatt hour price and it fails, and we propose a backup bid that has a $32 megawatt hour price, no, the company is not proposing that it will eat the $2 per megawatt hour difference between the two bids. That bid would be activated with the presumption that the cost of that bid under activation was reasonable, as has been kind of treated under past ERPs. But the company is not proposing that if a project fails and a backup bid is activated, that the company will eat the difference between the PPA price.
Yeah, those damages collected under the contract would offset that additional cost or
Could
lower
offset
that additional cost.
Could offset some of that additional cost. I don't know that we want to say it would offset the addition, but could offset some of it. I think when we talk about tax credits and the sharing of risk in this context, the thought is obviously on our bids, should we fail to be able to earn the tax credits for a project we bid, that is a risk the company is taking on, and we're not intending to pass that risk on to a shareholder. At the same time, the company is not going to take on the risk that a PPA says I can achieve certain tax credits and then is unable to achieve those. The company's not going to take that risk on for that bidder. That PPA would either fail and we would invoke the backup bid process, or that developer would need to make the decision whether they want to continue as is, just at the price they have.
Just like correction, I think Mike meant to say that the company wouldn't pass tax credit risk on to customers.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I didn't hear that last part. Sorry, Mr. Landry. What was that?
I just said, I think Mr. Pascucci said we wouldn't pass the risk on to shareholders. I think what he meant to say is that the company wouldn't pass risk on to customers for lost tax credits.
Okay, sure. So, but I guess my question is, if one of these NTP bids fails and they don't have enough security or whatever to cover the damages, and the company's not going to cover the increased cost of replacement resources, then who's going to pay for that?
If it's part of the approved process here where we move to backup bids, that's the incremental cost of resources is part of the RFP execution. Be paid for by customers and deemed prudent.
Okay, and it's the company believes that's consistent with the commission's decision saying that customers wouldn't bear these costs?
But I think moving to a backup bid in case of a bid failure, which is what we're talking about here, is a normal contemplated part of the RFP process and would be administered here just like it is in essentially all other RFPs.
Okay, and is it possible to move to those backup bids if this failure happened a few years down the road?
In that point in time, we probably just wouldn't, I don't know, we wouldn't be using a backup bid most likely. We'd be, if we replace the bid at all, it'd be through some other process, whether it's a future solicitation, incremental need pool, some other approved commission process for acquiring generation to support system needs. And it might be the case where the bid fails and you just don't replace it. It just is very situational.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move on to, I have a couple questions about the imputed debt issue. And I realize there's been some conversation about how much of that we're covering today and who's covering it. So I'll just ask these questions, and if you guys don't know, we can move on. But on page 26 of the NTP report, there's a conversation about how due to the imputed debt issue, that the regulated equity ratio for utilities is the most efficient lever to mitigate that impact. So the company says that NTP projects could be offset with additional basis points of equity ratio. Is that your understanding of the NTP report on that issue?
That is my understanding. I can't go much more deeper than that as to the effectiveness of various levers. Mr. Pascucci, anything else, or do we save it for Mr. Asmus?
No, I don't think I have anything else you can add.
So additional basis points of equity ratio would result in higher customer rates, all else being equal, right?
My understanding is yes, but
okay. I just have a question because the company recently filed a general rate case, And in that case, the company is requesting a 55% equity ratio share be approved by the commission. And the testimony and evidence in that case shows that that 55% equity ratio share is already much higher than comparable utilities in the proxy group. So given that the company already is requesting a very high equity ratio share, is the idea in the NTP report that they might need to increase the equity ratio share? Is the idea meaning that you would simply maintain that already high equity ratio share, or that the company might need an even higher share than it's requesting in this case?
I think what we're simply highlighting here is that it is an item that needs to be discussed depending on the direction that we go. The proposed equity share is not what the final equity share is necessarily going to be. And the type of projects that get selected here and the impact of that imputed debt, I don't think we know and haven't analyzed. So I think we are, as we said, flagging that this is an issue that may need to be and we will likely want to consider in the future, but not one that we're asking for any specific relief or saying any specific changes need to be made today.
Okay, and do you know what the current regulated equity share is?
I do not know off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Matt, I was gonna stop. Do you want to stop me before I stop?
I was just going to see if you're about to stop, but if you're going to stop, then I think we're good.
I'm gonna stop. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think next we have trial staff. Got you for about 20 minutes. We're ahead of schedule, so we can be a bit flexible here.
Sure, thank you. And hopefully we'll be under that 20 minutes, I think. Good afternoon, panel. Justin Cox with the Attorney General's Office on behalf of trial staff. We'll start a couple of kind of overview questions. First, on the proposed portfolio. How did the company determine how much of each type of renewable resource to include in the proposed portfolio?
Yeah, we use guidance from the phase one modeling that was done in the JTS. And we also looked at kind of breakpoints in pricing. So it was much a qualitative exercise as anything else. And you know, kind of balancing competing needs. We already talked about kind of wanting to keep around 1,000 megawatt or so storage target, you know, a variety of factors, but the most, I guess the strongest quantitative direction was coming from the phase one modeling.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll get a little bit into comparison of some individual bids in a little bit, but turning to the backup bids and process there, you think you've touched on a little bit timing and how this will interact with the JTS, but just trying to get a sense of the company's view of how the backup process, would be implemented. Could it be implemented ahead of any JTS portfolio decision where that's base, or if we get into the INP?
Yeah, again, it's to be determined, but our intention going in is this backup bid process for the NTP is a relatively short-lived as compared to, say, for example, the last 2023 RFP process. And we intend to get bids to a go no go decision relatively rapidly and move to backup bids if necessary rapidly. And the expectation is by the time we get through the JTS phase 2 process and we have an approved portfolio and an incremental need pool, that would essentially be the end of the NTP process. That was the initial thoughts. Obviously, the chairman has introduced some new concepts today to be discussed, but that's certainly our thoughts going in, and as of right now, still our proposal.
But there's a potential opportunity for the NTP backup process to be occurring potentially after the base portfolio decision.
I wouldn't expect it to be. I mean, there might be a slight potential there, but I would expect by the time we get the base portfolio results in the JTS, we're pretty much done with the NTP. We've either picked a backup bid or we're just moving on to the new process.
Okay. Turning to tax credits, and I know you were just talking about that a little bit. We just kind of want to get more of an overview, high level understanding of how the tax credit amounts, and as well as the CapEx amounts, were determined for PPA bids and for the company-owned bids.
Yep, sure. That information shows up in a couple of places. It shows up in Appendix A, and then we have a summary table, and I forget which page of the report where we're talking about the portfolio tax credit savings. Both of those places where that is shown separately. For owned bids, the CapEx is the actual CapEx. I mean, that's fairly straightforward. It was part of the bid. For PPA bids, we estimated what the CapEx is because we don't know what the PPA is actually, what the developer is actually paying to develop the project. We estimated it by taking the midpoint of the ownership bids. So we have the ownership bids that we did get. We know the capital cost of on a dollar per kW basis. We use that as a benchmark to estimate PPA CapEx. And if you do the math, you'll see that like all wind PPA projects have the exact same dollar per kW. And that's why, because we picked that one number and just applied it to all PPA projects. For the tax credits, again, on these summary tables or these kind of informational tables, is an estimate and a probably reasonably good estimate, but certainly not to the level of financial analysis or CPCN level. In summary, we looked at what the bidder said their tax strategy was. So was it PTC or ITC, and which bonus categories they claimed to be able to capture, whether it's domestic content, energy community, or both. So we took that, and for the case of ITC, multiplied their either 30, 40, or 50% ITC value, depending on the bonuses, times their CapEx, and scaled that up for taxes. So divided by 1 minus T. So it was a spreadsheet calculation, if you will. PTC was done similarly, where we took the NCF, or the capacity factor of the facility, multiplied it times the appropriate PTC value with appropriate bonuses, ran it out for 10 years, and summed that up either in nominal terms or NPV that 10-year strip for the NPV terms. So it's definitely a post-processing spreadsheet calculation that would be called an estimate. For PPAs, for example, we have no idea how much of that tax credit, even assuming that the value is exactly right, how much of that would be passed on to customers, how much that would be retained for the owner, unknown. But the data that's presented, the explanation I went through explains how the data is presented in the tables. I will say for owned bids, however, the actual tax credits that are expected to be obtained are baked into the revenue requirements. So when you see the levelized cost of capacity or the levelized cost of energy for owned bids, those are the actual, we'll call it guaranteed with air quotes, but it's the expected actual tax credits applied in proper accounting treatment and net present valued in the proper way. So to answer your question, we have sort of an estimation, which is shown in numerous places, and in terms of actual bid evaluation, we use the actual accounting treatment and financial math of valuing the real credit.
So for those tax credits for the company-owned bids, does that include the expected transfer transaction costs?
Yes. When you're seeing the tax credits as a column in Appendix A, that's not coming from the revenue requirement spreadsheet. That's that simplified calculation I talked about. But when you see the levelized capacity cost or the levelized energy cost, where the tax credits are actually baked into the revenue requirements, that does include a transfer cost.
Okay, thank you.
The haircut for the transaction costs.
Sure. And I'm going to try to do this without getting into anything highly confidential, but stop me if I do, and we can address it later. But looking at the comparison of the tax credit values for the different types of resources, it looked like wind, the tax credit values generally for the wind projects were closer to the CapEx amounts. Then kind of in the order below that, there was standalone storage, standalone storage, and then in solar, and then the kind of the hybrid projects were the farthest from CapEx. Can you just give us some insight, if you have any, into why what the reason is for those differences?
Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of it is just kind of the uniqueness of the different financial structures of those various types of technologies. I don't know there's like a direct correlation. I would call that more of an effect or an echo, if you will, of the way that the math works for those. The things that are happening that on an actual installed cost basis, wind and solar are closer than they are different. I mean, $2,000 a kW, pretty similar technology. Wind produces about twice as much energy on a per megawatt basis in terms of capacity factor. So its levelized energy cost, without even considering tax credits, is going to be low because it's cost divided by production. And if the production is twice as much, it has a starting lower LEC than solar does. Then you have the production tax credits, which are volumetrically based. So wind, when it has a higher generation, it will also produce a higher dollar amount of tax credits. So that will tend to offset the already lower LEC in a relatively dramatic fashion. So solar, you're seeing a higher kind of without tax credits LEC to start with, just because of generation amount, and then a smaller monetary value to the PTC in addition. And so those kind of different nuances are what's showing up. And then when you compare that against a storage project, for example, that has the investment tax credit, which is CapEx based, it's essentially a strict ratio of CapEx. You see kind of a direct relationship there that's not necessarily readily apparent for wind and solar. So I would say it's more of like interesting observation that actually doesn't have a lot of fundamental meaning or significance. It's more or less just the way it works out.
Okay. Then jumping to transmission, do any of the proposed or backup projects interconnect along the May Valley Longhorn extension line?
No.
Essentially, that would require the construction of that line? No. Okay.
Yeah, no.
So presumably the cost of the May Valley Longhorn extension wasn't reflected in selection of bids.
That's correct. Was not.
Just to clarify, when we say it's not reflected in the cost of the bids, I don't believe, John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's any bids connecting to the May Valley Longhorn in any of the portfolios either.
No.
In the tier 1 or the tier 2. So it's not that the cost wasn't included somehow, it's that the cost was not relevant to the tier 1 or tier 2 projects.
Yeah, well, yeah, we deemed any May Valley Longhorn bids as being not essentially eligible for this solicitation, and that'll be something that we readdress in the JTS. So most of them are probably marked as failed, basically meaning that they're in essence ineligible because we don't have approval to build that line.
And moving on to the storage project specifically, and specific bids, the MTP report at page 54 explains why some of the standalone storage projects were not selected, including bid 22. It notes that bid 22 introduces financial risk through capacity payments on an 18-year term that will likely create imputed debt and qualify as a finance lease. Given that concern, why is bid 22 proposed as a backup?
Yeah, it meets the criteria. It is an 18-year PPA. I think we had a discussion that kind of touched on the same subject a little bit earlier today, that it was not rejected because of that. Essentially, the bid is at where it's at because it was just where it ranked in terms of price. There's nothing special about that bid, different than other 18-year storage projects that makes its financial risk any different than other that exist anyway for bids of similar nature.
So is it fair to say that all of the PPA standalone storage projects that were selected as backups have the same imputed debt risk?
I'll say most of them. I think most of them have similar terms. I believe all of them are new construction. So if a project has the same percentage of book value that is tied up in a guaranteed revenue stream, i.e. capacity payment, then they have similar imputed debt impacts. So there would be an exception if there was a project that had different ratios in terms of guaranteed revenue versus book value. I don't think we have any that I can think of in this solicitation that would meet that difference criteria.
The report discusses for bid 117 some unresolved environmental and permitting risks as the reason why that bid wasn't selected as a backup bid. But it appears to be cheaper than the selected bid. So if we can just expand a little bit on why bid 117 wasn't selected as a backup.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we discussed this earlier today. I feel like we have, or maybe it's been an internal discussion, but bid 117, the challenge with that is that it's the one that's in Routt County, storage bid, right? Are we looking at the right one? 117, yes. In Routt County, the storage bid, pretty large, it's 400 megawatts. We have potential challenges with actually knowing that we can charge 400 megawatts of load in Routt County. We also have a situation where that's taking advantage of the existing interconnection of retiring generating facilities that are jointly owned. And aside from the complexities of using generation that we don't, or interconnection that we don't currently have clear control over, it's also interconnection spaces as a scarce commodity. And in this solicitation, we're doing it on an accelerated timeline. There really wasn't a lot of bids that were competing for that scarce technology, or excuse me, commodity. And we're not doing computer modeling. So we really believe that that bid and the reuse of that interconnection facility is best evaluated in a full phase 2 with competition amongst bids and technology types and computer evaluation to assist in that, determining how to allocate that scarce commodity. So it was more of this isn't the right forum to be making that big of a decision of that kind of a strategic location. And that's best resolved in a full phase 2.
Switching to wind projects, we talked earlier about how bids 113 and 114 are the same project. I believe we also confirmed that bids 127 and 128 are the same project. Why is bid 128 not a backup project for bid 127 in the same way that bid 113 is a backup project for 114?
The simple reason is because the price relationship between the PPA and the BOT is flipped. In the case of bids 113 and 114, the company is advocating for a slightly more expensive owned project and provided some justification for why we think that's the appropriate decision to agree to. That's something subject to debate and the commission's ultimate deliberation and decision on. And we included the PPA in case they wanted to move in that direction. For the other projects that you mentioned, the BOT is cheaper. So there's really no reason that we would go to a more expensive bid. We're not recommending the more expensive PPA. We're recommending the cheaper bid. So it just doesn't really make a lot of logical sense to have a more expensive version of the same bid be a backup in that case where we're taking the cheapest one anyway, or recommending the cheapest one anyway.
Thanks. Then looking at generic pricing, the NTP report at page 6 shows that proposed solar projects appear to be substantially lower than the proposed generic pricing in phase 2, the JTS phase 2, while proposed wind projects seem lower than the generic pricing, but have a delta that's noticeably smaller than for the solar projects. Does the company have any insights on this difference?
Yeah, I think it comes back to just sort of the fundamental math of what's going on, like I mentioned in the previous discussion about the relative prices, where solar is higher to start with without tax credits. It has a smaller dollar amount of tax credits because of the lower generation amount. And when you see that comparison between wind and solar, the ratios and the changes just end up the way they do.
Last couple questions here. This is on solar plus storage products. On page 40 of the NTP report, it looks like the company has implemented a new methodology for calculating the LEC for these hybrid projects. It's our understanding that this calculation subtracts capacity value for storage using the surplus capacity credit in order to isolate the energy cost. Did the company consider calculating a metric for the LCC where the value is calculated by subtracting the energy value?
Yeah, I don't say I would necessarily not consider it. I kind of stand by this being the appropriate way to do it. The one thing, and this is another part of your pre-submitted questions, was why not to do this is that the benefit is that we have a adjudicated, if you will, value for capacity in terms of the surplus capacity credit. It's a standard value that's used in a variety of proceedings, including rate making proceedings for QF tariffs and things like that. So it's a public and supported number. We don't have the same thing for a value of energy on a per megawatt hour basis. And in addition, even if there was, it would vary widely because energy is more valuable or less valuable at different places and times of the day and times of the year, and et cetera. It's not as nearly as static of a number as capacity value is from the system. So it makes sense to do that. And in addition, we want to use the same values. The whole purpose of this is to be able to compare competing bids. And we want to use a standard static value where a product, in this case capacity, is valued equally by all the suppliers of that product, which is the bid. So in terms of energy, I think it would be much harder to get to a standard number that would be fair and impartial to all bidders. And then you could end up with a metric that is appropriate for evaluating winners and losers on a scoring process. That help? Or
Yeah, that helps. And is the same answer there for consideration of using the actual bid information rather than the surplus capacity credit?
Yeah, that's exactly right. First of all, it's kind of, I'm not sure how you would extract the actual whatever value, either the energy or the capacity value from the bid itself. But the whole purpose of this is to have a unbiased way to evaluate bids against each other. So the approach that we have laid out, I think, attempts to do that in the best way that we found to do it, at least. You mentioned it's new. I just want to make sure there's not a this is a brand new surprise feeling there. This is not new. We used it in phase 2 of the last RFP and talked about it in the 120-day report. Discussed it in my direct testimony in this current JTS. And to my recollection, I don't think any stakeholder discussed, challenged, pushed back, or much of anything on this topic. So I think it was pretty under the radar and relatively non-controversial throughout the JTS.
And then with regard to specific bids on page 50 of the NTP report, it says that bid 43, again, this is a solar plus storage project, is not price competitive. However, the scoring LEC seems to be relatively low compared to other bids. Can you just provide an explanation why bid 43 is not price competitive despite that scoring LEC?
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of a relative term, which basically means below the cut line. Price competitive, not price competitive, means it wasn't as inexpensive as the bids that we were recommending. You can see that if you look at the table there in section 7.2, you see we kind of stopped with the first 4 bids, but then there was 2 others that we kind of jumped down to. I would characterize that as we pulled those bids up to the backup pool for a couple of different reasons, primarily geographic diversity and beneficial Denver Metro constraint standpoint. So I would say that the cut line is actually after bid 49. So everything after that is kind of like failed due to being below the cut line, with the exception of the two bids that we activated into the, or put into the recommended going into tier 2 for geographic and transmission consideration, beneficial consideration.
Okay, so price was not the factor that determined those two backup bids.
That's correct. I mean, they were still, within the ballpark of price competitiveness, but they would have been below the cut line had we been going purely on economics.
Check my notes to see if I have anything else. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Cox. Appreciate it. Mr. Larson, you mind if I ask Mr. Lander one follow-up question?
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Okay. I had a similar question to Mr. Cox. As you look at the solar plus storage, there's kind of a gap of 4 bids if you look in cost order that get skipped over for the backup pool. And then we've got 2 utility-owned bids that are more expensive than the 4 that were skipped, basically. And so in my understanding of your description of why that is that bid 144 and bid 94, which are the utility owned ones that were moved up, as you said, into the backup pool despite higher costs than the others, those are both within the Denver Metro unconstrained transmission area?
The 094 is, I think 144 is borderline. Anthony, can you remember about specifics about bid 144?
Yes, sir. No, 144 is not within the Denver Metro constraint, though it is in a different solar resource zone. It's what we consider Northern Front Range and would give us a little bit of solar resource diversity. So that's one of the reasons why it was brought in.
Okay, thanks. And then I'm trying to recall from earlier today, but there was a discussion around if there is a lot of importance in the storage, particularly being in the Denver Metro constraint or out of the Denver Metro constraint. Do you recall that from this morning?
I do.
And I thought your message in that discussion was that it is not of particular importance to have the storage in the Denver Metro constraint.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure that certainly wasn't what I intended to communicate.
Okay.
It is absolutely better than anything, better than not having it. There is some ambiguity on how effective storage in the Denver Metro constraint would be on solving that, just because you do have to get the generation in there to charge the battery at some point in time, and you still have to deal with that constraint. The expectation is that we can find times that constraint is not binding and can utilize the storage effectively. It's certainly not as beneficial as having thermal generation inside the constraint. But that's challenging for a variety of other reasons as well. So if I somehow communicated that we don't think storage can have beneficial uses inside the Denver Metro constraint, that certainly was not the intention.
And if I may add, this is this is technically a little bit different. This is solar paired with storage, which I think would be maybe a little bit easier using the co-located solar to charge it, depending on where you're at as far as output versus load.
Okay.
Yeah, and the solar is actually providing generation, primary generation as well. So it is definitely a different story.
Okay. And is it the case that all 4 of the bids that were kind of skipped over, which is 65, 43, 131, and 91, none of those are within the Denver Metro constraint, and none of those are in considered a different solar resource zone or renewable resource zone?
The bid 131 is at a similar location to bid 144. Relatively close in price, and we're talking, dollar or less in terms of levelized energy costs. So those 2 are similar. The other ones are not as much. They're more south Pueblo type locations. I will also note as well that the both solar plus storage bids that are in tier 1 are PPAs. The first 4 solar plus storage projects in tier 2 are also PPAs. So really the only ownership projects are those 2 bids that were pulled up. So, aside from the other considerations for having the ability to have some ownership diversity, that's the only 2 out of 6 bids that are ownership. So 6 PPAs and 2 ownership that are in the different tiers.
Got it. I'm noticing too on bid 131, that is the only bid I'm seeing with storage, with solar plus storage that has 8-hour storage. And I'm curious to what extent that improves the accredited value or provides other values that may not necessarily be captured in just the values we're looking at.
Yeah, we did try to capture that to the best we could without using computer modeling, and that we did the levelized capacity cost on a firm megawatt basis instead of a nameplate basis. So the different ELCC factors are applied, and 8-hour storage has a much better ELCC than 4-hour storage does. So that's the extent that we could do with a spreadsheet analysis. We certainly hope and look forward to having more longer duration storage bids in the JTS when we can use the Encompass model and can really better evaluate the different benefits and costs of longer term storage. So we did as best we could using the tools that are available for this, but to be honest, making the best decision on that that's what we need computer models for, to do it well.
Okay, thanks for indulging a quick follow-up on that. It was so relevant to what where Mr. Cox was going. I just wanted to get those in now. Chairman, did you have any questions or anything before you? I'm thinking no. All right. No. Okay. Mr. Larson.
Yeah, I think in terms of the party question, and we're at the cut over to the HC session, that's what I have on my notes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Larson, did you want to make that correction to UCA now or at a later time?
Maybe John, you could just talk to it at a high level, and then if we want to expound on the details of it in the HC session. So why don't we do that now, if that's okay with Commissioner Gilman?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Just I wanted to correct a slight misstatement or whatever. And when I was talking with UCA, UCA was asking about do we have any thermal bids that use smaller technologies? There's Ms. Nelson, thank you. And I, like I said, we did not. I actually was incorrect. We did have a bid that was received for smaller technologies in aggregate. So the total size of the bid was 140-ish megawatts or so, but it's comprised of smaller units. That bid was actually failed relatively early in the due diligence process due to incredibly early development status where there's not even really a site identified, and it was just very, very, very premature, which is why I kind of forgot about it, because we basically took a look at it in the initial stages and realized that the bid wasn't of a sufficient maturity level to be viable for this process. So I did want to correct you that there was actually a bid received. It was deemed to be not really a viable bid, and it was also relatively high in terms of price ranking, shall we say.
And Ms. Nelson, if you have
Random, I
additional,
appreciate that.
yeah, Ms. Nelson, if you have additional questions about that, we can go into the details of that bid in the highly confidential session.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Appreciate the clarification. So yeah, I share your understanding, Mr. Larson, that we'll move into some of the highly confidential questioning now. So we'll need to take a brief break, I think, Ms. Federico, to move us into the highly confidential session. About how long do you think is appropriate for that?
I can do my part in, less than 5 minutes, but I will need Mr. Larson to review the participant list to make sure there's nobody in here that needs to be removed. So
absolutely, we're prepared to do that, Ms. Federico.
Perfect.
Okay. So once I'm done with any other matters, before we break, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes for everyone. Mr. Larson, if you could be live most of the time to be scrolling through the list.
I'll waive my break.
10-minute mark, we've got your approval. That would work well.
Yes, we'll do that.
Okay, Mr. Detsky.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just in terms of the process here, we have CIA has some highly confidential questions, but we also had questions for the transmission expert that Public Service bringing back tomorrow. It would be my preference just to deal with those all at once and not break up my time further. And just wanted to put that out there in case I'm not sure how quick the commissioner questions and highly confidential will go, but at some point, at least for CIA, it may make sense to bring that over to the morning.
If I could respond, I mean, our preference, Commissioner Gilman, be get as far as we can get today. And if we need to bring back, we do have some parties that need to go, I think, more quickly, like Sierra Club, potentially CEO. But if we need to have CIA break the questions up, I think our view would be, let's see how far we can get through the remaining time that the parties have, and then, have tomorrow positioned for commissioner questions as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't know if I can guarantee you, Mr. Detsky, we can have you go kind of back to back with confidential and non-confidential, because I think we want to keep the confidential rolling in one chunk. And maybe we can make you be last as a possibility in the confidential. Would that be appropriate for you?
I don't mind being last, as long as
It would be tomorrow morning, but I think relatively early-ish.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be me keeping everyone from lunch tomorrow, but that's the way it usually goes for me. So
I think it'll be earlier than that, but I mean, I don't mind going before you, so I think we could put you after the commissioners as far as I care, and then allow you to ask your transmission questions once we come out of the confidential session, as a suggestion. But let me know if anyone has an issue with that. Mr. Larson, does that work for you?
Absolutely. Yes, it does. That sounds
Okay.
good.
Mr. Banis?
Thank you. It looks like we're ahead of schedule now. I need to run, and I'm on tap for tomorrow morning. I can be ready to go first thing in the morning, assuming we stay ahead of schedule here. Does that work for you?
Yeah, so you're not available anymore today?
That's right.
Yes, I can put you tomorrow morning.
I was scheduled to go at 9:15, so I'm happy to do that. I'm also happy to go at 0900 if that's what y'all decide. So whatever happens, but I need to
We'll
run
have
now.
you
Thank
be
you.
tomorrow morning, and okay, that works.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries. Anything else regarding the scheduling before we go into the confidential session to work out to make sure it all goes smooth? Okay,
We're
so
good. We'll work with Miss Federica.
okay, great. Our expectations will spend the rest of today in confidential session, as well as the very beginning of tomorrow's session for however long that takes, when we resume at presumably at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and then we'd go back to public session once that's over. Okay, great. Ms. Federico, if you can move us into confidential session, we'll take a break until 4:15. And when we are ready to go at 4:15, Mr. Larson, hopefully you'll have an update for us on the acceptability of all the participants. Ms. Keene.
Apologies if I missed this. My sound is going out. For those that are not joining the confidential session, how will we know when to join back on the public session?
I can text you.
I'll take that.
I don't know how many of you there are. Mr. Larson may have a better idea. That might give us a better view of what's an acceptable method.
Well, I think we'll put up a sign while we're in confidential session, and we'll
Sorry,
give
Chair,
no.
we can't do that. We can't put up a sign while we're in confidential session. It's not possible.
Never mind.
Ms. Keene, I'll try and get a hold on these numbers now and maybe update, Mr. Larson and the folks when we're ending today. And then ideally, Mr. Larson could let folks know who are not in that confidential session how it's looking when we conclude today.
Yeah,
we'll have like a better.
yeah, we can send an email out to the service list with the anticipated timing of the exit from highly confidential session in the morning, say like 9:30 or 9:45 or whatever that looks like, and we'll send that note out this evening.
I think that works. So we'll come up with that estimate when we conclude today. And then, we'd err maybe slightly earlier, and we'll just, if we're still going, you'll wait a few minutes, but we'll try to hit it as close as we can.
Great.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, Commissioner Gilman, it's likely that we'd start just to deal with any preliminary matters in the morning publicly before going back into highly confidential session. So we could also have an estimate then as well for the parties and when we'd come back. So that's another possibility.
We'll try to widely broadcast our estimate. Okay, perfect. That sounds good. We will reconvene at 4:15 in the confidential session. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And while I'm setting up the confidential session, if anybody who knows they won't be here or isn't supposed to be here could leave, that would help a lot. Thank you.